Chapter 23. A Swearing Situation. Lily. The day after their trip to Valhalla, Sharky surprised Lily by having more energy, not less, after their explorations, and requested to go see Lucy. The realization that there was no pattern to Sharky's healing was a stupidly obvious one, given her own experiences, and she'd resolved to simply be observant and responsive instead of aspiring to some psychological formula. Admittedly, it took a weight off. She'd never been good at following formulas anyway. Lily brought her down to Hell to show her the help desk and to meet the gate demons in a calmer context. While she was initially hesitant, the demons were beyond respectful of her personal space, and within half an hour, she was giggling at their antics. She still stayed close to Lily, though. The demons answered all of her questions about working at the gate, and when the questions about the operation of Hell began, they kept their responses age-appropriate and non-graphic. Eventually, Lily and Sharky ended up in the break room with a small committee of demons huddled around the whiteboard while they explained the layout of Hell. The picture Zagan drew resembled an hourglass, with the levels for the souls taking up the top half and the demon levels on the bottom, separated by an exceptionally thick layer of rock. Lily found herself equally fascinated by the information, asking questions of her own. The upper 3 levels of the demons part of Hell were training fields, followed by an administrative level, then 6 residential floors. As Lily understood it, each residential level was like a different county, with their own subcultures and schools. Finally, the largest and lowest level of Hell was simply labeled the Hearth. Mora explained that it was where they took their dead to become part of the fabric of the afterlife. Lucifer showed up at that point, offering to escort them on a tour of the town he lived in on the lowest residential level, known as R6. Sharky accepted, but then glanced at Lily for reassurance. Lily counted it as progress. Her decision to hang back during the tour of the town and their time spent at an arcade was a conscious one. She wanted Sharky to have another familiar adult she could trust, and the foundations of her relationship with Lucifer had already begun to solidify. The two of them grinned at each other during a dance battle game, silly and free. Lily snapped a picture of Sharky and Lucifer and sent it to Belle. She hoped it would make him laugh when he saw it. Afterward, they headed towards the central hub of elevators, but Sharky pointed at a large building. "What's that?"
"That's one of the schools," Lucifer explained. "Would you like to see inside?"
Sharky scrunched up her nose, glancing up at Lily. "Is this the school I could go to?" Lily looked to Lucifer for that information.
"It is," he said. "You are free to attend school on any level you like."
"What do you think?" Sharky asked, looking up at her. Lily grinned and shrugged. "Why not?" After checking in with the office, by luck they poked their heads into a classroom in the middle of science class. Sharky was so immediately enraptured that Lily and Lucifer ended up leaning against the back wall, listening to the kids learn about the life cycle of frogs. Beyond bioluminescence, a 50-year lifespan, and immediately dissolving into nothing upon death, afterlife frogs and mortal frogs seemed to be pretty much the same. Sharky's eyes had lit up with curious wonder anyway. At the end of the lesson, before the kids had filed out for what Lily assumed was the equivalent of recess, a demon girl paused by Sharky to ask her about where she was from, Paradise, why she was visiting, she knew Lucy, and if she liked frogs. She did. The girl beamed at the last, then waved and said goodbye. Sharky was quiet and fidgety for the rest of the day, but Lily waited until they were at home and making dinner to start asking questions. "What are you thinking, Sharky?" Lily asked, nonchalantly checking the sweet potatoes in the oven. "I want to go to school." It came out in a rushed blend of excitement and nerves, her natural curiosity warring with her conditioned fear. "Sweet," Lily said, closing the oven. "Do you want to go to that one, or do you want to check out the other ones first?" Sharky pulled her legs up onto her chair, hugging her knees. "I liked that one. It's on Lucy's level. Lucy's nice." "Yeah, he is. When do you want to start?" "Can I go tomorrow?" Lily smiled and handed her a plate. "I don't see why not." "Really?" The soft hope in her voice made Lily's chest ache. How often had the simplest things been denied to her? "Really," Lily said. As Lily pulled the sweet potatoes out of the oven and set them on a trivet, Sharky spoke again, this time even quieter. "And what if I want to come home?" Lily turned around, tugging off the oven mitts and meeting her eyes. "Then I'll come get you and bring you home." When Sharky held out her pinky, Lily was already halfway there. Sharky spun around in Lily's office chair, recounting her day at school while Lily sat cross-legged on the warm floor and organized the new built-in tool rack that had appeared next to the help desk. "It kind of sucks that I'm so much smaller than everyone. But the combat teacher, Mr. Damien, had a whole bunch of tricks just for me. He said that anyone can be fierce, no matter how big or small they are. Do you believe that?" Lily leaned back on her hands, grinning up at her. "Of course. I think it's actually cooler to be small and fierce." "'Cause people don't expect it?" "Exactly." Sharky spun in the chair a few more times. Her voice was small when she asked, "Can you still be fierce even if you're scared?" Lily's stomach twisted at the wobble in her tone. She got up to sit on the desk, facing Sharky. "Yes," she said simply. "If you're scared and choose to be fierce anyway, that's called being brave." "But you don't get scared, and you're brave." Sharky seemed confused. Lily smiled at her. "Want to know a secret?" Sharky's eyes lit up. "I used to be scared all the time, especially when I was alive. All kinds of things scared me. Sometimes they were silly things, like spiders. But the things that really scared me, those weren't silly. I still get scared, kiddo." Lily huffed out a breath. "I was scared when I arrived in the afterlife. And I thought I would end up down here. I didn't know about the therapy levels, or that it's a place of justice and growth, so I was scared. When I met Belle, I was scared, because I didn't want him to see me and decide I wasn't worth knowing. When I met you, I was scared, because I didn't want to say or do the wrong thing and hurt you by accident. But I had to trust myself and my ability to figure things out. I had to try. And I have to keep trying. No more being afraid all the time." Sharky scooted the chair closer and climbed up next to Lily, pulling her feet up to sit cross-legged. "That just sounds like you cared. When the souls are angry at you, that doesn't scare you, because you don't care what they think. Oh, wait, but aren't you scared they'll hurt you?" "That just sounds like you cared." "Not really. I know the demons will always protect me if I need it, and even if the souls do hurt me, I'll regenerate. Pain doesn't scare me because it ends." Those last few weeks in bed, her body shutting down, the shooting pain, the primal fear of life trickling away, then blessed nothing. One way or another, it ends. Sharky opened her mouth, then shut it, her little shoulders curving up and in. She pulled the mittens of her onesie over her hands, tucked her head farther back into her hood. Lily silently held out her hand in offering, and Sharky took it. Her palms were clammy through the soft fabric of the mittens. "Was I scared of Mr. Pastor because I cared?" "Fuck. Way to go, Lily. You sure nailed that one, you jackass." No, Lily said immediately and firmly. You were scared of him because he hurt you, because he wanted to make you scared, because he was bad. He was evil and fucked up. A little gasp. You said a bad word. There's no such thing as bad words, baby. Just words that need to be used in context. There are words that some people aren't allowed to say ever, but swear words are just words that need to be used in certain situations and not used in others. Oh. But if he was bad, then why was I scared? I don't understand. Lily took a moment, sifting through everything she knew about Sharky's past, about the way that brilliant little mind worked, her own life experiences. I think you were scared because you cared about yourself. You didn't want him to hurt you. And you didn't like not being able to protect yourself. I think you're right, Sharky said quietly. A moment later, she huffed, looking up at Lily solemnly. This is very complicated. Life usually is. But we're dead. Existence usually is, Lily amended, a surge of affection for her clever girl washing through her. Sharky seemed to accept that. I don't know what you think you're doing, a female soul shrieked behind them, and they both turned to look at her. But I will have you know that this is unacceptable. Her eyes were wild, and she looked seconds away from launching a physical attack. Lily, Sharky said. Yeah? Is this a swearing kind of situation? Yeah. Fuck!
Chapter 24. Turbo Nerd Mode. Belle. Everything ached. Belle washed the grime off, then cranked the water up as hot as it would go, letting it pound his weary muscles as he closed his eyes and braced his hands against the wall. The scuffs on his wings stung under the spray. Minor, annoying injuries in the grand scheme of things, but with the weight of the new information from their patrol, they burned like an omen of what would come. Hopefully, they'd done enough to prevent it. He switched off the water, wringing out his hair and wrapping a towel around his waist, stepping out onto the black tile. His phone glowed by the sink, a stream of messages taking up most of the screen, and he reached for it with a sigh. He was home. He was exhausted from 10 increasingly difficult days, but his restless thoughts had him keyed up. The last thing he wanted was to dig into a pile of messages about logistics and reports, but he texted Lily before his shower and had an incentive to face the wall of messages. Thankfully, it seemed to be his family welcoming him home, a single middle finger emoji from Greg, and finally, Princess, thank fuck you're okay. Princess, are you okay? Like, not physically? Princess, Sharky says hi. She's been asking about you. She's on an overnight nature walk/field trip to a park on R5, but I was supposed to say hi if you got back before she did. Princess, call if you want. I'd like to hear your voice. His heart picked up speed as he stared at those last few words. She'd sent them only moments before he picked up his phone, and the timestamp for all the texts except that one were close, as if she'd typed them out one after the other but then paused. Maybe rewritten it a few times before sending. He hit the call button, putting it on speaker as he headed for his room. She answered on the second ring. Belle? Something in him eased. Hey, Princess. I wanted to hear you too. She exhaled, voice softening. You sound ragged, big guy. Are you okay? Belle tugged a pair of sweatpants out of the dresser in his closet, debating how to answer. Yes, physically. Yes, but worried? No. No, come kiss it better. He ran a hand over the back of his neck. He was usually better at keeping a lock on what he really wanted to say to her, even in his own head. And he was supposed to keep a lock on it, wasn't he? Except the last time they'd been together, she looked at him like maybe they weren't just friends anymore. They'd nearly kissed, even. Unless that had just been another moment of tension between them. They'd always had chemistry, but they also had always been careful to be friends, and only friends. "I'd like to hear your voice." That wasn't something that friends said to each other, was it? Greg had certainly never said it. "You there, big guy?" Lily said, sounding worried. "Sorry, Princess. Didn't mean to go silent on you. I'm a little scuffed up, but it wasn't bad." The other universe hadn't just vaguely tried to make contact this time. They'd sent scouts and spies through a rift. Bell and his patrol had to round them up and forcefully send them back. Hopefully the other universe had gotten the message. "Scuffed up?" Lily asked. "Only a bit. Hopefully we dissuaded the problem from growing, which is the important thing." "What are you doing without Sharky there?" "I dropped her off not that long ago, and Lucy volunteered to chaperone to keep an eye on her. So I just showered and was planning on doing a face mask and eating cinnamon rolls while watching Shark Week until I pass out. Really howling at the moon over here. Want to join? Or do you need to rest? I'm sure you're pretty worn out." A thrum of excitement temporarily wiped away the lingering weariness. "Is there a dress code for this wild night we're having?" "Sweatpants or jammies. If you show up looking formal, you're sitting on the floor and I'm giving you the weird face mask," she said cheerfully. "Define weird." "It's yellow and has these lumps in it. I'm not a fan." She was interrupted by the sound of timbers groaning. "It's not personal, it's just not for me, okay? I like the rest of them," she said to someone, or something, away from the phone, exasperation dripping from her voice. "Sorry about that, the house likes to be opinionated." The house? There was a whole row of semi-sentient showers in one of the bathhouses on the training field, so he supposed that a quirky house wasn't outside the realm of normal. "No worries. Sweatpants it is. Need me to bring anything?" "Just you. I'll wait for you by the Paradise Gate. Be warned, my jammies are pretty sexy, so control yourself upon your arrival or we'll be getting a memo from Lev." "Damn." Bell grinned, hunting for a specific shirt that he knew would make Lily smile. "There go my evil plans for the evening. I do love a good memo." He threaded his horns through the neckline. "Ha ha," Lily said dryly, before her voice softened in a way that made his breath catch. "I can hear how tired you are, big guy. You sure you're okay? We can hang out another time." "Lily." He quit fiddling with the closures around his wings, staring at the phone. "I want to see you, tonight, and your fancy paradise, in that order. I might crash on your couch at some point, but just stick a cinnamon roll under my nose and that'll perk me right up." It was half true. He suspected that once he finally crashed, he'd be out for a while, though he'd never turned down a good sniff of a cinnamon roll, conscious or not. She chuckled. "Get here when you can, big guy." Bell rushed to rub a towel through his damp hair, hunt down a pair of extra thick socks that he liked to wear at home, and shove his feet into some slippers that Angel had picked up for him in the mortal world as a joke. He couldn't get to paradise fast enough.
Lily. Lily leaned against the stone of the archway, scanning for a pair of arcing horns and dark wings among the crowd of equally unique and interesting features. When she did spy Bell, she smiled, until she spotted his slippers. Then she laughed outright. He held his arms out, spinning in a slow circle and strutting towards her like he was walking a runway, striking a pose. The obviously well-worn black sweatpants nearly made her eyes skip over the fuzzy gray slippers with cutesy little bat faces and wings. Through giggles, she dragged her eyes up his powerful body to the faded gold lettering on his sleeveless black shirt, listing Hobbit mealtimes. He made a show of covering his eyes with one hand.
"The sex appeal is too much. I don't think I'll be able to control myself."
Lily grinned as she mimed flipping a piece of hair over her shoulder, her own hair safely up in a messy bun. "I warned you. It's a deadly combination." She gestured to her equally ridiculous attire. The purple shorts had little cartoon dinosaurs riding skateboards all over them, and the oversized shirt proclaimed Lord of the Cats, with the Fellowship of the Ring reimagined as cartoon cats playing around the central text. In a delightful accident, they'd ended up with coordinating shirts.
"It's a wonder we both haven't been nailed for public indecency."
Bell grinned, dropping his hand away from his eyes, revealing dark smudges beneath them. The smile slipped from her face as she studied him, concerned. He held himself in a weary, careful kind of way, each movement stilted in a manner completely at odds with his usual grace. Protectiveness surging, she took his hand, tugging him forward. "Come on, big guy. Let's get you out of here before we have to flee a horde of your ravenous suitors." His fingers threaded through hers, sending a warm rush through her system.
"Don't sell yourself short. At least half would be yours."
She scoffed, following the dirt path through the endless field of doors.
"This is beautiful, but I'm not gonna lie,"
Bell said a moment later.
"It's also kinda creepy."
"I've always thought that the only thing keeping it from looking like a horror movie for the ages is the lighting. Thankfully, the walk never takes too long." She spied their target and shifted paths, towing Bell behind her.
"Wait,"
Bell said when she reached for the handle.
"I need a moment. I'm about to see not only a paradise, but your paradise, and I need to prepare so that I can appreciate it fully."
He closed his eyes, breathing deep. Lily leaned against her door, amusement warring with the nerves twisting her stomach. A pair of women walked down a nearby path behind him, and one of them did a double-take. She paled, grabbing her companion's arm. Both women froze, eyes raking him over from horns to tail, then flicking between him and Lily. Her blood iced over at the judgment and fear in their eyes. "Are you okay?" the first woman mouthed at her. Lily smothered her irritation so they wouldn't misinterpret it as a cry for help. They obviously meant well, and normally she'd appreciate the potential backup, but she knew their reaction was based purely on the fact that Bell was a demon. She smiled, throwing them a thumbs up. They moved on, glancing back occasionally until they were out of sight. Bell let out a long exhale and opened his eyes. "Nerd mode activated?" she asked.
"Nerd mode is always activated. Turbo nerd mode is now engaged."
She grinned, twisted the handle, and stepped through, standing aside for Bell and spending an inordinate amount of time making sure the door was latched behind him, then wiping at an imaginary speck of dust on the wood. Would he be disappointed? Would he even fit through the door? Could demons be allergic to cats? Did he have allergies? What would he think about the picture? She should have covered it. Would he even notice? She toyed with the hem of her shorts, calling herself 6 kinds of ridiculous and 3 kinds of coward before mustering the courage to turn and see his reaction. He stood with his mouth open, arms slack at his sides. Even his wings and tail were limp. "Think brave, be brave, Lily." Oh boy.
Chapter 25. Staring Contest. Bell. It was the most beautiful place he'd ever seen. The sun had set behind distant mountains, the last vestiges of twilight fading on the horizon. Lights from other houses dotted the hills like golden stars, while fireflies danced among them and in her lush, fenced-in garden. Laughter floated up the hill from the little village, along with strains of jaunty music, while out on the smooth waters of a fjord, the lanterns of rowboats twinkled. The light from Lily's home illuminated the garden and stone path leading to a round front door cracked open just enough to explain the presence of the cat sitting on the doorstep. The drool-worthy scent of cinnamon rolls wafted temptingly into the cooling air. It felt like home. The small palace he'd spent his whole life in was comforting in its familiarity and precious for the memories it held. But something about Lily's paradise sank into his bones, filling him with a sense of peace both familiar and foreign. Initial thoughts? Was she nervous? He tried to find the words, wishing he had his sister Annika's talent for eloquence, and deciding that simple honesty would have to do. "It feels like you," he said quietly. Her lips parted in surprise. "Not the version of you that works at the help desk, but the real you. I like it. A lot. So very much." His heart rate kicked up, but he was spared from waiting for her response by something brushing against his ankle. The cat had emerged from the house to sniff at his sweatpants, its long fur glossy and well-kept. "Max?" Lily nodded fondly. "For the record, I left the door shut so that I could give you a warning before the little turd decided to introduce himself." "That's okay." He crouched down, ignoring the protest of his aching muscles. Max bolted away to hide behind Lily's legs, which only drew Belle's attention to the smooth, tantalizing stretch of skin, the intricate black and gray tattoos on her thigh, the athletic lines of her calves leading down to... He barked out a laugh, glanced at her footwear again, and had to put a hand on the ground to balance while he dissolved into a fit of giggles. Her clog-like shoes were the ugliest piece of footwear he'd ever laid eyes on, and the glittery black surface did nothing to assuage that fact. "Those are," he managed once he caught his breath, "not something I expected you to have." Lily held out her leg like a model showing off couture footwear. "Aren't they hideous?" She beamed. "They're so stupid. I love them. Plus, they're comfy. Now shoo, go make a new friend." She said the last bit to the cat, who had already begun creeping out to inspect him once more. A cursory sniff of Belle's extended hand resulted in an enthusiastic mashing of his head against Belle's palm. Success. He lavished attention on Max, who purred so hard that Belle wondered how he managed to stand, until Lily scooped the cat up, shaking her head. "You can schmooze him later," she told the cat, kissing its head and smiling at Belle. "Come on, big guy, let's get you onto a couch." "Well, damn," Belle grinned, pushing to his feet. "At least buy me dinner first." Lily bumped his hip with hers. "What do you think the cinnamon roll is for?" "In that case, lead the way." Hanging flowers draped around her round door, their light perfume lingering in the air. Lily pushed the door fully open, depositing the cat onto the floor, and Belle was delighted to realize that he didn't have to duck to follow her. Tidy and clean without being sterile, the whole place was lived in and cozy, with elegant touches that somehow fit perfectly. His eyes snagged on a large picture by the door, and everything in him stilled. Lily stood with two young men who shared similar features and red hair in different shades. Her brothers. They had to be. They stood on a cliff overlooking a crashing sea, laughing and wild. Lily's features were softer, younger, but her beautiful eyes still drew him in, an unfamiliar caution in their hazel depths. Lily came to stand beside him, and the silence stretched. "That was a good day," she murmured, a waver in her tone that he'd only heard once before. "We had no business being there, and we all promised to never tell our parents how reckless we'd been. But it was a good day." Belle could see that. There was a joy there that couldn't be faked. What were their names? Their names are Tommy, the taller one, and Ryan. I was the oldest. The quiet pain in her voice tore his gaze away from the picture. He didn't know the exact kind of grief spilling over her face, but he knew all too well how choking grief could be. He slipped his hand into hers, only momentarily surprised by the strength of her grip. She studied the picture while he studied her, memorizing the delicate slope of her nose and the sweep of her wet lashes. He didn't overthink it, simply reached up with his free hand to brush his knuckles down her satiny cheek, smoothing away the track of wetness. "I left them," she said softly. "I didn't want to, and I hope they know that." She chuckled wetly and without humor. "I lied to them when I was sick, especially towards the end. It was stupid, and I knew I was making promises I couldn't keep, but they needed something to hold on to make things easier." "How did you lie?" He took every ounce of control not to wrap her in his arms and soothe, but the moment felt important. What she was feeling and sharing was important. "Lots of ways. They'd ask me how I was feeling or ask if I wanted to watch a movie with them. All I wanted to do was lay in bed and cry, but I'd go watch whatever they wanted. I knew I couldn't make it easier to watch me die. All I could do was leave them with memories." She smiled a little. "I told them I'd steal their socks from the other side. I figured that every time they did laundry and one of their socks went missing, they'd think of me. I said it as a joke, but they made me promise, even though I knew I was lying. We were supposed to watch each other get old, mourn our parents together, annoy the shit out of each other for another few decades at least, teach their kids how to swear and tell them stories about when we were kids. We weren't particularly close, but we were always there for each other. I'm the oldest. I was supposed to look out for them. I haven't even looked them up on Mortal Tube since I got here. I can't," she said, referring to the video site that many souls use to check in on living loved ones or to keep up with current events. Bell brought his hands up to cradle her face, the picture forgotten. He'd been wondering where they stood. Perhaps the fatigue and stress and worry of the last few days had worn away his caution, or perhaps it was him deciding the bounds of friendship were simply not enough, but he ran the pad of his thumb over the arch of her cheekbone, soothingly, watching for her reaction. If she was surprised or shocked by his closeness, she didn't show it, or reject it. Instead, she held his gaze as if it were a lifeline. Grief isn't linear. There's no formula to it, and sometimes you feel guilty for feeling or not feeling a certain way. That's okay. He paused, battling hundreds of years of habit and pain. Lily needs to hear this. I need to say it. In the equation of grief, as one of the people who has been left behind and had to mourn, I promise you that your brothers know. You loved them. You still love them. If they know nothing else, they know that, Princess. Just like they know that you did the best you could while you were there. He saw the exact moment that sharp mind of hers processed that he'd once lost someone dear to him, and he waited for the pity. He knew he wasn't giving her the full story, wasn't telling her the how or why and the complications of both in his heart. But he did know the pain of that kind of grief, of being left behind, and he could give her this comfort. Because no matter how raw it was for him, he understood that you could know someone loved you and tried their best, even as you grieved their leaving you. His heart raced and stuttered. Few beings he knew in the afterlife could understand, and he'd never been close enough with a mortal soul to bring it up. Part of him braced for her pity or her scorn, but he didn't want Lily to see him as weak. He wanted her to see his weakness and not think less of him for it. Didn't everyone want the same? The moment stretched, a precious juncture of intimacy between two people. It scared the shit out of him, all while hope made his heart ache. Lily looked up at him, not with pity or scorn, with understanding. Fear loosened its hold on his lungs. She stepped forward, holding him as if he were the precious one, and he wrapped her in his embrace, burying his nose in the curve of her neck. A paw batted the tip of his tail, followed by a long, plaintive meow. They laughed. He loved her laugh, loved the way her body moved against his when they laughed. It felt right to have her in his arms. Felt right to be in hers. Neither of them let go. Max meowed again. It's a conspiracy to drive me insane. First the house, now the cat, Lily said into his chest. What's the house done now? The house groaned, and adrenaline jolted up his spine. He stared at the nearest wall. Okay, so it was different than the row of showers, and slightly disconcerting to stand inside the thing making all the conversational noise. Yeah, Lily sighed. That was about my reaction, too. She grimaced up at the ceiling. I'm sure you're being helpful, but it doesn't always sound like it. The house groaned again. Maybe it's trying to tell you something? Belle suggested, eyeing the coat hooks warily. It was paradise, so it wouldn't hurt anyone, right? Just in case, he began cataloging everything that could be used as a weapon or shield. Just in case. That's a journey of discovery that'll have to happen another day. I'm tired. You're exhausted. Don't lie to me, Beleth. I see how you're moving, and the bags under your eyes. She held up a warning finger. I called you hoping we could have a chill evening being dorks and watching movies. So here. She scooped up the cat winding between her legs and handed it to him. Take the furball, let the power of purring heal you, and get your butt on the couch. We're going to get at least one cinnamon roll in you before we pick a show and pass out. Belle adjusted the cat so that he held it like a baby, running a finger through the soft fur of its belly. Max closed his eyes in ecstasy. Belle smiled, wondering what the two of them had been like as mortals. A flicker of movement was his only warning before Lily's hand cupped his cheek. He looked up in surprise. If or when you are ready to tell the story, or if you just need someone to listen, I'm here. Her smile was soft. I see you, big guy.
Lily. Belle had inhaled half a dozen cinnamon rolls, then nibbled on a seventh one as they turned the living room into a cozy nest. The couch had morphed before their eyes, the back shifting to accommodate Belle's wings, and the seats growing deeper so that they could both stretch their legs. The little wince as he eased onto the couch, as well as the sigh he tried to hide, told her everything she needed to know. Armed with notepads, ensconced in a few of her softest blankets, and cradling mugs of tea, they settled next to each other a safe distance apart, as usual. But she'd never felt that distance so acutely. They'd held each other in the entryway. He'd cradled her face. She wanted that closeness back desperately, even as her mind warred over it. Being brave and opening up to a friend was one thing. Moving beyond friendship? No matter how much she wanted him, wanted all of him, and even with her resolution to no longer shackle herself with fear, it wasn't just her fear that was the problem. It was that the time she could give Belle was limited. Lily swallowed a sigh. Max, looking cartoonishly fluffy and small, seemed to have decided that Belle was simply a large heating pad with the ability to give attention, and remained perched on his lap while they watched a docuseries on sharks. At some point, Belle got up to use the bathroom, something Lily no longer had to deal with. The house conveniently sprouted a bathroom with a toilet in the hallway by their bedrooms. When he sat back down, their shoulders brushed. Later, Lily pulled her blanket up and shifted to a more comfortable position, and their thighs touched. Neither of them commented on it or made any move to get away. The bare skin of his arm seared against hers. As she made a note about the sleeping habits of reef sharks, she caught herself writing, "Rest close together under hot, smooth," and hurriedly scribbled out the last two words. Under caves and ledges. Lily gave up on taking notes. Her focus zeroed in on each point of contact. They were innocent, casual touches, but she burned. The temptation to straddle his lap and see if he knew how to kiss in a way that was distinctly outside the bounds of friendship was so intense that she mentally shoved herself. I should really move away. She didn't. The heavy grittiness of her eyes saved her from the dilemma altogether. She caught herself nodding off a few times, the fight back to consciousness only growing more difficult each time. She woke up at some point to find her head propped on Belle's shoulder, the weight on her hair dimly registering as his cheek. Every muscle in his body had grown lax, his breathing deep and even. The lights had dimmed themselves and the TV had gone dark. His mostly empty mug tilted precariously in his loose grip, but before she could do more than raise her arm, it disappeared. She murmured a drowsy thank you to the house, snuggled into Belle's side, and let sleep pull her under. Waking up was like swimming through honey, a heavy, slow approach to consciousness that resulted from a deep rest. Lily cracked an eye enough to register the golden light diffusing through the windows, wondered why her room was so bright, then snuggled back into the delicious cocoon of warmth she'd found herself in. She pulled her body pillow closer, pleased that it seemed firmer than usual. Something thudded steadily under her ear, as reassuring as a heartbeat. She nuzzled into her body pillow that was breathing. It all came back. Belle's silly bat slippers, the revelations in the entryway, the gradual progression of cuddling on the couch. She couldn't bring herself to regret a second of it. Her eyes eased open as she took a catalog of their bodies. They must have shifted to lay lengthwise on the couch, which seemed to have morphed again to make them more comfortable. She lay between Belle and the back of the couch, one of her legs between his, an arm thrown over his side, fingers brushing the hot skin of his back where his shirt had ridden up. Her other arm was folded between them, hand resting by her cheek, one finger hooked in the collar of his shirt. Belle lay on his side with his back to the room, one arm resting heavily over her waist, his hand pressed to her back like he held her to him even in sleep. She could feel his other arm beneath the pillow both their heads rested on, guessing that the spot of heat on her upper back was his hand. Something warm and smooth was coiled around her calf of the leg resting between his. His tail, maybe? She didn't want to move to find out. A gentle bulge pressed against her thigh, sending liquid heat trickling through her veins. His chin and lips were pressed into her hair, each exhalation ruffling the half-loose strands. Her nose was barely an inch away from the strong column of his neck, and all she could smell was his warm, slightly musky scent, touched with the clove soap he'd showered with the night before. She'd never been so attracted to anyone before. She ran her fingertips over the satiny skin of his neck, wondering what it would be like to trace the hollows and lines with her lips. Dangerous. Dangerous and selfish. He was sweet and kind and sly and funny, with a bone-deep steadiness to him that soothed a part of her she hadn't known needed soothing. Not only did each moment in his presence feel like a breath of fresh air, he made her already healthy sex drive threaten to go into overdrive. It wasn't just his heavy, solid body that she absolutely appreciated. It was him. She'd been attracted to his mind long before she'd ever laid eyes on his body. She followed the line of his collarbone with the faintest of touches, a familiar, hollow ache yawning open in her chest. Even if they ended up together, an idea that sent a quiet thrill through her, she couldn't offer him anything beyond companionship and love, and she would have to surrender part of a dream. She'd always, in all of her lifetimes, wanted to be a mother. She'd known the effects that pregnancy would have on her body, known about the exhaustion, known that she wouldn't be a perfect parent, but damn, she would have tried. She would have loved her children, just as she already loved Sharky. She'd kept the desire quiet in her last life. Motherhood had seemed so limiting when she'd been growing up in the church. In her church, it had been considered the pinnacle of achievement for all women, No matter how much she'd wanted to be a mother, she'd always thought that idea was horseshit. Had they met women? Had they listened to and seen the glorious ideas and dreams and stories and drive they had? The pinnacle of a woman's achievement was determined by each woman themselves. Who was the church to limit them to a reproductive role? Even after she'd left religion, she'd kept her desires close. Out of spite at first, then out of pain. When she'd hit 30 without a single serious relationship, friends and family had stopped making pitying, helpful comments and started giving her somber looks. Then, once she'd found out about the cancer, she'd hoped that it would happen for her in a future lifetime, if such a thing existed. The longer she was in the afterlife, the muddier her desire became. She loved her paradise, her work, and now Sharky. Then there was everything she felt for Belle. However, she hated her silent chest, the nagging sense of something missing, the guilt of failure. The mortal world, fucked up though it could be, was full of wonder. Beautiful things and moments were made all the more special because of the ephemeral nature of mortality. She still thought about going back, but her series of short, painful lives were a testament to the fact that nothing in life was guaranteed, and that had cooled her urgency for another try. Belle had a heart that, even in the afterlife, was rare and incandescent. He'd once joked that he didn't half-ass anything, he full-assed it or no-assed it. He full-ass loved his family, his friends, his work as a general, his life. Belle had already lost someone once, somehow, and it had clearly devastated him. He didn't deserve any more of that pain. And that was exactly what would happen if she let things progress and someday left to reincarnate. Belle shifted, pulling his head back and moving down so that their faces were even and their noses nearly brushed. It wouldn't be fair to him, to either of us, she tried to rationalize, to resist the spell that settled over them. The understanding and desire in his silver eyes had the whole room, the whole afterlife, falling away. His hand left her waist to cradle her face and neck, thumb running over her cheek in a tantalizingly slow motion. She could feel his want, pulsing as strongly as her own. Her fingers moved of their own accord, running up to his chin, touching the blunted spikes there and making his eyelashes dip. There would be no coming back from this moment, she realized. After this, neither of them could pretend their feelings were completely platonic and they were just friends anymore. "I'm a mortal soul, Belle," she whispered. Maybe he could help her be reasonable. He knew what her being a soul meant. "I know," he murmured back. I'll reincarnate someday." His eyebrows twitched together for a moment, but his eyes remained soft, his thumb still moving maddeningly over her skin. "I know." "I don't want to hurt you. You don't deserve that." He looked at her steadily. "Do you think I deserve to be happy?" "Yes," she breathed. His nose brushed hers, and her breath caught in her throat. He was right there. His fingers ghosted over the sensitive spot on her neck, and she bit back a whimper. "I want to be happy with you, Princess, for as long as you'll let me. Whatever time we have together will be a greater gift than I deserve. And when you go back to the mortal world," his voice grew raspy, "I will be cheering for you every step of the way, honored that, even for a short time, I got to call you mine." She swallowed. "I'd be being selfish." "Why? Because you know it will end? If I've learned anything from grief, it's that we should all love like mortals." He paused, breath fanning over her lips, his fingers soft on her skin. "Forever is never guaranteed, not even here, Princess. She pulled back slightly to scan his eyes, to see the honesty there, the heat, and the powerful feelings she was too scared to identify, even if she knew he saw them mirrored in her own eyes. "Love like mortals?" she asked quietly, cautious hope blooming in her chest.
"Yes,"
he murmured. Lily eased forward, brushing his lips with hers. Her eyes drifted shut at the ecstasy of even that simple touch. His hand tightened on her cheek, lips parting on a gasp. There was a brief moment when they both seemed to reorient themselves to the new paradigm of the universe. Then Belle's lips were on hers again, gently, the faint taste of the cinnamon rolls a heady companion to the taste of him. The kiss was sweet, tender in a way that made her fears vanish entirely, even if just for the moment. His lips softened, and hers parted ever so slightly. It didn't need to build to anything now. No, that would come later. Nor was it the time for any great exploration of each other. This incandescent moment was for them. The simple, perfect intimacy of sharing their breath, of softly touching lips and gentle caresses, of being together. When they eased apart, Lily smiled softly at him. Belle's expression was wondrous.
"This better not be a dream,"
he rumbled, fingers tracing aimless, soothing patterns on her back. "Not a dream," she murmured, brushing a loose strand of his hair back and running her fingers over the rugged line of his jaw. "What are you doing?" Sharky asked. They froze. The world rushing back in. Sunlight, couch, birds, morning. Kid in a shark onesie home from a field trip. They locked eyes. Busted, I think. "Staring contest," Lily said, proud that her voice sounded even and nonchalant. Belle's eyes crinkled and gleamed with new mischief.
"I'm winning,"
he said without looking away. "Why are you lying down, though?" Sharky sounded skeptical. Lily could hear the funny, scrunched-up expression that Sharky made when she wasn't buying whatever she was being told. "We were sitting up, but we got tired," Lily explained. It wasn't technically a lie. "That's a long staring contest. Can I shower and then we can have breakfast? I don't like yogurt and granola." Belle snorted, not looking away. "Well, now we really are having a staring contest, and I'm going to win." "Is that what they were serving on the trip?" "Yeah." Sharky sounded disgusted. "Lucy brought me home because we have cinnamon rolls here, so why would I eat granola?" Lily chuckled. "Fair and valid. Go shower. I'll have the cinnamon rolls heated up and waiting by the time you're done." She heard Sharky scamper away, but remained focused on Belle's eyes, gleaming with competition.
"You gonna go get those cinnamon rolls started?"
he asked. "Sure, once I've won this staring contest." She grinned. Chapter 26. Buy me dinner first. Lily.
"You cheated,"
Belle said flatly, bracing his free hand on the countertop beside her thigh and glowering at her. Lily adjusted her position on the counter and sipped her tea. "The rules of engagement were hazy at best. You licked my nose. I pinched you. It was that or seduce you, and I didn't want to horrify Sharky." He huffed, eyes darkening in a way that had her shifting her position again. Now that she knew what his lips felt like when he was being sweet, she couldn't help but wonder how they'd feel when he let loose a little. Or a lot.
"I'll accept that logic. Though, speaking of which..."
He stepped closer and set his mug down beside her.
"What, if anything, do you want to tell Sharky?"
His expression was neutral, still a bit sleep-rumpled, with faint shadows lingering under his eyes. There, a hint of vulnerability in those eyes. She traced the heavy line of his eyebrow before cradling his cheek. He leaned into the touch. The truth, if that's fine with you. I have nothing to hide, and you're a little big for me to carry over my head like a trophy, so I'll have to settle for claiming you however I can. He pressed a kiss to her palm, before leaning in to brush a soft kiss to her lips, warmth and lightness suffusing her body. Am I happy? He kissed her again, moving so that he caged her against the cabinets with his body, her knees cradling his hips.
Am more than fine with that. How do you feel about PDA?
Big fan in theory, as long as it's within reason. I like it when you touch me, but I've also seen people get way too comfortable in public. You? She fiddled with a strand of hair that had escaped the haphazard bun he'd thrown his hair into.
I'm pretty sure I like it when you touch me too, he said, his innocent tone completely at odds with the impish gleam in his eyes.
She raised a hand to his collarbone, tracing it through his shirt, then lightly scraping her nails down his chest. Only pretty sure? He grunted, impishness swapping to something hungrier.
Upon review, I'm very sure. And we're on the same page about PDA, too.
She smirked. I thought so. He checked over his shoulder and lowered his voice.
While we're on the subject, what are your thoughts on intimacy?
Her stomach swooped and twisted. She played with his hair again, watching herself twirl his hair around her finger while she considered the question. She wanted him, badly, obviously, but her old habits of using sex as a patch for emotional intimacy had her veering annoyingly toward caution. What if she stopped growing their emotional connection without even realizing it? What they had was precious, and she didn't quite trust herself yet. I'm not opposed to some sexy exploration, but I want to make sure we get us a little more figured out before I start fully having my wicked way with you. He guided her chin up so she was looking at him, and relief washed over her at the mischief written all over his handsome face.
If I had pearls, I'd be clutching them, Princess. Explore all you want, but beyond that, you'll have to buy me dinner first.
What? The cinnamon rolls aren't good enough? She feigned indignation but couldn't stop her smile. I love joking with him. I love that I can joke with him and it's still safe. Belle tisked sadly.
Unfortunately, I require enthusiastic consent and at least 2 food groups.
They have icing.
I'll take it into consideration. But seriously, I'm more than fine with that. Let's just keep an open dialogue with each other about it, yeah? We're important, and we can take all the time we need.
His fingers traced up the bare skin of her arms, following her tattoos and leaving goosebumps in their wake, moving over her shirt to lightly circle her throat. Her breath hitched, lips parting on a gasp.
Is this okay?
He murmured. At her nod, he smirked and brushed his nose against hers, deep voice rumbling in his chest.
Good. Once we have us figured out, and you've had your wicked way with me, brace yourself, Princess, because I'm planning on having my wicked, wicked way with you.
No one had ever called her bluff and challenged her like that. It was an entirely new sensation, and she craved it. Let's plan on missing work for a few days, then. His thumb stroked up the side of her neck, finding the sensitive spot just below her ear. She fisted his shirt, panting.
So responsive, Princess.
He breathed against her mouth, holding himself just out of reach for a span of his heartbeats, then kissed her, reached for his tea, and stepped back. Fucking tease. She was on fire. Have you been staring at each other this whole time? Are the cinnamon rolls cold? Ah, he'd heard Sharky before she had. Lily wrinkled her nose at Sharky, who had changed into pajama pants and a t-shirt with a grinning shark and bold letters stating, "Caution, will bite." Her blonde hair was wet from her shower and tangled in a way that told Lily she'd forgotten to brush it again. "Of course not. I won. The cinnamon rolls are toasty warm. They're in the foil on the table. Do you want cocoa?" "Yes, please."
She cheated, Belle added. Cocoa mix is in that cupboard, yeah?
"Yep, second shelf," Lily confirmed, sliding off the counter.
Thought I saw it in there. How was the field trip?
Sharky launched into an enthusiastic retelling of her adventure, while Lily and Belle joined her at the table, sipping their tea and asking questions when appropriate. Lily let her knee rest against his. He curled his tail around her calf, the sensation odd but not unpleasant, much like the warm lightness in her body that had yet to fade. Max leapt onto the table, both Sharky and Lily letting out indignant squawks the moment he landed. Belle picked him up, settling him onto his lap, where Max immediately began kneading his thigh. The cat blinked slowly at Lily in a way that could only be described as smug, rubbing his cheek against Belle's stomach and purring with all his might.
"He's very loud for being so small,"
Belle said over his mug. "Are there cats in hell?" Sharky asked, a smear of frosting on her chin.
There are, but hellcats are a little different than mortal cats. Bigger, for one. There's a mortal cat that showed up a century ago and decided to attach itself to the 14th Legion. Her name is Pumpkin. Follows them everywhere. Well, almost.
A shadow darted over his expression, but he took a quick forkful of steaming cinnamon roll and seemed to carefully ignore the fact that Lily was staring at him. Something, probably the reason for his over a week-long super-secret mission, had him worried. That, combined with the apparent tenderness of his body, made a wave of protectiveness surge through her. "Excuse me, Belle?" Sharky's voice had a note of vulnerability that had both of them snapping their attention to her. She rubbed at the frosting on her chin with the back of her hand. "When you're done eating, can you help me test something?"
Sure.
He shoveled the last piece of the cinnamon roll into his mouth, drained his mug, and stood.
What do you need me to do?
Sharky wiggled off her chair, gesturing for him to follow her down the hallway. Lily cleared the table, flipping off the ceiling as the last plate vanished before she could touch it. "Let me do something," she hissed, holding the plates a little tighter. "At least let me put them in the sink, or so help me, I will host a mud wrestling competition in the living room, on the rug." The house gave a little shudder. Sharky yelled down the hallway, "Stop arguing with Carl! It doesn't like it!"
Carl?
Belle rumbled. Lily set the dishes in the sink, rolling her eyes. Not him, too. A muffled thump and a grunt sounded in the hallway.
One more?
Belle asked. Sharky said something unintelligible. Another thump. A small sigh of relief. Lily melted. Testing the door. They had to be. Until she'd decided to go on the field trip, Sharky had consistently and quietly gone straight to her room as soon as darkness fell and stayed within the protective confines of it until morning, when she would emerge bright-eyed and ready to take on the afterlife. Lily hadn't commented on it, wanting her to have personal time and space, while hopefully providing the attention and patience she needed in the daylight hours. She headed into the living room, folding their abandoned blankets and smoothing her hand over the dip Belle's head had left in the pillow. The odd indentation of his horn made her smile. The door to the library closed, and Sharky and Belle appeared in the living room a moment later, a stack of books in Belle's arm. Lily pointed at them, baffled.
Sharky showed me your library.
His eyes gleamed, the big nerd.
Is it okay if I borrow a few?
Lily said brilliantly. fairly certain she'd hidden the vibrator she'd brought into the library for when a book was particularly well written.
Sure? Which ones did you go for?
They were both regulars at the Universal Library, and there wasn't a single book she had that it didn't, but hers was curated to her personal tastes. Belle's grin shot right past Impish and went directly to Wicked.
I looked for the ones with the most broken-in spines. I figured you must have particularly liked those. Plus, Sharky pointed out a few she's seen you reading, too.
Smart, she said neutrally. A demon prince and experienced general of 85 whole-ass legions of hell had an armful of filthy smut. A trilogy of BDSM romance, one of her favorite fantasy romances, and several monster romances, all with well-worn spines, particularly in certain places. Is that the one with the tail scene? Shit. Curse my love of paperbacks. Hardcovers would have hidden the evidence better. Screw it. They'd built a friendship on trust and honesty, even if they both had wounds they weren't ready to bear yet. Why not build a romantic relationship on the same? Are you okay? You're really red, Sharky asked, glancing between her and Belle. Is she okay?
Yeah, I think she's just protective of her books. Isn't that right?
He couldn't have looked smugger if he tried. You got it. Take good care of them, please. Think of me while you read certain scenes.
I plan on taking notes. Our favorite books say a lot about us, don't you think?
Absolutely. I'd love to read a few of your favorites, too. Not a lie. She wanted a peek into what made that mind of his tick, what made him happy, made him curious. Her eyes dropped to the fuzzy bat slippers on his feet. Are you heading out? His smile dimmed, wings shifting with a soft rustle.
Yeah, I have some reports to start on.
She raised an eyebrow and tucked that information away to analyze later, along with all the other shreds and pieces she'd gathered along the way. Do you want a bag for the books? He shook his head. I'll walk out with you. Sharky, want to come? Yeah, 5 minutes. She scurried to her room. Lily joined him in the entryway, searching his eyes for clues. His smile turned rueful. I don't need to know, she began. I want to know, but I respect that there's things you don't want to, or can't, share about what you do. I've been hearing some weird things around the afterlife, so I know there's something going on, and it's not as small as I thought. But what the fuck is out there that can rough you up, big guy? You were gone 10 days, and you came back stiff and sore and still worried about something. And I'm worried about you. For a moment, despite the ridiculous outfit and the messy hair, he was every inch the general, responsibility and capability draping over him like a cloak. He seemed to briefly wrestle with something, then nodded.
Keep secrets, princess,
he said, the corners of his mouth going tight.
Just not from me, yeah?
So it wasn't common knowledge yet. Okay. He checked for Sharky, leaning in until his mouth brushed her ear, the potential eroticism of the gesture utterly lost to the seriousness of the moment as he spoke quietly. I've told you that we mainly defend against other universes. Well, at the moment, at least one isn't friendly with ours. They broke through in one of the fringe realms. A small incursion, apparently an exploratory mission. Her mind whirled, pieces falling into place to form a picture she didn't like. What do they want?
As far as we know, they have depleted the inherent power of their universe and are after the power generated by the souls in ours. Remember what I said about how our souls become part of the universe? That's what they're after. And it's not just denizens. When mortal souls find their final peace, they become part of it too.
The implications of what was at risk hit her like a train. They can take that power?
No, not without...
His jaw flexed.
Not easily. And we reiterated that. Because we mounted a defense and won, but it was hard won. I'm worried because we don't know yet if it was enough to discourage further attempts. We hope so, but there is still a rift there, so we're still patrolling and guarding the area just in case.
Lily took a breath and touched his thick wrist. Thank you for telling me. Belle nodded.
Avoid the fringe realms altogether for a while. If anything happens and you see something wrong, trust me, you'll know when something doesn't belong to this universe. Get yourself and Sharky to paradise if you can. It was the first stronghold of the afterlife, and it's the most powerful. If not, get yourselves to hell and go deep. I'm not trying to scare you, but I feel better knowing you're prepared.
Lily committed every word, every inflection of his warning to memory. She didn't realize she'd gripped his shirt until he'd finished talking. Souls regenerate, she murmured, glancing over her shoulder.
True.
He winced, rubbing at his shoulder with the opposite hand, the same shoulder she'd seen him favoring since he'd arrived.
But it'll be agony. It doesn't just hurt. It's soul-changing pain. I don't want that for you. For anyone. But especially not for you or Sharky.
Her grip on his shirt tightened. Belle, you don't regenerate.
No.
His voice was guarded. She met his eyes, searching, processing everything she'd just learned. Her soul ached at the idea of an afterlife, of a universe without Belle in it. It was on the tip of her tongue to demand that he keep himself safe, to do whatever it took to get home, including running for his life. But that wasn't realistic. Those kinds of speeches belonged in the sappy romance novels he held, and Belle was proud of what he did. He loved being a general and all that came with it. He'd never run from that responsibility before, and he never would. I won't ask you to be less than who and what you are. Ever, she breathed. A little furrow formed between his brows. I'm selfish, but I'm not that selfish. Be safe. Go be a kick-ass general. Do what you have to do to keep us all safe. But please be as safe as you can, too. I want to be able to smack your ass in front of Lev and listen to him gasp like a scandalized grandmother. I'll feel heinously guilty if I'm smacking the ass of a corpse. A bit of the intensity evaporated, the crinkles returning around his eyes.
You'll still do it, though, right?
Of course. I'll cop one last feel, knowing it's what you would have wanted. It won't be as satisfying if you're not there to savor the moment with me, though. So, be fucking safe. She kissed him lightly. Please. Joking about being irreverent at his funeral was one thing, but she'd never do it. The grief of her life, her family, her friends was enough. Grieving her best friend, the person she might find real happiness with on top of it all? Too much.
I'll be safe, he said. And feel free to cop a feel any time. Just don't grab my ass in front of Lucifer.
Why?
He's a little too excited about me breaking my single streak, and I don't want to give him the satisfaction, he said darkly. She snorted. Sharky gleefully interrogated Belle about the shark documentary they'd watched the night before as they walked toward the stone arch. Lily ignored the twist of nerves, reaching for his hand as soon as they'd walked outside. He laced their fingers together and gave her hand a squeeze that made all the nerves melt away. She'd known about the other universes, and known that universal defense was the primary point of Hell's armies, but she hadn't realized how real it was.
Lily, can we go to Hell today? Sharky asked.
Yeah, you still want to go to school, right?
Sharky nodded so hard her hood flopped back.
Sweet. I'll get some work done while you're busy.
She'd already received several respectful but slightly pathetic messages from at least a dozen of the gate demons, Crocell chief among them when it came to verging on whining. Apparently, it had been a spectacularly dramatic few days for souls, and they all missed her. Sweeties. She'd bring them the rest of the cinnamon rolls. Belle squeezed her hand when they reached the archway, calloused fingers slipping away. He raised an eyebrow at her, playful smile dancing over his lips. "Sharky," Lily said. Sharky pulled her attention away from the activity outside the arch, curiosity written all over her face. "Just so you know, Belle and I are together now." "Like a couple," Belle clarified, shifting the stack of books under his arm. Sharky looked at them like they were idiots. "Well, yeah. Haven't you always been?" Lily's mouth dropped open, but then she laughed. "I'm going to kiss Lily now," Belle told Sharky, who made a face similar to the one she'd made when a woman in the Summerland had convinced her to eat steamed broccoli. Lily shook her head, already reaching to grab the collar of Belle's shirt. "Not if I kiss you first," she told him a moment before her lips landed on his. It was brief and wonderful, gloriously novel in its unfamiliarity, but warmly comforting. Belle knelt to give a one-armed hug to Sharky, fixing her hood for her before striding through the halls, unbothered about his outfit. Lily watched him go, chuckling as more than a few people turned to watch him pass, confusion written all over their faces. "Work it, big guy." "I don't know why you guys thought it was some big secret," Sharky said, coming to lean against her side. Lily wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "It's not like you guys were subtle." Chapter 27. Sex Appeal. Lily.
"Do you have any idea who I am?"
The soul snarled as Lily swirled her tea.
"I am not someone to be trifled with, and when your superiors hear about your smarmy attitude,
they'll be utterly unsurprised and more annoyed with you than they ever will be with me." A smarmy rich person who wasn't rich, but was wealthy enough to have brushed up against the seedier side of the higher tax brackets. He hadn't just dipped a toe into that pool of debauchery either. He'd swan-dived into it with Olympic form, evading various civil suits and complaints leveled against him by former employees by abusing his power and connections. Then there was the endless stream of mistresses and escorts of dubious age, his favorite of which had looked rather like his daughter. She masked her gag with a sip of tea. Some days it felt insurmountable and demoralizing, both the number of souls who came through her line and their myriad twisted decisions and actions. Thankfully, their thoughts rarely factored into their judgment and were seldom shown in the files. She'd asked Zazanog, a cheerful, non-binary demon who worked one of the intake desks, about it once. They'd explained with knowing yellow eyes and a dimpled smile that thoughts only mattered if souls acted on them, indulged them, dwelled on them.
"We all have terrible thoughts, yes? Sometimes they leap into our minds out of nowhere. Other times they creep out of crevices in ourselves we were unaware of or tried to forget. This is normal. It is a condition of life, of being, that our minds shock us sometimes. But this is where we define ourselves. We are either horrified or confused or disgusted by these thoughts and work to change them, or we let them rule us. Our first thoughts about a situation are seldom what we actually believe. They are what we have been conditioned to think, or sometimes they truly are random spits of consciousness. But our second thoughts, that is where we are. It has helped me, working in this position, to forgive myself for my terrible first thoughts, and to pay more attention to my second thoughts."
Lily glanced to where Zazanog used their fork to scrape every last smidge of icing off their plate in between souls stepping up to their desk. They had been one of the first to swarm around Sharky as she'd helped carry the plate of cinnamon rolls around to the demons, who had been thrilled to get a treat twice in 1 week. Kindness. That was what helped keep the shadows at bay and kept the shitty souls from being so overwhelming. Kindness and humor and simple understanding. The stupid hacky sack still got kicked around every so often. They exchanged commiserating looks when someone particularly taxing came through. Sometimes the demons would have little dance-offs when things got a little slow. They'd all cheered like lunatics when a certain politician arrived, and hurried towards the stairs without further fuss, all the way down to level 9 and the tender mercies of Gregoreth. The lesson of kindness clearly hadn't stuck with the soul on the other side of her desk, and they launched into yet another vitriolic tirade. Zagan shuffled behind them, arching an eyebrow and doing an apathetic Macarena. He gave a stripper-quality swing of his narrow hips before he turned and began the process again. Lily sucked her lips into her mouth. "Are you laughing at me?" The soul spit. Literally spit. The droplets landed across her desk but hit an invisible barrier before they could touch her. Fucker. Lily tapped a finger against her steaming mug. "I cannot be bought. I cannot be threatened. I cannot be bargained with. None of us can. None of us have even the faintest desire to listen to you." She tilted her head. "However, if you refuse to shut up and go down to level 7 as ordered, we would love to make you feel as afraid and helpless as you made everyone in this file feel. Your employees, your wife, your mistresses, the escorts you treated as subhuman, your children." The soul went from cherry red to sickly white with every word. "Truly, we would love that. I would love that. Alternatively, you can be a good boy and do as you're told. It'll save the trainees from having to clean the floor again." One of the trainees, a gangly young female demon with pale ochre skin and ram horns that she'd painted with glitter, glanced at the cleaning closet with a wince and hurried off to a new position. The soul's mouth worked for a few moments before they finally turned and scuttled away. Zagan paused his dance as soon as the soul had turned and leaned on his spear with a squint.
Why are rich people so touchy?
They're typically used to getting their way. This is probably the first time some of them have faced actual consequences. It's a hell of a learning curve, Lily said, wiping away the lingering droplets of spit with a rag. Nice moves, Beyoncé. They teach that in guard school?
It was that or basket weaving. Figured I could use the cardio.
Lily laughed and set the soul's file in the little basket, where it promptly disappeared, following the soul to their destination. The flow of souls from the gate to the stairs was lighter than usual, and few of them had wanted to go out of their way to fuss. A fact she was thankful for, leaning back in her chair to stare up at the hazy ceiling and think. It had been 3 whole days. 3 days of rubbing her chest every so often, wondering if the sensation of lightness within would ever fade. 3 days of having lunch with Belle, once in the break room, once in his office, and once in the training fields. Oh, the training fields. They'd kept the physicality of their relationship careful enough. Sitting with their thighs touching, looping an arm around each other whenever they were near, holding hands for any reason, chaste kisses to say hello and goodbye. Well, chaste enough. They'd been careful by Lily's standards, and she suspected Belle's as well, which was impressive, commendable even, given that their attraction, once openly admitted and claimed, felt a bit like a genie they couldn't put back in the bottle. All things considered, they'd been doing well. But the day before on the training fields had been damn near more temptation than she'd been able to take. Belle had strode over with a grin, sheathing his sword as he went. And if that hadn't been erotic enough to her fantasy-loving mind, or to anyone with eyes and taste, he'd been panting heavily and gleaming with sweat, his damp, inky hair pulled back in a loose knot. She'd wondered, had been fairly certain, that he would look similarly after a good fuck, and had been tempted to find out on the spot. Audience of several thousand demons be damned. To make matters worse, and her underwear more soaked, he'd done the thing. Using the hem of his faded gray muscle shirt to wipe his sweaty face, flashing his solid, faintly ridged abdomen, one of his heavy pectorals, and most distracting of all, the line of crisp black hairs trailing down from his navel to disappear into his well-worn black pants. Her mouth had gone dry. I will climb him like a fucking tree. I will follow that line of hair with my tongue and do things to him that would make a succubus blush. I will do it. Fuck waiting. It's unfair when he looks like that. She'd still been rallying her brain to form a coherent, not horny thought, reminding herself that waiting was good, and they'd both agreed to it when he'd stopped a short distance away.
Hey, princess. I'd kiss you, but I'm all sweaty.
Excuse me? She'd crooked her finger at him. I like you sweaty. Come here. His eyes had flashed with heat, and he'd been deliciously cocky as he stepped forward and gave her possibly the most chaste kiss of her life. He'd smirked at her little noise of complaint and pressed another, slightly rougher kiss to her lips that had her swaying towards him.
Behave, princess, or I'll be having a very different kind of meal.
Funny, I was just about to say the same to you. He'd groaned and laced his fingers with hers, leading her over to the spectator seating.
Don't. Do you have any idea how hard it is to fight with tight pants?
She'd kissed his shoulder, ignoring the soldiers who poked each other and stared their way. Just making sure you work hard, big guy. After that, they'd subsided, inhaling their respective lunches as they'd watched soldiers sparring with various weaponry. Even Lily could see the difference between seasoned soldiers and new recruits. Belle had answered all her questions, pointing out tiny details she never would have noticed, much less appreciated. He was happy. Belle in his office was Belle at work. Belle with his soldiers was Belle at his calling. She'd let him steal her apple and watched him light up explaining the various techniques, strategies, dangers, uses, and drawbacks of everything. His passion, as much as anything, drew her to him like a moth to flame. Eventually, he'd convinced her to grab a practice sword and spent the rest of their time teaching her the basics. As she'd suspected, she loved Belle teaching her, and, from the lightness in his features, he loved it too. Asmodeus's arrival heralded the end of their break. He'd strutted up all arrogance and mirth, his shirt rolled up and slung around his neck like a towel. Lily had moved her sword slowly through a new motion, absently noting that while Asmodeus and Belle were built along vaguely similar lines, Asmodeus was leaner, his muscles more defined. She sent a mental get-it girl to Soraya for having a hot-ass husband, and felt deliciously smug that people might be similarly inclined to congratulate her on having a hot-ass boyfriend. Belle's body, built for power, sang to her. Glancing at Asmodeus again, she'd decided that she wouldn't want to go against either of them in any form of combat more physical than a thumb wrestling match, though. The clang of a dropped spear jolted Lily back to the present, and she hoped she hadn't let her thoughts play over her face. A teenage demon walked from the elevators towards the stairs to the universal hallway, hands in his pockets. He nodded to her bashfully.
Hi, Ms. Lily.
Hey, she smiled. It wasn't until he disappeared that she wondered how he'd known her name. Maybe he'd been in one of the student groups doing career tours? She shook the thought away, reaching for her current book and kicking her feet up on the desk. Several chapters later, she'd only had to look up once to glare at a soul that had quickly rethought their plan. As she turned the page, a slender arm draped over her shoulders, followed by the scent of flowers and fresh grass washing over her senses. Persephone, who must have come down the stairs from the universal hallway while Lily had been absorbed in her book, grinned down at her, along with another woman who was among the most beautiful Lily had ever seen. The new woman had soft features, large dark eyes, olive skin, and wondrously curly red-brown hair that was half up in ornate braids, with the rest spilling loose over her shoulders. Her casual, modern, cream-colored maxi dress was at utter odds with the aura of lush power that trickled over Lily's skin like honey.
"That's a good book. Have you read it before?"
Persephone beamed. Lily set her book down and hugged her friend, sitting back on the edge of her desk. "Nope, I'm on a new adventure."
"Lucky,"
Persephone sighed.
"I'd love to read that again for the first time. Lily, I'd like you to meet Aphrodite."
She gestured to the other woman, who gave a radiant smile.
"Nice to meet you, Lily. I've heard so much about you."
"Act cool. It's just another fucking goddess. No big deal. Just another day at the office." "Nice to meet you, too. What brings you down here?" Lily asked, hoping her voice didn't sound as weird as she thought it did. She'd had a little plastic replica of the Venus de Milo in her apartment for years, had often stared at it in moments of insecurity, reminding herself that she and the statue had similar body types, and the statue version of Aphrodite had once been considered the pinnacle of beauty. The real Aphrodite shared the statue's basic body type, but her curves were lusher, her figure fuller in a way that Lily admired and slightly envied. Of the many things Lily brought to the table, an absolute beauty of an ass was not one of them. That was Belle's contribution.
"You, actually."
Persephone grinned slyly. Aphrodite's eyes glittered with mischief. Lily wondered what exactly she was getting into.
"Oh? Trivia night is coming up soon,"
Aphrodite said, toying with a perfect curl.
"And we've decided to play dirty."
Lily couldn't keep the smirk from her face. She had no idea what exactly these two powerful, gorgeous ladies had in mind, but she could already tell that she'd like it. "Do tell," she purred, curling her fingers around the edge of the desk. Persephone shot Aphrodite a triumphant look.
"We've got this in the bag."
She turned to Lily, practically bouncing with energy.
"So, we're putting a team together for sexual psychological warfare, and we are going to kick all the ass. And get plenty of it, too, if you're into that,"
Aphrodite put in.
"Yes, but that's a perk for after,"
Persephone said, more to herself than to anyone else.
"I'm talking lingerie, I'm talking hair and makeup, I'm talking whatever makes you feel like you could conquer the afterlife with your sex appeal and gets your partner so hot and bothered they won't be able to think. We have tried this before."
"And it worked?"
"More or less."
Persephone blushed.
"They have a 9-year-old, Aphrodite said in a droll voice. "Guess when we tried this last?" "Aphrodite didn't even make it to the end of the night," Persephone sniffed. "It's true. Hef dragged me out of there halfway through the 6th round. We found out later that our team scored higher than his, so I considered it a worthy sacrifice."
"Noble of you," Lily said.
"Anyway," Persephone plowed on, "we've been planning this for some time and we're going to ask you anyway, but now that you're dating Belle, it's even better. One of the categories is weaponry, so hopefully he'll be too distracted to be useful. We also have Soraya, who has promised to make sure that Asmodeus contributes absolutely nothing for the entirety of the evening," Aphrodite said. "Except his sperm in her later," Lily drawled without thinking.
"Is this my curse? Meet a deity, make a sex joke?"
"I like her," Aphrodite said. "I told you," Persephone crowed, throwing her arm around Lily. "We might not win, but we'll beat the guys, and that's all that matters. Also,
Malinois, my daughter, is, on Mommy and Daddy's suggestion, having a sleepover that night and would like to invite Sharky. We have a phenomenal trio of sitters we've used for millennia who will take great care of them. I'll ask her. I think she'll like that. Do you need anything for the night? Such as... Aphrodite waved a casual hand. Clothes, or advice, or help with hair and makeup? She tilted her head, considering. I have some great ideas for your coloring and build, though of course it's also about what you're comfortable and confident in, too. Lily took a moment to look at the goddess, really look, beyond the unearthly beauty. Lily had never considered herself a stone-cold stunner, but she'd ticked enough boxes on the list of conventionally attractive traits to turn heads on occasion. She knew how quickly people could write an entire person off as simply pretty. Aphrodite was grounded in a way that reminded Lily of the women she'd most admired in her mortal life, carrying herself with a sense of calm, self-assuredness, confidence, and grace. Sure, there was a hint of the raw sexuality that would have Hephaestus, and anyone with a sex drive, incapable of speech on trivia night. But like most women, Aphrodite was clearly more than that. I'll take any advice I can get, and I'd love some help with hair and makeup. It's not my strongest skill, and I'd hate to let down our cause. Lily grinned. Belle won't know what hit him, Aphrodite promised, eyes twinkling. Persephone clapped her hands together, a wicked smile lighting up her lovely face. Excellent! Now, what, if anything, do you think can be done about Lucifer?
Chapter 28. Greggles. Belle. Belle blocked Greg's blade, barely, with a clang that jarred up his arm, and shoved him back. You're distracted, Greg said coolly. Figured I'd give you a sporting chance this time. Huh. Greg flipped his blade in his hand, red eyes seeing everything. Is this about the mortal? Lily, the mortal soul. Or is it the kid? Both? Something in Greg's tone had Belle's temper flaring. He took hold of it, controlling it, understanding it, thinking around it. He exhaled, settling into a stance that was as familiar to him as walking. Worried about me? Usually. Greg feinted left before striking right, and their conversation paused as they exchanged a flurry of strikes and counterstrikes. They broke apart, breathing heavily. She makes you happy. It wasn't a question. I'm sensing you have something else to say about that. I told you that if you decided to go for it, I'd support you. Greg wiped at his forehead with the back of his hand. And I do. But? Not a but, exactly. Have you had the conversation about reincarnation yet? Belle sheathed his blade and reached for the bottle of water resting on a nearby rock. We have. Greg waited silently. Belle finished his drink, clearing his throat and hoping Greg would think it was because of the water. She's going to go back someday. Greg's brows furrowed, confusion written all over his face. Written in tiny script, little micro-expressions Belle had gotten very good at reading over the years, but written all over his face nonetheless. I don't understand. What is there to understand? Belle growled, patience fraying. She is going to break your heart, Greg said. Why risk that? Why get left behind again? Is this some kind of self-punishment for what happened before? Belle flexed his hand, watching the muscles and tendons play under his dusky purple skin. His coloring had always favored his mother, but his build was just like his father. They had the same hands. Now, anyway. He remembered being a child, wasn't that a long time ago? And trying to hold his father's sword, which had been taller than he was at the time. His father's powerful hands had been steady, and so much larger than his own, as he'd helped Belle grasp the hilt. He relaxed his hand, letting it drop. I'm well aware that it'll hurt like fuck when she leaves. Things that end hurt, but they're all the more precious because they end. Mortals' whole lives are so short, and yet they pack so much into them. They don't take partners and spend the whole time thinking about how much it will hurt when it ends. I want to be happy with her and with Sharky, for however long I can. Greg sheathed his blade and folded his arms, blocking that entirely too perceptive gaze on Belle, who folded his own arms and stared back. Okay, Greg said slowly. Belle waited and waited. His tail lashed. And the moment stretched. A cluster of demons glanced at them as they passed by. Belle and Greg ignored them. Don't hit me. Belle kept his mouth shut, tension shooting through his body. Greg had said nothing about throwing something at him. A shoe, maybe. Perhaps a knife, if what Greg had to say was spectacularly stupid and out of character. Fucking bring it, Greggles. Does she know? For fuck's sake, Greg, know what? Know about your history of getting left behind. Because if she does, and she still entered a relationship with you, then she's incredibly selfish. Belle snarled. But if she doesn't, then I don't understand. I thought you valued communication and honesty in relationships. I do. But telling her would make me feel like a manipulative asshole. An honest manipulative asshole, but a manipulative asshole. No matter how I phrase it, it would sound like I was trying to guilt her into staying. Lily's just as perceptive as you are. She'd see right through me. Greg frowned. So tell her that you don't want to guilt her into staying. If she is as perceptive as you say, and you are as serious about her as I think you are, eventually she'll start asking questions about certain aspects of your life. Lily isn't stupid, and she's got a backbone made of titanium. Plus, she's nicer than I am. Well, she's certainly a better kisser than you are, Belle said loftily, trying to lighten the mood. It was one time, and I was under duress. Hardly my finest work. I don't know what your excuse is. Greg smirked. I rocked your little beanpole emo world. You did not. Greg tilted his head, amusement fading. Tell her. You might get lucky. Metaphorically, anyway. Maybe someday she'll take pity on you and you'll finally get to second base. Do not bring my mother into this. Belle shut his mouth and flipped him off. Greg shook his head, drawing his long knife and spinning the handle in his palm a few times. I'm happy for you. You've been different in a good way. Even if you'll be utterly useless on trivia night. What? The categories don't look too bad. Why would I be useless? Belle drew his own blade and rolled his shoulder, careful with it after his minor injury. It seemed fine. Not just you in particular, but a significant portion of the population. You included. Not me. Remember the night of many distractions around 9 years ago? Belle laughed. Half of the partners have been drooling messes, all trivial knowledge lost to distraction, as their beloveds rocked up in their finest, most risque, most seductive outfits. From the time his wife walked in with her team of seductresses, Hades hadn't spoken a single word. Just stared at his wife before hauling her out the door the moment the results had been read. Their resulting daughter was adorable. Asmodeus had dropped his drink and only made carnal observations that were completely unrelated to any of the questions they'd been supposed to answer. What animal breathes through its butt? Sarai's butt looks amazing in that skirt. The correct answer had been a turtle. In a bingo game, what number is represented by the phrase, 2 little ducks? Huh? What about ducks? I'll duck down to get Sarai to ride my face. The correct answer had been 22. Belle and Greg had been 2 of the few single members of their team that night and had been laughing too hard to get upset about losing so badly. Not a single team got a perfect score that night. The lines for the bathroom had been hysterically long and full of couples or groups. I seemed to handle it just fine last time. You didn't have someone you were half in love with last time. It might be more than half. What would Lily wear? Fuck, what would Lily not be wearing? They hadn't progressed much beyond their kiss on the couch. No heated make-out sessions for them. Yet. Their pace had been restricted more by lack of opportunity than by lack of want. They'd both been busy, and Sharky was wonderful and dear to his heart, but had a tendency to never knock and just appear places. Their stolen touches had just been fuel for the fire, adding detail to his fantasies bit by bit. The satiny feel of the sensitive skin on her neck, the curves of her body next to his. He shifted his feet. I think I'll be able to control myself, Bell said, mostly to convince himself. Greg shot him a pitying look right before he lunged forward, and Bell lost himself in the motions of sparring.
Chapter 29. Reasonable Expectations. Lily. Sharky sat at the kitchen table, thoughtfully chewing a chicken nugget. You and Belle and Lucy will be there? She asked. Lily looked up from her spot on the kitchen floor. Max sprawled across her lap. She'd convinced Sharky to let her put her hair into a French braid in order to keep the messy blonde strands from continually getting in her face, and it made Sharky look both younger and like a very small Viking. Attending school and the field trip had been a huge step, but the slumber party would be a leap of faith. Lily had confidence in Sharky's ability to thrive. Sharky added color to days and moments that otherwise would have been mundane, and Lily couldn't imagine what an existence without Sharky would be like anymore. She woke up every morning excited to see what that day would bring, and one of her favorite parts of the day was sitting in the kitchen together while they had breakfast. One of her friends had once described parenthood as having a piece of her heart walking around outside of her chest. Lily understood that now. Yes, but we'll all have our phones, so if you need us, we're just a phone call away. Plus, the underworld people are nice, and I trust them to keep you safe and treat you with respect. You saw the list of everyone who will be there, right? Yep, Sharky said around a mouthful of chicken. Do you want me to ask about having a room set aside for you in case you need a safe space? Sharky mulled it over long enough to eat 2 more nuggets. No, thank you. I'll just call you. I'm really excited about all the games. Yeah, those sound awesome, Lily agreed. One last thing. Just in case you need a break, you can go to a bathroom. They won't bug you in there. Oh, that's a good idea. Lily winked. I've been known to have one of those every now and then. Sharky giggled and finished her food, holding the empty plate up with both hands like an offering until the house made it vanish into thin air. What about you? Sharky asked a moment later. Are you going to have fun tonight? Lily ran her hand through Max's fur, a buzz zipping through her body at the thought of the night to come. She'd already showered after her shift in hell, reveling in the never-ending hot water and taking her time to scrub and polish everything that needed to be scrubbed and polished until she felt like a new, glamorous person with silky smooth skin and fluffy hair. She'd thrown on comfy shorts and a worn button-up shirt, and, because the house refused to let her clean anything, plopped down in the library to finish a particularly filthy book that only intensified the anticipation she couldn't ignore. She didn't expect anything to happen, but she sure as shit wasn't opposed to something happening. She'd replayed that moment on the training fields over and over, often with a vibrator in hand, wishing that the silicone was Belle. She'd sat at her desk in between souls, and during a few souls, frankly, daydreaming about getting her hands and mouth on Belle's cock. She fantasized about bringing him to the edge and then making him beg for release. The secret part of her brain that she'd kept hidden away had a very different fantasy. inspired by the careful way he held her throat sometimes when kissing her goodbye. What if he held it a little harder? Max chirped, bringing her back to the present, where she had done the inexcusable, holding but not petting a cat that wanted to be petted. She tapped him gently on the nose and made up for her lapse of affection. "I'm excited to see everyone, and I love trivia night," Lily said, finally replying to Sharky. "So I think I'm going to have a blast." "If you need anything, call. But more than anything, have fun," Lily said, giving Sharky an extra squeeze before she let go. Sharky was practically bouncing, eyes gleaming with pure excitement as she gave Lily one last hug around the legs. "I want to pet the big dog," she announced, sprinting off towards the group of kids visible in a nearby courtyard. Lily looked around for the dog in question. Big dog. Underworld. Oh no. "Don't worry," Persephone beamed, slipping outside with a giggle. "Cerberus is really good with kids." She wore a gloriously soft-looking, oversized and masculine black bathrobe, her hair intricately woven with gold thread and studded with gems that sparkled like multicolored stars against the dark strands. Her makeup was only half done, but Lily still whistled. "Damn, Hades is fucked." "I certainly hope so. It's my turn," Persephone winked. "Speaking of fucked, that's what you're going to be once Belith gets an eyeful of you." Lily looked down at her casual outfit, gestured to her utter lack of makeup and styled hair, and chuckled. "Are you sure?" "Oh, please. Even if you went as you are, you'd still end up getting dragged out of the bar." "Hey, that rhymed. Anyway, once Aphrodite gets her hands on you," she laughed wickedly, "their team won't be able to get a single point because they will be otherwise preoccupied. Now shoo, or you'll be late." Lily made a face, but admittedly did want to make Belle choke on his tongue. It was the little things. She waved goodbye and headed back toward the universal hallway, where her jaw proceeded to drop. Aphrodite was causing something of a traffic jam. Her olive skin glowed, pearlescent white dress draped over her lush body, hem brushing demurely against her knees. Long, perfectly curled hair hung to her waist, half braided up so intricately that it almost looked like lace. Simple gold chain earrings brushed her neck, complemented by a delicate necklace with a single diamond hammer as a charm. Aphrodite shot her a seductive smile. "They don't call me the goddess of beauty for nothing, darling. Shall we? I don't want their drool to ruin my shoes." Chapter 30. Mutually Assured Seduction. Lily. Lily laughed over a drink that looked like liquid sunshine, the alcohol a warm simmer in her veins. She refused to look over to the guys' table, waiting for the almost tangible sensation of Belle's gaze to land on her again. Lucky Leaf had already been a hotbed of chaos when they arrived, with one half of the crowd shooting coy glances at their partners or ignoring them completely. The other half of the population seemed to have put in an effort to seduce as well, so it was to be a battle of wills. Lily felt like she was floating, buoyed by the confidence and support of the fierce people around her. In the mortal world, she never would have dared go out bearing so much skin, but in the safety of the afterlife, she could have strolled down the hall naked and not even been touched. She'd seen Belle a moment after he'd seen her, just in time to watch him trail off mid-sentence to an equally stunned Asmodeus, whose eyes were locked on his wife. It had required effort to not pause in her tracks and stare, but she'd kept her wickedly high stilettos in motion. Belle had cleaned up, and cleaned up good. His hair was smooth and braided back from his temples, cascading past his shoulders in a glossy curtain. In unrelieved black, he cut a sleekly intimidating figure. His pants were just slightly snug over his powerful legs and thighs, and a sleeveless tunic embroidered in faintly glittering designs hugged his powerful frame, leaving his thick arms bare. And damn, she wanted to sink her teeth into those biceps. Just as his expression had gone from stunned to dark and hungry, she smirked at him, then turned to laugh at something someone had said that she hadn't actually heard. She'd thrown one more glance over at him, over her bare shoulder, slickness already gathering between her thighs. A slickness that, an hour later, had only gotten worse. Soraya fluffed her curly, shoulder-length charcoal hair and reached for her non-alcoholic drink, saying to the slight fey woman at their table, "If I weren't already pregnant, the look he just gave you would have knocked me up just by sitting so close to you." The fey woman blushed, her gem-like skin glittering from within. "How come you aren't tits in the breeze like the rest of us?" Muriel, a succubus with dark orange skin, asked, her green eyes bright and drunk. "Speak for yourself, Muri," Angel drawled, throwing back her drink. While there was an ample amount of cleavage on display at their table alone, Muriel had sauntered into the bar completely naked and covered in body glitter, except for a sparkly thong that nearly matched her skin tone perfectly. One of the servers had nearly dropped their tray. Soraya's charcoal dress complemented her terracotta red skin and might have been modest except for the truly magnificent amount of cleavage it displayed. It was otherwise innocent enough, draping over her baby bump and swirling around her knees, but all of them had noticed exactly how ravenous Asmodeus had been before his friends dragged him to their table. "I'm putting in just as much work as all of you," Soraya said primly, golden eyes sparkling. "I'm simply using different methods." "Explain," Persephone hiccuped. "Azzy has a raging breeding kink. I am his wife, who is very obviously pregnant with his child, emphasized by the dress, and," Soraya said, as if the final point was perhaps the most important, "I'm wearing an easily flip-uppable skirt. I'm also ignoring him. He's foaming at the mouth, which is excellent news for me because that means all I'll have to do is hold on for the ride later. Ladies?" She raised her glass in a toast. "To using our wiles."
Bell. 10 more seconds, Lucifer said. Then it's Bell's turn. There's no way that was a minute, the man said, staring at his partner as if she were about to disappear. Bell stared at the barely touched tray of food. He could smell the amount of sexual frustration at the table. But maybe that was just how Lucky Leaf smelled, given the bevy of partners lusting after each other in public. If this turns into an orgy like last time, I'm going home and taking my actually useful contributions with me, Greg said, reaching for more nachos. It was true. He'd been one of the functional members of their team, while Bell had not. He'd only gotten to look at her 4 times since they set up their system. Operation Don't Look Desperate involved a rotating schedule of getting to look at their partners for a minute each in order to avoid being distracted and useless. It had somewhat failed in its objective. He'd barely believed his eyes when she'd entered the pub. The details were hazy, but her smoky makeup made her eyes even more mesmerizing and seductive than usual. Her long, thick hair had been pulled up into an effortlessly regal twist with a few loose, curled strands, bearing her slender neck and drawing attention to the wet dream of a dress she wore. He wasn't sure that what she had on could legally be called a dress, but he planned on finding its creator and offering them anything and everything they wanted out of gratitude. Black silk poured over her body, the low cowl of the neck teasing at the upper slopes of her breasts, the delicate fabric doing nothing to hide the way her nipples had hardened under his gaze. It skimmed over her body, hugging just enough at her hips to make his hands twitch before the hysterically short hem revealed the tattoos on her thigh, little slits on either side teasing him with hints of more skin. He wanted to wrap her long, bare legs around his hips, and that was before he saw the fuck-me heels that he immediately wanted her to press into his ass while he pounded into her. "And time. Belle, your turn," Lucifer said, seemingly unruffled by it all. Belle leaned over the table, as if that small distance would ease the ache of not having her near, eyes locking on her. The pressure at his groin verged on unbearable, and the glimpse of the back of her dress did absolutely nothing to help. Completely open, save for the tiniest strings for straps crossing over her upper back, it dropped down so low that he wondered whether if she moved just slightly, he would see the cleft of her ass. A delicately wrought sword, twined with flowers and curls of filigree, was tattooed down her spine, framed perfectly by the drape of her dress. He wanted to trace it with his tongue. Sure, their relationship was based on friendship and mutual respect, but there was a fucking lot of attraction there as well, and he was struggling. Not with control. He'd never do anything without her enthusiastic permission, but with the urge to beg, something he'd never done in his long life. Beg her to stay. Beg to fuck her. Beg her to stay while he fucked her. Beg her to read to him in her lovely voice. Beg her to love him. Beg her to smile at him just one more time. Always one more time. He'd better be the one doing the begging, because if she ever begged him, he'd lose his fucking mind. As if on cue, she turned to look at him, sipping her drink as if she had no idea how close he was to coming in his pants like a teenager. Without breaking eye contact, she caught a drip sliding down the side of her glass with her tongue. Belle clenched his hands so hard the bones creaked. Little vixen. She knew it, too. The little smile that played on her lips had his heart pounding. The lipstick she wore was only a few shades darker than her natural lip color, accentuating her smirk perfectly. She arched an eyebrow. "Let's play, princess." He arched his eyebrow right back and took his sweet time running his gaze down every inch of her body, catching the little hitch in her breath, the barest shifting of her thighs on her seat. When he met her eyes again, the mischief had been replaced with a heated, almost desperate expression that he understood intimately. She set her glass down on the table and stood, the muscles in her legs and back flexing. Everything in him went still. When she shot him another mischievous gaze, stuck out her tongue, and sauntered towards the bathrooms, he followed her without hesitation.
Lily. Lily had never had so much fun in her entire life. Sure, she was so horny she could barely form a coherent thought, but oh, it had been so worth it. Belle looked like every dark fantasy she'd ever had, the sweet, funny side of him replaced with something deliciously primal. The hallway she'd been directed to had individual bathrooms on either side, and the line for them was surprisingly short. She didn't have those needs anymore, but she'd needed to leave the table before she orgasmed in public, figuring that she could hide in the bathroom until she'd composed herself. A woman in a tie-dye dress hurried out of a door, and Lily headed for it. Just as she reached for the handle, she felt it. Felt him. He pressed up against her back, opened the door himself, and guided her forward with his body. He locked the door behind them with a click that she felt down to her toes. She'd been close to him before, so why was she suddenly realizing how much bigger than her he was? She'd never felt particularly delicate or feminine, but in that moment, she understood all her short friends and how they'd talked about their much taller partners. Protected, dainty. In the dim recesses of her mind, she almost laughed at that. She'd beaten a rapist into a bloody pulp with a bat the day before, then broken the jaw of a millionaire pedophile with a well-placed kick once she'd gotten him onto the ground. And here she was feeling dainty.
"Princess,"
Belle growled. She closed her eyes and shivered. His voice was deeper than she'd ever heard it, rumbling against her back and humming through her oversensitive body. His hands came to rest at her hips, claws pricking deliciously through the fabric.
"You've been playing games with me."
Am I winning? She aimed for cocky and ended up breathless. Gods, she could feel every inch of him. The hard bulge of his cock against her lower back had her leaning against him, covering his hands with her own. His heart beat a tattoo in his chest, and if she'd had a heartbeat, it would be racing. He skimmed his nose up the side of her neck. She arched for him, gasping when he nipped at her earlobe and pressed her forward until she bumped against the vanity. Her eyes flew open, meeting his heated gaze in the mirror. Fuck. She'd always been visual, always liked to watch almost as much as she liked auditory stimulation. They painted a heady picture in the mirror, Belle looming behind her, every inch the demon with his arching horns, claw-tipped wings, and unearthly eyes, and her, looking like a heathen princess in her flimsy black dress and dark eye makeup, tattoos scattered over her skin. Their hands together at her hips were a study in contrasts, rugged and feminine, dusky purple and fair, tipped with black claws and nails painted gunmetal gray. His little finger trailed down the side of her skirt to trace the skin just below the hem. All of her attention zeroed in on that little touch. His other hand slipped out from under hers and ran up her body, grazing over a breast that felt heavy and hypersensitive, coming to rest around her neck, tilting her head back slightly. The subtle scrape of claws had her reaching back with her now free hand to grab at his thigh with what was dangerously close to a whimper. She'd never whimpered in sexual abandon in her life. Any of her lives.
"Are you?"
he asked, his breath fanning over her shoulder as he nipped at the whisper of a strap that held her dress up. About to orgasm harder than I ever thought possible? Yes. Am I what? She breathed, having entirely lost the thread of conversation as she watched him move in the mirror, drunk on the sensation of his body around hers.
"Winning," he murmured.
I don't care, she panted, arching her back to rub against that bulge. He groaned and pressed himself into her, grip tightening on her hip and tugging her dress up to nearly reveal her wicked little secret.
"You've been teasing me,"
he said, running his thumb up the side of her neck. She managed to smile at that. Only because you're so easy to tease. He pressed an open-mouthed kiss to her shoulder, scraping his fangs ever so slightly and smiling at her reaction.
"Shall I return the favor, Princess?"
Oh, please return the favor. Please return the fucking favor. Pull my dress up a little more. Please, she gasped, pulling him towards her, digging her nails into his thigh. His wicked grin dropped, and the lines of his face tightened in delicious hunger. Fuck. Then he dropped his eyes to where his fingers were so close to where she most wanted him. Lily followed his gaze and blushed. Her arousal gleamed visibly on the inside of her thighs. Belle, the asshole, leisurely slid his hand to trace over it, inching higher, the tension in his body ratcheting tighter behind her as he went. Belle, she murmured just as he brushed against her for the first time. They groaned together, and Belle pressed his cheek against her temple, his breathing ragged.
Nothing.
Surprise, she managed. Claws? He flexed his hand to show her that his claws had blunted themselves, like they'd retracted, then cupped her fully and began to explore, brushing, teasing. Lily let her head fall back, and her eyes slide shut, overwhelmed. The murmur of the crowd in the bar faded away. All she could hear were their ragged breaths, the slick sounds his fingers made as they moved against her. All she could feel was him, his wicked fingers, his massive hand collaring her neck, her back molded to every inch of his front. Never end. She wanted it to never end. The universe had gotten it wrong. This was her real paradise. Belle sank a finger into her, and she arched her spine, panting, beyond words as he filled her, pumping once, twice, the heat of his palm cupping her entire sex, his thumb moving, seeking, brushing just there. She keened, gripping his forearm to keep him there, possibly forever. He smiled against her hair.
So responsive, princess. Look at me.
The hand at her neck cradled her jaw, tugging her head down. She opened her eyes and panted, watching him, watching them in the mirror.
Watch me when I'm inside you. I want to see your pretty eyes when I...
He added another finger, stretching, filling her more than she'd thought possible. She wanted to close her eyes, to drown in sensation alone, but she watched that hand move between her thighs, pumping, his thumb flicking her clit too fucking tenderly. She needed to come now.
So impatient. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you imagined when you put this little dress on with nothing underneath it? All for me.
Yes, she nearly sobbed, releasing his forearm to reach up and grip the side of his neck, fingers tangling in his loose hair. He pumped hard, and she momentarily forgot how to speak. I just wanted to return the favor for the training fields. He paused, and she almost killed him.
Training fields?
He raised his head slightly to meet her eyes, brows furrowed. She pulled on the hair in her grip. He pulled her tighter against him. When you wiped your face with your shirt, I wanted to fuck you. Wanted you to fuck me. I've been suffering ever since.
Probably about worn that vibrator out, huh?
You're entirely too smug about this. Her scowl evaporated when he twisted his fingers deep.
Let me apologize, princess.
He traced the shell of her ear with his lips, hand going back to work. Pleasure surged, winding tighter and tighter, building like a wave, more powerful than anything she'd ever felt before, almost terrifying in its intensity. But she had Belle. Belle wouldn't let her fall, or melt, or whatever the fuck was about to happen. He seemed to sense her approaching climax, maintaining the steady pace, the deep pumps of his thick fingers, the gentle rub of her clit. Lily would feel bad for the way she dug her manicured nails into him later. Feel bad for ripping at his hair, for probably clawing a hole in the side of his pants where she gripped his thigh. None of that mattered in that moment. He twisted her head to the side and captured her lips with his own. Finally, tongue tracing, asking. She opened for him just as his wicked, skillful hand sent her hurtling over the edge. Lights exploded behind her eyelids. He muffled her cry with his mouth, swallowing it down, stroking her through wave after wave of bone-melting pleasure until she was sobbing, breaking away to gasp and plead for mercy. He stilled his hand and simply held her against him, face buried in her hair, panting, shaking with repressed energy and strength. Lily loosened her fingers, clumsily petting over his hair and neck with a shaky hand. Her understanding of pleasure had been blown away. A few long minutes later, Belle lifted his head and slowly pulled his hand away. She whined at the emptiness as his fingers left her, as the heat of his palm faded and the cool air rushed in. Belle raised his hand in front of them, fingers and palm gleaming with her wetness, then, holding her eyes in the mirror, sucked his fingers clean. Lily twisted in his hold as he lowered his hand, taking his face in her hands and doing her level best to kiss him as senseless as he'd made her. The taste of herself on his lips was heady, powerfully erotic in a way that had her reaching for the waistband of his pants. She couldn't wait to return the favor, had dreamed about him on her tongue for days. He caught her hand with a dazed grin.
I don't think so. This was about you, Princess. For you.
Can I make a royal request? He laughed, but it was strained. She could feel how hard he was. She wanted it. Wanted him.
Not here, Princess. I don't want you on your knees in some bathroom.
He kissed her long and deep, mollifying her slightly. Only slightly. She still wanted him. Wondered if she'd always want him, want more of him. She waited for the panic at that thought to wash in, but it didn't. She felt settled. Right. Still horny, but right. She slid her arms around his waist and pressed her cheek to his chest, mesmerized by his thundering heart while he held her close, resting his chin on top of her head, careful of the little spikes. They stood there for a long time, listening to the moderators ask unintelligible trivia questions over the microphone, until they'd both calmed. She propped her chin on his chest, gazing up at him. We're going to catch a lot of shit for this, aren't we?
Without a doubt,
he said, kissing her nose, before he stopped dead, realization spreading over his face. He threw his head back with a groan.
Ah, damn. I just lost one of my couches to Greg.
Really? Which one? Lily asked, straightening up a bit. Not the one by his desk. Not the one by his desk.
The one by the wall.
He sighed, looking back down at her. Oh, worth it, I'd say. I like the one by your desk.
Totally worth it,
he agreed, hugging her a little tighter. Chapter 31. Stride of Pride. Lily. Do I look like you just blew my mind in the bathroom? Lily asked, fixing her smudged lipstick. She didn't think it was obvious, but perversely, she rather wanted it to be. Bell grimaced slightly, adjusting himself in his pants. A fresh wave of desire pounded through her veins like a drum. She'd repay him soon. He might have noble compunctions about where she ended up on her knees, but she didn't.
Not going to lie to you. Yeah, a bit. I'm not mad about it, though.
Masculine pride dripped from every word. Me neither. She bumped him with her hip. Ready to do the stride of pride?
Wait, is my ass Prince quality today or just decent?
Lily leaned back to get a better look. She smacked it. For science. His tail tip twitched. Seems pretty princely to me.
Sweet.
He rolled his shoulders.
Shall we?
10 metaphorical bucks says that we are not the only ones missing from our tables when we get back, Lily said, heading for the door. Belle reached around her to open it.
Not only that, I'll get specific. 50 says Asmodeus is long gone.
Lily laughed and shook her head, stepping out into the dim hallway, ignoring the line of people and suspicious number of couples. 50 says he's still there. Soraya seemed pretty intent on making him suffer. Lovingly.
Fair point, Belle said, weaving his wicked fingers through hers. But Asmodeus can, and will, carry her.
They stepped to the side to avoid a collision with a pair of well-dressed male souls who practically ran towards the bathrooms, sexual energy crackling between them. Things in the bar had grown palpably more desperate than before they'd left. The trivia rounds seemed to be more of a background occurrence than the main focus, and there were more than a few empty chairs at previously full tables. Lily fought to smother her giggles with marginal success. She lost the battle entirely when she spied her table. The Fey woman was gone, her chair sitting at a haphazard angle. Muriel had a pair of men, not souls, but afterlife denizens of some kind, flirting with her at once, while Angel made eyes at a particularly pretty woman with flawless dark skin. Persephone was notably absent from her seat, which had been carefully tucked back into the table. Soraya, Aphrodite, and another woman from the Summerland were the only ones at their table paying any kind of attention to trivia. Soraya, apparently unbothered, seemed to have elevated ignoring her husband into an art form. Belle's team had, for the most part, clearly given up the ghost of focus as well. "That's $50, big guy," Lily cackled, nodding to where Asmodeus sat with his elbows braced on the table, hands folded as if in prayer and pressed to his mouth, as he stared at Soraya with such heat it was a wonder her dress hadn't simply caught on fire. Belle scoffed. "Does that look like a man who is mentally present in any capacity?" "He might be thinking with his other head, but he is still technically here." "In lieu of $50, how about I take you on a date?" "Deal. But only if there's food involved at some point." "Princess." Belle pressed a hand to his chest in affront. "I'm a growing boy. Of course there's going to be food at some point." Lily grinned at him just as Lucifer glanced their way and did a double take, reaching over to smack Gregorith's arm in excitement. "Don't look now, but I think Lucifer just realized we were naughty in the bathroom." She nodded at them. Where Lucifer seemed almost childish with glee, Gregorith remained reserved, a raised eyebrow his only outward reaction. "Naughty is such a strong word," Belle said smugly, flexing his hand at his side. "We were perfectly polite. You even said please. More than once, if I remember right." Her cheeks flamed. She swatted him as he laughed. She loved that laugh. He held out his fist. "Stride of pride, princess." "Damn right." She bumped his fist with her own and smacked his ass for good measure. "Go get him, champ." She returned to her table to catcalls and whistles, dropping into a curtsy and raising a manicured middle finger. Aphrodite smirked, propping her chin on a hand. "He didn't even mess up your hair. If you didn't look so blushy and satisfied, I'd be disappointed for you." "As it is, I'd say that's a skill," Angel put in, glancing away from the woman who was nearly on her lap. "He's very courteous," Lily murmured into her drink, blush spreading to her ears. "This was about you, princess. For you." "That," Soraya said cheerfully, "is the face of someone who is going to be absolutely useless for the last round of trivia." "Unless it's about sex," Aphrodite said. "If it's about sex, then someone needs to go find Persephone. Something tells me she's getting an education right now." Lily swirled her glass. "Probably more of a refresher course." "Never," Aphrodite leaned across the table, "underestimate an immortal's creativity. Eternity presents a good opportunity to try lots of new things and get shockingly flexible." "Speak for yourself. I was flexible. Once. Now I'm pregnant with the child of a walking beefcake, which is great, but said child is currently kicking me in the ribs," Soraya said, pressing a hand to her side and shifting to a more comfortable position. "And your point is?" Aphrodite asked. "Downward-facing dog got me into this, but downward-facing dog is not going to get me out of it. Save yourselves. Screw fitness. Eat cake. Multitask and eat cake off of your partner, especially if you don't want to worry about dishes." "Now feels like a great time to mention the many perks of being a lesbian," Angel said. "Eating cake off of your husband is probably just a different road to the same result," Lily pointed out. "True," Soraya said, rubbing her side. "But at least there's cake. Now shut up and focus. We are not going to lose at trivia.
They lost at trivia. Unsurprisingly, the top 3 spots were swept up by groups of asexual beings and souls who had wisely teamed up with each other. Lily's team, which they'd brilliantly named just as the alcohol had kicked in, had done respectably well, all things considered. Team Pig Venus beat the guys' team, something equally stupid, which was really all they cared about, especially after several more rounds of drinks. The first place team was announced, followed by an en masse scraping of chairs and stools and a collective burst of movement as people rushed to end an evening of teasing. Asmodeus simply appeared by their table, picked up a smug Soraya with extreme care, twisted away, and disappeared through the crowd. Lily hadn't even seen him leave his table. He'd just been a blue-gray blur. Aphrodite winked at Lily, demurely finishing her drink before she stood and spent an inordinate amount of time adjusting her dress just so, all while Hephaestus hovered patiently behind her. Not rushing, not saying a word, just watching her with reverence and enough heat to forge something. The moment she smiled at him and offered her hand, he towed her away with a speed belied by the presence of his cane. Angel winked at Lily and turned her full attention to the woman kissing down her pink neck. Lily went to throw back the remnants of her bright blue drink, but paused to watch, impressed, as a 4-armed, green-skinned being pushed a male soul wearing a 3-piece tweed suit backwards onto a table, one hand tugging his shirt out of his pants. A wall of heat pressed against her back a moment before Belle's palms came to rest on the table on either side of her. This was about when I bowed out last time. Orgies aren't really my thing, he rumbled.
She downed her drink, carefully setting the empty glass on the table and tilting her head back to look up at him, ignoring the way the world spun slightly.
But you've tried it?
He shrugged, dipping down to kiss her chin.
Once, barely into my time in the army. I like all genders and most positions, but it turns out I'm not fond of sharing. You?
I got propositioned by a couple once. They were part of a swingers club and old enough to be my parents. I turned them down, then spent a month reevaluating my entire life because apparently I was the kind of person creepy old swingers wanted at their parties.
Or you were just hot and they had eyes and no boundaries. How old were you?
23. And I was at work, too. Orgies are intriguing in theory, but frankly, they seem like a lot of work. If I wanted to disappoint multiple people at once, I would have talked about my reading habits at Thanksgiving. Someone started moaning behind them. They looked at each other. Time to go? She asked.
Time to go,
he confirmed, making room for her to get up. The hallway was full of chatter, the asexual folks and the less desperate catching up with each other and laughing. Lily slid her arm around Belle's waist, careful not to brush his wings, hugging him as they walked. His arm was a pleasant weight around her shoulders, fingers tracing idle patterns on her upper arm. Lucifer stood apart from the crowd, deep in conversation with an unfamiliar woman, their deadly serious expressions completely at odds with the jovial atmosphere of the night. Lily frowned and slowed, the haze of the alcohol lifting slightly. Belle squeezed her shoulders. She met his eyes.
Keep walking.
He shook his head.
It's nothing for tonight.
Her chest tightened as a tendril of anxiety warmed in, but she nodded and turned her head forward, focusing on not falling in her heels. They'd seemed like such a fantastic idea sober, and while slightly drunk in the bathroom with Belle. I regret nothing. Firmly drunk and walking home, however, her feet didn't hurt, but the heels might not have been the best idea.
Speaking of your reading habits,
Belle said with a grin, his eyes glassy but coherent enough.
I must say, I've been taking notes.
On which one?
Is it the tail one?
His mouth dropped open.
There's a tail one.
No.
You're a terrible liar.
I'm a fucking fantastic liar. I'm just slightly drunk.
Pounding the fuzzy navels, were we?
I don't like that mental image. And no, I didn't want to tempt you beyond reason.
You existing is pretty damn tempting, Princess.
And yet, she said, squeezing him a little, you wouldn't let me return the favor. Like a chivalrous asshole. He chuckled. I've been thinking about it, she informed him. I've been making plans.
Oh?
Yep, involving your cock and my mouth. He choked and missed a step. A woman who was even drunker than Lily pointed at her with enthusiasm. Yes! Get it, girl! I'm trying, Lily said, and then blinked. I like your dress.
I like your dress,
the woman beamed. Her partner shook her head, smothering her laughter as she tried to tug the woman away. We're friends now, the woman called. Yeah, we are, Lily grinned, looking up at Belle. See, she knows what's up. Belle muttered something under his breath about something being up, a little smile on his face. The hallway grew quieter as they walked. Most realms operated on a fairly similar schedule, and it was generally night within them. Lily spied a certain arch and tightened her grip on Belle.
What's wrong?
He asked, halting. Lily opened her mouth, then closed it again, hating the slimy, dark sensation oozing over her skin, through her insides. Her chest had been so peaceful and full lately that the sudden hollowness was all the more jarring.
Lily,
he asked gently, moving to see her face more clearly. Have you ever been to heaven? She asked, tearing her eyes away from the gleaming, hideous perfection of the arch and focusing on his handsome face.
A few times. The souls there are nice, but a demon in heaven can be a little jarring for even the nicest people, yeah?
That's bullshit, she murmured.
True. I also don't like that much gold. I'm clearly more of a make-it-black kind of guy.
You're trying to cheer me up.
Yep. Is it working? Or do I need to start removing clothes?
She squinted at him. Yours or mine?
I haven't decided yet. Your shoes look uncomfortable. Incredibly sexy, but uncomfortable. However, I have more clothes on, so we have more to work with there.
She glanced over his shoulder to the arch and sighed. Seeing the arch to heaven makes me feel small. Wrong. Like I'm this walking sinful flaw, and it's only a matter of time before someone notices. Which I know is bullshit, but I can't stop feeling that way. I hate it. Belle nodded slowly, gazing down the hallway while he seemed to consider his words.
You're not alone in that. It's shitty, but I've heard some souls talk about feeling the same way. That thinking, what they teach you, is wrong. You know that, and I know you know that, but sometimes it helps to have a reminder. You created and run the help desk in hell. No one, not even heaven or God or the universe itself, gets to make you feel inferior, because you're not.
Lily wished her head wasn't so fuzzy. She rested her hands on his hips, toying with the embroidered edge of his tunic, savoring the solid strength beneath her palms. You're making it very difficult to remember that I'm not supposed to have my way with you at the moment. He arched his scarred eyebrow, a deliciously cocky smirk settling on his lips.
Princess, I think you're a horny drunk.
Well, yes, but you're not helping. I keep thinking about what happened in the bathroom and my plans, and you're right here. See my problem? He groaned, stepping a little closer.
Let's not talk about what happened in the bathroom, or your plans. If we do, I'm going to embarrass myself.
You could embarrass yourself into my... He clapped his hand over her mouth with a laugh.
Let's get you home, Lils.
She shot a sour glare at the gleaming arch as they passed, then refocused on other plans that, sadly, did not include Belle naked.
I have a proposition for you,
Belle rumbled a few moments later. Go on.
As much as I would love to explore other things tonight, I don't think we should. We're both drunk, and in no position to decide anything that important. So, we're not having sex. Yeah?
Yeah. She definitely wasn't pouting.
However, I want to be with you. I don't want to just drop you off at Paradise. Would you like to stay with me? Fair's fair. I've seen your home. You are more than welcome to come see mine. Or we can stay at your paradise. Or I can take you home. Whatever you want, obviously. But you're invited. To my home, I mean.
Lily hid her little grin. He was rambling. It was cute. I'd love to see your home. And while we agree, no more hanky-panky tonight. Making out can be really fun. I wouldn't be mad about making out like teenagers with you.
Deal,
Belle answered quickly.
Want me to sneak you in a side door so we get the full teenage experience?
How about we strut in like adults and then go full tonsil hockey?
Never call it that again. But yes.
Chapter 32. Second Breakfast. Belle. Belle wondered if Lily had felt as nervous when she'd shown him her home. Just because a woman read about palaces and mansions didn't mean she'd actually like a palace. Would she? It had never mattered if previous partners had cared for it or not, because he'd liked them, but it just hadn't been the same. Lily saw things. His home stood in stark contrast to hers. They stood on the short walkway, staring up at the home he'd spent his entire life in. He looked at it and saw tall black walls, sweeping lines of architecture, and myriad tall windows lit up from within, offering peeks of the interior. Windows he'd snuck out of. Walls he'd bounced a ball off of in play. Twists and spires on the roof he'd used as a challenge course for flying. What did she think of the carefully tended gardens? The flowers and vines shining with their own bioluminescence in an array of colors. The trickling creek of lava bubbling out of the ground and cutting a swath through the lawn, a shimmer of heat rippling in the air above it. Would she think it ostentatious, empty, silly, beautiful? He braced for a less than positive expression. He'd seen them before, and turned to her. She had a hand pressed to her chest, pretty nail polish reflecting the light, staring at the house in wonder. He loved looking at her. Sure, she was stunning with the dress and makeup and whatever else, but more than that, she was radiant. "Your house is amazing," she breathed. "Belle, you live in a beautiful fucking palace. Does it have a library?" "Two, actually. A boring one in my office and another one on the main floor. The books aren't as interesting as yours, though." She glanced at him, a flicker of vulnerability, uncertainty in those eyes. "I love your library," Belle told her, "and I am genuinely enjoying those books. I'd like to borrow more. After I've read the Tale one, that is. If you need Tale inspiration, big guy, I've got some books that would blow your mind. Stop trying to distract me." She tugged him forward, her smile bright in the dimness. "Show me everything." So he did. The foyer, with its pair of sweeping stairs and the beautiful carved banisters. The library that she cooed over, running her fingers over the spines of the books, starting a small stack of ones that had more worn covers than the rest. Clever girl. The small ballroom that he admittedly used for training purposes. The racks of weapons and weights and mats and other training paraphernalia, a harsh contrast to the elaborately carved and painted walls and ceiling. The living room, with its comfortable couches and chairs and a sweeping view of their level of hell, the homes sparser in their area, the gardens more expansive. His father had liked the little bit of privacy, the separation, when he'd had the place built long before Belle had been born. Belle guided her down the upper corridor to his wing of the house, explaining the entire time that he'd always thought it was ridiculous that he had an entire wing of the house to himself, but that he'd found it hilariously ironic when he was younger, given the wings on his back. He opened one of the double doors and followed her inside his bedroom. He'd only gotten a glimpse of hers through the open door as he'd followed Sharky to Lily's library, and he knew that while hers was a study of dusky purples and grays and blacks, elegant and cozy and feminine, his was much less colorful. Black walls rose twice the height of normal rooms, swirling subtle murals in glimmering gunmetal gray painted on certain sections. The shining mural of stars painted on the ceiling was a glimpse of the mortal night sky thousands of years ago. Belle had never seen it, but the artist that his father had commissioned had painted it with such skill that, half the time, Belle was convinced that he lay under the open sky. The dark hardwood floor was broken up by a large gray rug that sat under his admittedly oversized bed. He'd spent years, decades of his life sleeping in whatever tent or shack or shelter he could, wings clamped tight to his back in an exercise of basic, necessary rest. He liked the room to stretch out his wings and limbs, to luxuriate in sleep and rest his soul, as well as his body. Lily grabbed his arm for balance, lifting one foot to work off her shoe. It clattered to the floor, and she sighed in relief before going for the second one. In the mortal world, those would have killed my feet before I'd even made it to the pub. I'd call this a success. Barefoot, she wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed his collarbone. Your home is beautiful, Belle. I love it. He didn't think he'd ever get tired of holding her, of feeling her body pressed against his, or smelling her sweet scent. Being around Lily eased something in him. Holding her was like settling his feet on the ground after a long flight. Relief. Peace. He tipped her face up, kissing her long and slow. She arched into him, lips soft and glorious. He rested his forehead against hers, savoring the quiet moment every bit as much as he'd savored the events of the bathroom, a memory that had lust burning through his veins and tingling over his fingers. Pajamas, then canoodling? He asked. She wasn't the only one with alternative terminology. She laughed. Canoodling confirmed. Can I borrow a t-shirt?
Lily. Lily woke up warm, verging on too warm, and other than a faint headache, completely fine. She'd never get tired of the no hangover development. Paradise, baby. It has its perks. She nuzzled closer to Belle, more than willing to deal with a little extra heat. He slept on his back, holding her close with one arm, her head resting on his shoulder. Her leg was thrown over both of his tail curled possessively around her calf. She sensed a pattern there. The night before, when a pair of her underwear had appeared on Belle's bed, he'd looked around the room as if it had a viper in it.
Tell me this is a paradise thing,
he'd said, side-eyeing the door to his closet.
Because Carl is fine, great even, but I don't think I can deal with this house getting a personality too. It's seen too much.
Please don't call my house Carl. I don't want to live in a Carl. I'll have to ask around. But maybe this is one of those soul who went to paradise perks?
Let's go with that.
She'd changed into her magic new underwear and one of his old band shirts, so oversized on her that it fell to mid-thigh, and laughed at the slits in the back that they'd both forgotten about. Then she'd used the second sink in his bathroom to wash off her makeup while he'd stood in his boxers and brushed his teeth, taking special care to check his fangs. It had been so casually domestic that she felt like they had done it before, had been doing it for years. He'd made a face at her in the mirror while he'd brushed his hair. She'd crossed her eyes at him over a mouthful of toothpaste. They'd crawled into bed and snuggled together under the glowing mural of stars, whispering like little kids about their days, asking random questions and giving random answers, reveling in the simple and powerful intimacy of just being together. A paradise of its own. To her delight, a swirling, vaguely geometric tattoo peeked out of the top of his boxers and crept down his right thigh. She'd discovered a primal fascination with his bare torso, the solid slabs of muscle with enough padding to fuel his body for hours of combat. She hadn't let herself explore it beyond gentle, sweeping caresses. She opened her eyes and squinted at the red-gold light spilling into the room as Hell's Day dawned. Odd that the sheets were cooler and smoother by her legs, whereas from roughly her waist up, they were velvety and almost scorchingly warm, like suede left out in the sun. Belle was laying on his back. Fuck! She eased upwards, trying not to put too much pressure on Belle's chest with her hand, and looked down. Sure enough, his wings were splayed half open, draping over the extra-wide bed, and she'd been laying on one of them. She supposed that if he'd been in pain, he would have woken up, but still. Careful not to crush his tail, she slid her leg fully over him, sitting up and adjusting herself to straddle his hips, taking pressure off his wing. Gods, he looked like a painting. Against silky black sheets, his form was perfectly delineated. The power evident in his heavy pectorals and faintly ridged abdomen marked him unmistakably as a warrior. A line of crisp black hair trailed down from his navel to disappear into his boxers, the waistband of which rode dangerously low on his hips. She licked her lips, itching to trace it. His nipples were tight and flat, a much deeper shade of purple-gray than the rest of his body, the thin line of a scar arcing dangerously near one. If mortal artists had ever painted him, it would have caused a riot. Churches would have protested the image of a hot-as-fuck demon prince, though the internet would have gone buck wild for it. Beyond his obvious beauty, it was his scars that caught her eye. They were scattered over his body, little ones, bigger ones, a couple of round ones that looked like puncture wounds from a gun or an arrow, though for some reason she suspected the latter. Each mark a reminder of how hard he had fought to protect what he cared for. His ashy black wings, paler near the thin edges, also bore faint evidence of old injuries. A fresher-looking patch of raised membrane made something in her chest twist. Oh, Belle. He looked so different from when he'd stayed at her house. The bone-deep exhaustion of that night was gone, allowing her to see the fine details of his face more clearly. His mouth had a slight natural downturn to it when he was completely relaxed, making him look rather stern. It was so at odds with his usual cheerful expression that she reached out and brushed her thumb over the corner of his mouth, wanting to see it twitch up in one of his smiles. Belle's smile could power entire cities if someone ever figured out how to hook it up to a wattage thing. Had she ever told him that? Lily's smile faded. She hadn't, had she? And yet, how many times had Belle pulled her out of some emotional death spiral? How many times had he said the right thing to make her feel not so alone, to make her feel beautiful and precious? She didn't know if she'd ever made him feel the same. She wanted to. Someone should. Belle deserved to feel as wonderful as he made everyone else feel. He deserved the kind of peace and support that his mere presence gave her. She was determined to give it to him. He just needed to wake up first. She smoothed her hands over his chest and up his neck, cradling his angular jaw and leaning forward to kiss him with as much tenderness as she could manage. He inhaled slowly, his hands coming to rest on her thighs where they hugged his waist. She sat back as his eyes opened, the haze of sleep clearing away like mist in the sun. "Good morning," he rasped. his already deep voice somehow impossibly deeper. "Good morning," she smiled, catching one of his hands with her own and tangling their fingers together. "I realized something." Bell blinked at her, seeming to still be in the process of orienting himself. "Oh?" "Yeah, oh. I've known that you are wonderful for a while now, and—" "Lily," Bell said, a dark blush staining the tips of his pointed ears. "Bell." Affectionately, "Shut up. I experienced a whole coherent thought before I had coffee, and you're going to let me say this. Please." The last vestiges of sleep evaporated in an instant. A little smile played on his mouth, and his other hand left her thigh to press palm to palm with hers, fingers lacing together. "Sorry. Keep going, Princess." "Thank you," she said primly, adjusting herself slightly. "I have known you are wonderful for a while now. From the beginning, frankly. But I realized that, for all the kindness and wisdom and support you have given me, I don't think I have ever once returned that favor. And if I have, it wasn't adequate." Bell opened his mouth. Lily squeezed his hands. Bell shut his mouth. "You," she said softly, "are many things. Patient, kind, steady, strong, and not just because of your sexy muscles." He brightened a little. "I don't think I'm quite as gifted with words of wisdom and encouragement as you are, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I know, at some point, for some reason, in some way, you were left behind." He went utterly still beneath her, but she continued. "It's not your fault. Whoever and whatever it wasn't your fault. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Proud of you as a general. Proud of you as a prince. Proud of you. That's not empty bullshit praise. I see you. I don't know all of you yet, but I know you, and I see you." He didn't seem to be breathing. She untangled their hands, reaching up to cup his face. He stared at her with wide, unblinking eyes in wonder or horror, or maybe both. The scattered strands of his hair were delicate against her fingertips, his cheeks nearly scorchingly hot. "Belle, you are enough. You make existence better, just by being you." She swallowed. "And nothing about you feels temporary." If she'd had a heartbeat, it would have been racing a mile a minute. She'd never been so vulnerable in her existence, never taken a chance on sharing how she really felt with anyone. So, she did the only thing left to do. She kissed him. Hard. His hands landed on her hips and gripped firmly, but not enough to hurt. She broke away from his eager mouth, trailing kisses along his jaw, down his neck, over his thundering pulse. She lifted her head, emotions and lust swirling into a heady mix as she ghosted her lips over his, gripping his jaw with one hand. His glittering gray eyes were fever bright, the striations of silver gleaming as if they'd been polished. "I want," she teased his lips again, "to do something for you." She leaned back, and he surged up to chase her lips. She put a hand on his chest, pressing him back down to the mattress. "And I want you to lay back and enjoy it. Let someone be generous to you for once." She kissed him again. "Please." He peered at her, as if determining how much she meant it, and then gave a single short nod. But it was the intensity in his eyes that surprised her. Gone was the light-hearted goof. Here, he was pure focus, pure heat, pure passion. But behind the intensity, she could see something, a glimmer of insecurity. That was unacceptable. "You," she pressed a quick kiss to his mouth. "Are," she kissed his clavicle, More. A kiss to the center of his chest as she moved back, scraping her fingernail lightly over one nipple for good measure. Then, she nipped at his lower abdomen, then soothed it with her lips. She tugged at the waistband of his boxers, and he lifted his hips just enough for her to work them down, revealing his heavy, solid length and upper thighs. Enough. She breathed, pressing a final kiss to the rigid muscle of his upper thigh, over a tattooed line at the junction of his hip. "Understand?" she asked, looking up the length of his body. Something in his eyes shifted. The glimmer she'd seen had disappeared, and in its place was exactly what should be there: trust. With a grin, Lily turned her attention to her prize. He was large enough that, when they finally did cross that line, taking him would be a delicious stretch. Thick and uncut, the shaft was the same deep, dusky purple as his nipples, the fat head even darker and already beaded with pre-cum. She danced her fingers over his heavy balls, and he groaned what might have been her name or a prayer, maybe both. She licked her palm and finally touched him. Under the hot, satiny skin, faint ridges rippled along his length. Delightedly resolving to give him a little shit about being a walking sex toy later, she worked him, learning what he liked for a few moments before giving in to temptation. She licked up him in a long stroke, his hands flying to the sheets as he moaned, every muscle in his torso standing out in sharp relief. Lily grinned and did it again. "Tell me what you like, big guy. This is for you," she murmured, kissing just above his neatly trimmed patch of hair before returning to her treat. Hoping to make him feel even fractionally as good as he'd made her feel, she took his tip into her mouth with a groan of her own. He was thick, silky skin blazing hot against her tongue. The salty taste strong but not unpleasant. She listened to his groaned instructions, paid attention to his growls and gasps, discovering that when she flicked her tongue just so, he let out moans that she'd be hearing in her fantasies for the rest of eternity. She needed more. She needed to give him more. She worked him with her mouth and one hand, cupping his balls with the other, rolling them gently in her palm. She took him as deeply as she could, until her gag reflex threatened to make an appearance. The fact that her lips had nearly touched the hand she used to work him mollified her slightly. When she ran a finger down the center seam of his sack as she sucked him long and hard, he swore so colorfully she was surprised the paint didn't peel off the walls. He seemed to be fighting the urge to grip her hair, continually returning his fisted hands to the sheets. A naughty idea drifted through her mind. Belle was panting, apparently on the razor's edge of ecstasy, and as tempting an idea as it was to hold him on that edge for a little longer, it wasn't the time. She slipped a finger behind his balls and stroked. Belle came apart with her name on his lips. Lily swallowed him down greedily, swirling her tongue to make sure she hadn't missed a drop. She eased off him, licked her lips, and pressed a tender kiss to his thigh. Belle sat up and pulled her roughly up his body, taking her mouth in a searing kiss before she even knew what was happening. No one had ever kissed her after she'd gone down on them. She'd had no compunctions about it, but most people apparently found it gross. Belle, bless him, did not. She looped her arms around his neck and kissed him back, tongue tangling with his, the faint scrape of his fangs against her lip sending a lick of heat straight to her aching clit. When they finally broke apart, Belle rested his temple against hers, hands under her borrowed shirt, making sweeping strokes up her bare back. Lily panted, her own sex humming with a need that she ignored, understanding Belle's words from the bathroom perfectly. For him and about him. But beyond that, She could sense that something had fundamentally changed between them. They could be vulnerable with each other. She trusted him and he trusted her, but more than that, she trusted them together. She ran her fingers through his hair, along the back of his neck, over his shoulders. She loved touching him. It was self-soothing as much as it was to show care. "I don't think we need to wait anymore," she murmured. Belle shifted back enough to meet her eyes. "Are you sure?" "Yeah," she said quietly, offering a gentle grin. "Okay," he breathed, a soft, precious smile gracing his lips. She remained straddled over his lap as they simply held and watched each other, tracing little patterns over each other's skin as the room brightened with the dawn. Until his phone buzzed. And buzzed. He slumped, closing his eyes with a sigh. Lily pressed a kiss to his temple. "I've got to pick up Sharky anyway. She's probably adopted Cerberus by now." Belle chuckled and lifted his head, seeming brighter, surer of himself. He traced his thumb over her lower lip. "At least he's house-trained." Lily rolled her eyes and made to scoot off of him, but his grip tightened. "My family is having a picnic party next week. My mom, my siblings, their families, and probably a few cousins will show up. Would you and Sharky like to come?" "Of course." Lily settled back onto his lap. "We'd love to. Should we bring anything?"
"Cinnamon rolls."
His eyes gleamed, that impish grin reappearing. Lily laughed and finally climbed off his lap. Belle kissed her cheek as she went, then slapped her ass.
"Perfect. Now that's settled. Want a quick breakfast?"
Lily shot him a sly look over her shoulder and slid off the bed. "I could go for second breakfast." Chapter 33. Being Birds. Lily. Lily sat at her desk and swirled her tea, frowning as a teenage demon scurried from the universal hallway stairs towards the elevators, obviously trying to look unsuspicious and, naturally, looking incredibly suspicious. She'd seen it happen half a dozen times over several weeks. It was never the same kid twice, and most of the time she barely noticed them outside of a passing observation that it was odd to see young demons near the gate. She'd asked several shifts about it, and none of them knew anything. A few had suggested that sneaking into the mortal world for a prank or bragging rights was a bit of a rite of passage for many young demons. She turned her attention to the soul stepping calmly up to the help desk, a quick glance at the desk confirming the lack of a soul file. Lily shot the soul, a man, an easy smile. "How can I help you?"
"Hey,"
the man said, ducking his head slightly. He appeared mid-30s, casually dressed, with dark brown hair pushed haphazardly back and a neatly trimmed beard.
"I'm from heaven, and I was wondering if it would be possible to visit my dad. The folks at the gates said you could help with that."
"What's his name?" Lily asked, sliding her computer closer and clicking on the disarmingly cute icon of a cartoon flame with smiling anime eyes, floating horns, and a little pitchfork. No one had fessed up to designing it, but they all adored it. There was a running list of name nominations on the whiteboard in the break room. Sharky had climbed up on a chair to painstakingly write Tim in her best penmanship. It had 103 votes, at least 6 of which were from Belle. 9 were from her.
"Henry Jones?"
The man chuckled dryly.
"I'm sure that narrows it down a lot."
Lily laughed with him, and a few questions later, when did he die, where was he from, any outstanding identifying features, found his father. The program on the computer offered a small bit of the full soul file. Thankfully, it offered pertinent information in written form, instead of delivering it directly into her mind. Henry had certainly earned his place in hell, but that wasn't what interested her. What had her softening was the impressive amount of work the man had done to learn and improve, working up from level 5. His son, who he had hurt so badly, had never visited before. "Looks like he's made it up to level 1, Lily said kindly. Quiet hope shone on the man's face, while Lily scribbled down Henry's information and handed over the sticky note, cat-shaped this time. "Good luck," she said, meaning it with every fiber of her soul. He smiled and took it with his fingers that trembled slightly. "You can take the elevator or the stairs through that hall. Just give that to one of the demons and they'll help you from there." With a quick murmur of thanks, the man stepped away, leaving her alone at her desk. It had been a blessedly quiet few days, a fact for which Lily was grateful. Most souls were fairly content to go where they'd been told without causing much fuss, and the ones who did foray over to the help desk hadn't been too disgusting or argumentative. Lily hadn't touched a weapon since the day of the trivia tournament. Well, she'd used the blade Belle had given her once, to retrieve a paper that had fluttered to the ground just out of reach. She cradled her mug of tea in one hand, kicked her feet up on the desk, and reopened a book she'd taken from Belle's library. Sci-fi was fairly hit or miss in her estimation, but she could understand why this particular book had such a well-worn cover. She ran her finger over a fingertip-shaped smudge of something on the bottom corner of a page, imagining the disgruntled look he must have had when he realized he'd left a mark. Her chest went a little achy. Trivia night had been perfection, and she regretted nothing. Not that night, nor the morning after. She kept wondering if it had all been a dream. Surely she couldn't have been that happy. She'd had dreams a bit like that before and been immediately pissed upon waking up that no one was actually holding her hand or letting her kiss their neck. It was surreal to have actual memories of those things, along with the promise of more. Oh, so much more. The only thing that had kept her from grinning like a jack-o'-lantern the entire day after had been the non-stop buzzing of his phone and the expression he'd had when she'd come back from the bathroom. She'd found him sitting on the edge of the bed in full general mode, staring at the screen. The responsibility he'd carried was almost palpable. Not crushing him, but weighting his every movement with purpose and care. He'd still smiled when she'd walked over, but the way he'd pulled her to stand between his legs so that he could wrap her in his arms and rest his face against her chest had told her everything. Playtime was over. He'd called her later and told her he would be out of contact for a while, but that he'd let her know as soon as he got back. She'd heard his smile when he told her to text him like normal. "I like seeing all your texts when I get a chance. It's like a little diary of your thoughts. Even if I can't respond, it reminds me that, no matter what, you're still out there doing things, being badass and having a great ass." She'd told him to be safe and that her ass was adequate at best. That had been 2 days ago. Sharky, when Lily had picked her up from the sleepover, had tried to convince her to let Cerberus, who turned out to be the size of a small bus, come home with them. Despite Serby's very good sit and fiercely wagging tail, Lily had had to put her foot down. After giving all 3 heads a good scratch behind the ears, of course. Sharky had been cheerful but quiet ever since. Something was brewing in that little body, and Lily had almost no idea what. It wasn't about not taking Cerberus home with them. She'd noticed the shift in Sharky the moment she'd arrived in the underworld to pick her up. She'd tried to subtly get it out of her with some leading questions, but Sharky hadn't taken the bait. She'd gone to school and skipped up to the help desk after, all smiles and stories, had done her homework in the break room with the assistance of everyone inside, but looked a little too long at the fire as it crackled in the hearth at home, or spent too long curled up on the couch, slowly and methodically petting the cat before going to her room for the night. Lily didn't know what to do. 5 chapters away from the end of the book, her heart was in her throat over fear for her favorite character, until the sound of running feet pulled her out of the reading haze. She grinned as Sharky scampered up and crawled onto her desk with zero hesitation. Ever since she'd had the additional consistency of school, Sharky's confidence had blossomed. Sharky's eyes were wide. "Were you alive before cell phones?"
Oof. Way to make me feel old, kiddo. Yes.
"I thought you died young, though."
Relatively young. I was 34. I got my first cell phone in high school, but I didn't get my first smartphone, like this, Lily pointed to the one on the desk, until college.
"How did you do anything?"
I mean, we had dial-up and house phones, so we weren't completely in the Stone Age, but it was definitely a different time. What brought this up?
"We learned about the mortal tech boom in school today."
I thought it was weird, Sharky explained. But something in her tone caught Lily's ear. She sounded older somehow.
"If you didn't have a screen, how did you know if you dialed the wrong number?"
Sharky didn't look different, but she had no idea what a soul maturing looked like. Would she literally grow each time? Or was it in spurts? Lily resolved to do some more research. The wrong person picked up the phone, which I always felt bad about, but hey, it happened.
"Ew, that's weird. Can we go home?"
Lily tucked her book under her arm and shoved her phone in the side pocket of her leggings. Sounds like a good idea to me. Any ideas for dinner?
"Bisque."
Lily stopped and stared at her. Bisque?
"Is it good?" "Nuri said her mom's bisque was the best, and then Rimmon said that his mom's bisque was the best, and they ended up fighting over it and having to sweep the hallway together."
We can try to make bisque, but maybe we make toasted cheese sandwiches too, just in case. I'd hate to have a repeat of the time we tried to do gnocchi from scratch. Sharky made a face of disgust that Lily couldn't replicate if she tried.
"At least it made really good glue for my diorama, though."
Lily texted Belle about their bisque disaster and sent him a picture of the splatters that somehow ended up near the ceiling, along with a picture of the magazine-worthy crab bisque that had appeared on the counter moments after the eruption. Princess, I don't know if the picture conveys how smug the house is right now, but it's smug. I can feel it. She held her phone for a few extra moments, then reached for the wash rag. The otherwise fastidious house seemed more than willing to let her clean up after her own catastrophe. Smug. Lily hoisted herself onto the counter, hunting spatters of what could loosely be called bisque. Loosely called bisque would be a great trivia team name. Rain had been heavy and constant since they'd gotten home, the lights of the village barely visible through the gray haze. Huge puddles formed in the garden. She'd cracked a window to let the achingly familiar smell wash through the house, and she sucked it into her lungs like a drug. The winters on the Pacific Northwest coast had been cold and wet and gray, with windstorms that howled and pounded at the windows. She loved storms, loved the way the earth smelled when it rained. She especially loved the cozy days spent inside with a warm drink and a heavy blanket. She inhaled long and slow. Happy. She seemed to be uncovering a remarkable capacity to be happy. It was nice. Lily slid off the counter and threw the washcloth in the sink, peering into the living room. Sharky leaned over the back of the couch near the big windows, arms folded, chin resting on top of them, staring out at the pounding rain. Max, never one to be left out, had loafed himself nearby, drowsing peacefully. Lily knelt next to Sharky, propping her own hands and chin on the back of the couch. Sharky's face was uncharacteristically flat, her eyes looking almost as soul-tired as when she'd arrived. "What you thinking, kiddo?" Lily asked quietly. Sharky shrugged. Lily waited.
Sharky's hood slumped off her head and she twitched slightly. Lily reached over and brought it up again, carefully tucking loose hair behind Sharky's ear. She followed Sharky's gaze to a cluster of birds bathing in one of the puddles. "Do you think they're having fun?" Sharky asked, without looking away from them. Lily watched the birds for a moment, splashing and dunking themselves in the water before shaking out their feathers. They seemed to be having a grand old birdie time, like little kids splashing in puddles. Aha. I think there's only one way to find out. Sharky frowned at her. How? We should try it ourselves. But we can't do that. Sharky insisted so quickly that Lily knew she'd heard it somewhere. Probably from her foster monster, the bitch. Why not? Sharky hesitated, brows furrowed but eyes starting to get that glimmer of interest in them. Come on, Bug, play with me. Just play. Because, Sharky said. Says who? Sharky looked out the window, a flash of excitement immediately followed by worry. She bit her lip and looked back at Lily, holding out her pinky finger. Lily took it and winked. Come on, Birdie. It's bath time. She pushed off the couch and headed for the door, bending down to pull off her fuzzy socks as she went. There was no reason to change out of her black sleep shorts and loose tank top, but she did pull the clip out of her hair and let it tumble over her shoulders. Do we need shoes? Sharky fretted as Lily pulled the large round door open, letting in a wash of damp air and the dull roar of the rain. Nope, not unless you want them. We're gonna go be birds. So if you don't want to be a bird in the rain with something, I'd leave it inside. Sharky hesitated for a moment, then unbuttoned her onesie. She wiggled free and carefully draped it on the nearby bench, standing uncertainly in her leggings and blue-striped shirt. Lily offered her hand, and Sharky gripped it with a surprising amount of strength. On 3? Lily asked. Sharky nodded, the vulnerability fading slightly as she shifted from foot to foot, watching the rain come down in sheets. 1, Lily started, squeezing Sharky's hand. 2, they said together. 3! They ran out into the dumping rain, immediately soaked to the skin. Lily laughed, tipping her head back, then smiled down at Sharky, who grinned back with bright, unburdened eyes. Lily let go of her hand, throwing her arms wide, spinning in a circle, kicking her toes through the grass and sending an arc of silvery droplets through the air. Sharky's giggle was one of the most wonderful things Lily had ever heard. Sharky stomped into the nearest puddle, shrieking as a spray of mud dotted her face. Then she did it again. Lily took a flying leap into the nearest puddle but messed up the landing, her feet sliding out from under her. The soft ground squelched as she landed flat on her back, water flying in the air and mud oozing between her fingers. Sharky cackled, standing doubled over in the puddle, hair dark with water and plastered to the sides of her face, howling with laughter. Lily flopped onto her stomach and perched her chin on her hands, smearing mud all over her jaw. She grinned up at Sharky and kicked her feet in the air behind her just for the hell of it. Little hands seized one of her wrists, tugging her up. Come on! They played together in the rain, sometimes splashing in puddles, sometimes kicking water at each other, sometimes seeing how many times they could spin before they fell over laughing. Lily pretended to chase Sharky, sliding more than running, then turned and slopped away as chaser became the chased. They lay side by side, mud soaking into their backs, staring up into the rain and making shapes with their fingers against the gray backdrop of the sky. Sharky jumped onto Lily's back with a triumphant howl, while Lily ran and spun them around the front garden in a victory lap. Eventually, they staggered inside, giggling, soaked down to their bones and covered in mud, hair in snarls and clumps. Lily had shaken like a dog, or tried to anyway. Sharky had followed suit, then peered down at herself and wrinkled her nose, which set Lily off on another round of laughter that Sharky joined in on. They separated to shower in their respective bathrooms and put on clean clothes. By the time Sharky emerged in a set of polka dot pajamas, Lily was waiting with 2 mugs of cocoa and marshmallows. The house had already cleaned up all the mud and water they'd tracked in, so she'd dragged a few cushions into the entryway and plopped them in front of the wide-open door, along with a heap of blankets. She and Sharky sat side by side, wrapped in blankets, sipping their cocoa in silence and watching the torrential rain as the sky grew dark. Max curled between them.
Lily, I don't think I made a very good bird. I didn't get very clean.
Lily sipped her cocoa. Maybe not, but you make a very good you, though. And I think I make a very good me. Sharky rearranged Max, scooted closer, and rested her head against Lily's arm with a sigh that seemed to come from her toes.
I like you and me.
Lily wrapped her arm around her and kissed the top of her head. I like you and me, too.
Lily?
The tremulous little whisper had Lily's eyes snapping open, immediately at full consciousness. She sat up, taking in the brightly moonlit room, thankful that she was still wearing the t-shirt and underwear she'd put on earlier, having been too tired to strip naked for bed as usual.
What's up, Bug?
She didn't bother asking if Sharky was okay. Clearly she wasn't, or she wouldn't be out of her sanctuary before the sun was up and the world felt safer to her. Sharky stood a few feet away from the bed, hunched in on herself, as if braced for a blow, arms wrapped firmly around a stuffed shark that was half her size. She sniffled, crawling up into Lily's lap without letting go of the shark, and buried her face in Lily's chest. Lily wrapped her up in her arms, smoothing down her messy hair, and dropped a kiss on top of her head, murmuring, "I've got you, Bug. What's going on?" Her little muscles seemed strung tighter than piano wire. Every fiber of Lily's being screamed that she protect, comfort, make the monsters go away. But she simply held the terrified child, her terrified child, offering what comfort she could and waiting. Lily had wondered, even after the joy of playing in the rain, what else was brewing in that little head. There'd been a residual tension in Sharky as they'd gotten ready for bed, like she'd been ticking closer and closer to something. Minutes went by. Then,
"Why didn't my mom love me enough to stay?"
Barely audible. A lifetime of pain in those words. Lily's soul ached. She closed her eyes and held her girl tighter, ignoring the way her nose stung, and swallowing hard to clear the lump in her throat. She smoothed Sharky's hair.
"Sharky, at the sleepover,"
Sharky said in a rush, as if a dam had broken and all her pain was flooding out.
"Everyone had moms and dads who loved them. Moms and dads who were nice to them. They didn't worry that their moms and dads wouldn't come pick them up. And I knew you would, but I still wondered. You're not my mom, so I wasn't sure, but you're not my mom, so I thought maybe that's why you'd come back. But I wasn't sure. Why?"
Her little sob made Lily's tears finally spill over.
"Why am I so easy to leave behind? Why am I so easy to hurt? Why does no one love me?"
She broke, clutching the shark and crying into Lily's neck. All Lily could do was rock her back and forth, hold her and rock her, waiting for her shattered sobs to subside. Lily fought the tide of her own emotions, knowing that Sharky, sharp, empathetic, big-hearted Sharky, would worry if she saw Lily weep too hard for her. Sharky had worked her way into Lily's heart from day one, but with every passing day she grew more deeply hers. When Sharky's crying had lessened enough for there to be more sniffles than outright sobs, Lily lifted her head and wiped at her wet cheeks with one hand, before offering her pinky finger to Sharky. a sacred, unbreakable promise. Sharky gripped it with her whole shaking hand. Lily drew her face up so that she could look her in the eye. Sharky's breath hiccuped a bit, but she started matching Lily's deep, even breaths. "You are lovable," Lily said gently but firmly. "You are lovable. You always have been, and you always will be inherently, that means naturally, easy to love. Despite what happened to you in your mortal life, you are not easy to hurt. You are not easy to leave behind." Lily fought to keep her voice even. "The people who hurt you were monsters, and you had more than your fair share of them in your life. They hurt you because you were there, not because of who you are or anything you did. Their evil was not your fault. Their actions were not your fault. You deserved a loving, safe, happy home, and the fact that you didn't get that is a crime. It's not fair at all, but it wasn't because of you. As for your mother," Sharky twitched. Lily felt the echoes of her file in her soul. A battered sharkmobile, hung over a crib with care. A woman's smile filled with love and magic and wonder. A smile at war with the worn lines on her face, the world weariness in her eyes, the shattered grief in the woman's wail as her baby was taken from her. "Your mother loved you as best as she could. From what I understand, she had her own monsters to fight. I don't think life had been very kind to her either. She had no idea what was going to happen to you in the system. She had no way of knowing. Maybe her life was so painful and scary that she thought you would have a shot at a better life if you weren't with her. I never had kids in any of my lifetimes, even though I wanted them. But if I'd ever had a child, I would have wanted them to be like you. Brave enough to bite a warrior in Valhalla. Kind enough to make sure everyone has a cinnamon roll, even if it means walking through a line of souls. Curious enough to try absolutely anything or go anywhere, even if it's a realm that most people find scary, and find the wonder in it. You are so fantastically, wonderfully, entirely you, and it is amazing. You are easy to love and worthy of joy and protection." Lily placed her free hand over Sharky's, the one wrapped around her pinky. "I might not be your biological mom, but if you'll let me, I will love you as if you were my own child. I'll always pick you up from the sleepovers. I'll always hold you when you cry, and make you cocoa, and ask about your day. I'll have to set boundaries and enforce them sometimes, but I won't ever hurt you on purpose. I'll be here for you until you don't need me anymore." Sharky took a deep, shuddering breath. "What if I always need you?" Lily smiled softly. "There's a part of us that always needs our moms, I think. But good moms help us be ready for life when they can't be in it. I will try, I promise," she corrected. "I promise to try and be that for you." Sharky squeezed her pinky one last time, then let go. Lily let her hands fall as Sharky sniffed, rubbing her forearm over her wet face, and then hugged Lily so tightly that she was glad she didn't need to breathe. Lily hugged her back, feeling the tension ease out of her little body. Not entirely, but enough. "Okay," Sharky said into Lily's shoulder. Lily gave her a little squeeze. "Okay." They hugged each other for a long time. Max eventually made an appearance, trotting across the bed to chirp and nuzzle at Sharky, who patted vaguely in his direction. He obligingly placed himself within the pat zone. A few minutes later, Sharky sat up and scrubbed at her face with one hand, until Lily gently used a corner of the sheet to clear away the snot and tears. Sharky looked at her with cautiously bright eyes.
"So, we can be a family?"
Lily smiled. "We are a family. Families aren't just a mom and a dad and kids. They can look a lot of different ways.
Is the mom-dad-kid thing one of those stupid rules?
Yeah, a bit. Family can be a pretty broad description. Sharky petted Max for a moment.
Can Belle be in our family too? 'Cause you're dating him and he's nice?
Before Lily could respond, Sharky added,
And Lucy. Lucy is really, really nice and helps me to feel brave and promise to get me an actual shark someday.
Making a mental note to chat with Lucifer at some point. Seriously, what the fuck, Lucifer? It better be a very cuddly afterlife shark that is utterly harmless to souls. Lily chuckled. Belle and Lucy are our family too. Sharky nodded, relaxing further.
I like our family.
The warm, fuzzy, full feeling in Lily's chest was back. Me too. Sharky crawled towards the middle of the bed and wiggled under the covers, Max following to perch against her side. Lily was momentarily stunned by the display of trust. Sharky had never fallen asleep outside of the safety of her room before, not even for a nap. Pushing her shock aside, she folded the sheet to avoid the tear-stained spot and lay down, rolling over to scratch behind Max's ears, then gently boop Sharky's nose with the tip of her finger. Sharky scrunched up her nose and giggled. Family. Lily's eyelids were heavy, but she stayed awake until Sharky's breathing evened out, and even Max slept. Pieces were clicking into place. Slowly, steadily, the ugly, cold hollowness of her chest was fading, replaced bit by bit with warmth and light and understanding. By love. I have my own family, and I'm not letting fear compromise who I am anymore. She drifted off to sleep with a smile on her face.
Chapter 34. Finding Beauty. Belle. Belle wiped the mud and sweat off his face with a marginally clean rag, pacing around the tent they'd set up as a command post. The ragged hole the size of a fist that had been punched through his left wing throbbed, tendrils of fire shooting through his nervous system and exacerbating his foul mood. 9 dead. Unacceptable. This was supposed to be a simple watch rotation, a simple line of defense to reiterate the point they'd made last time and deter the other universe from any more violent bullshit. He was supposed to bring all his soldiers home a bit scuffed, at worst, not in a fucking shroud. He'd asked for their names. Matthias, Ingara, Dakin, B.A., Riemann, Uli, Kikio, Fearneth, Jonareth. 9 people gone. 9 families devastated. Children would grow up without a parent. Parents would bury their children. Lovers and partners would never again feel their warmth, hear their laughter, turn to them on a bad day. All because one greedy fucking universe couldn't take no for an answer and leave their universe the fuck alone. Belle closed his eyes, grief and rage crashing through him. It hadn't just been armed exploratory forces this time. It had been a planned attack, and they hadn't been prepared for the intensity of it. "Sir, please, let me take care of your wing," a healer said firmly. Belle opened his eyes, and the healer pointed to a chair near the other commanders in the tent. Asmodeus had a bloody nose and a pissy expression but was otherwise fine. Morgan had been outmaneuvered, a rarity, and was furious enough to make the air shake. One of her commanders was wisely giving her a bit of extra room. Belle didn't blame him. A deity in a mood was unpleasant. Depending on the deity, the sensations ranged from static to sandpaper to oil to heat to cold and everything in between. Morgan's wrath made Belle's teeth and skin ache, like the sound of nails being drawn over a chalkboard made manifest. knowing that his mother would give a lecture for the ages if she heard that one of her offspring gave a healer grief. Bell sat as directed and spread his wing, focusing on anything other than that particular part of his body as they went to work. "I'm sorry," Asmodeus rasped, his voice uncharacteristically grave. "We didn't know about the Gagoni until it was on you." Bell took the offered mug of water and downed half of it, grimacing as his wings screeched with pain, the fine muscles fighting his efforts to hold still. Gagoni. He saw them in his nightmares sometimes. Had ever since his first brief encounter with them as a soldier all those years ago. Towering beasts with 2 long limbs, razor-sharp claws, a twisted head set on a stubby, nearly non-existent neck, with a maw that split their head vertically and almost completely in half. Fast, strong, vicious in the extreme, and damn near unstoppable. Their wet, shrieking roar sounded like babies wailing and flesh ripping, the latter a sound that had become painfully familiar, thanks to their presence for a brief series of previous battles over some issue with an ambassador. They'd killed it. Barely. It had taken 9 lives to do it. Too many. The pain in his wing was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. "Don't be sorry," Bell said. "There was no way you could have known about it. None of us did." "How many?" 9. Morgan and 2 of the other commanders began a heated discussion that thankfully didn't involve him or Asmodeus for the time being. They'd had their moment of battle. They'd conveyed the information they needed to convey. "It could have been worse for a Gagoni. I'm sorry all the same." Bell just nodded. It could have been worse. Should have been worse. They'd all studied the reports of them through the millennia. Gagoni could shred dozens, hundreds, if they struck fast and hard enough. The prickling, stinging pain of being healed scratched up his spine and dug into his brain like needles. "Find the beauty, Beleth. Even if it's small, find it." Bell focused on keeping his breaths steady, centering his mind, acknowledging the pain, physical, mental, emotional, without letting it consume him. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Asmodeus, mindlessly running the pad of his thumb over the silvery shine of his wedding band, his gleaming black claws a sharp contrast against the delicate patterns engraved in the metal. Simple, quietly powerful, lovely. Love enduring in a dark place. The flickering light from a lantern reflected merrily in the ring of water on the table left behind by a glass. A dancing circle of cheerful gold against rough grains of dark wood. Simple beauty, but no less precious. Lily. She sprang to his mind unbidden, and he immediately felt like he'd planted both feet on the ground. Beauty. She was the definition of it to him. She'd been so ethereally glorious those mornings ago in his bed, rising above him in one of his old shirts, auburn hair rumpled from sleep and gilded by the morning light. She looked like she'd been crowned with fire. But her eyes, the expression she'd had. "This last bit is going to hurt, sir," the healer warned. Bell closed his eyes and thought of Lily's hands on his face instead. She touched him so delicately, as if he were some precious, fragile thing instead of a demon and a warrior. No one had ever done that. Looked at him with such tenderness. Lily saw him. Saw the warrior, yes, but she saw the rest of him, too, and she hadn't curled her lip in disgust or treated him as less than. There'd been no pity in her eyes, just understanding. One warrior to another. "You are more than enough." He'd almost told her right then that he loved her because for the first time in so long he'd believed that he was worthy. worthy of permanence and love, and that he truly had more to offer than his capability. Then she told him to be safe. His mother had stopped telling him to be safe while he'd still been in school. He never doubted that she cared, but telling him, a respected warrior than a general, to be safe? She, like everyone, assumed that he was Beleth. He'd either be fine or he wouldn't. It was nice to have someone, not worry. He didn't like the idea of Lily worried. Care. It was nice to have someone care, to express their care and recognize that he wasn't invincible. He could practically hear her and Sharky giggling together in the break room over something, could hear Sharky cheering his name with the full force of her enthusiasm, and feel her flying over to give him a hug, shortly followed by Lily, who sauntered over with a sparkle in her eyes and a smile on her pretty lips. He craved those moments, even though they always made him wonder anew why his own young joy hadn't had the same grounding effect for its recipient. He opened his eyes. The residual ache from his wing was minor compared to before, the new skin darker and far more tender than the surrounding membrane. "Thank you," he rasped to the healer, who nodded and marched towards a resigned and sighing Asmodeus. Bell drifted over to the rest of the meeting, offering his advice and insight when necessary. His and his legion's rotation had come to a close, but with Lily and Sharky burning bright in his mind, he would be damned if he didn't do everything in his power to keep their universe safe. To keep them safe.
Chapter 35. Extreme Fussitude. Lily.
But why can't the house be named Carl?
Sharky insisted, homework abandoned on the kitchen table. It feels weird to say that we live in Carl. Why can't we call the house something else? Lily asked, leaning against the doorframe.
What's the name of the house in the Hobbit book? Baggy End? Why don't we call the house Carl's Baggy End or something? Sharky said.
Do not form a mental image of that, and do not under any circumstances laugh about it. Lily managed to hide her amusement by clearing her throat and biting her tongue hard. It's Bag End, and no, we aren't calling the house Carl's, she coughed, Baggy End. Sharky chewed on the end of her pencil, deep in thought, kicked her sock-covered feet in the air, wiggled.
Carlton?
Lily couldn't keep herself from laughing that time. All right, I can work with Carlton. If you need any more help with your homework, let me know. I'll be in the library.
'Kay,
Sharky chirped, leaning back over the table. As Lily headed down the hall, she heard Sharky whisper loudly,
I'll still call you Carl, though, don't worry.
The timbers in the kitchen groaned happily, and Sharky giggled. Lily shook her head, making a beeline to her nest of pillows and blankets on the window bed, eager to dive back into her book. Several chapters and an indeterminate amount of time later, the door to the library swung open.
Someone's knocking on the door, Sharky announced. I didn't answer it because I don't know if it's someone we like or not.
Lily kicked free of her blankets. I don't think Paradise would let people we didn't like get in here. Sharky hung back in the hallway, just around the corner from the entryway and within sprinting distance of her room, wariness all over her round face while Lily approached the front door. The latch clicked under her palm, swinging open on silent hinges and letting the cheerful sunshine spill over the floorboards. Hey, Princess, Belle rasped. Fuck, Lily said simply. It won't be my best performance, but I'll give it a shot. His grin was weary. Oh, Belle. Lily raked her eyes over every inch of him, cataloging the armor that she would have drooled over if he hadn't looked so careworn. The weaponry, the filth, the new dark spot on his wing, the deep shadows under his eyes. Oh, his eyes. Sad, exhausted, the silver of them dull.
I didn't want to go home,
he said quietly, shifting his weight. Vulnerability glimmered in those eyes. Come on, big guy. Let's get you taken care of. Lily took his hand, tugging him inside. Don't worry about your boots, she told him when he paused and started to bend over. He straightened with a wince and a tiny wobble. Lily tucked herself against his side in an effort to support, mentally racing through what she had available and what might be helpful to the situation. Sharky peered around the corner, eyes widening when she saw Belle. She scampered across the foyer to take up a position on Belle's other side as Lily guided him towards her room. Sharky could barely reach Belle's waist, but she tried.
Hey, kiddo,
Belle said, patting her on the shoulder.
How was the sleepover?
Fun. Lily wouldn't let me bring Serby home with us, but that's okay. I don't think Max would have liked him very much.
Max could have taken him,
Belle said as they reached the door to Lily's room.
Are you okay?
Sharky's voice was small. Please don't let this set her back. Please don't let this give her nightmares or something new to fear. I can explain everything, baby shark. Belle crouched down slowly to smile at her. He gestured for her to come closer, leaning in to whisper in a pantomime of secrecy, as if Lily weren't standing right there. I'm fine. I'm just tired and want Lily to fuss over me. He winked at her and stood, leaning dramatically against the doorway. Sharky's face lit up with understanding before she schooled her face into a mask of seriousness and turned to Lily.
I think Belle needs fussing,
she said with the gravity of a doctor in a hospital drama delivering bad news. Sharky gestured to where Belle was blinking pathetically.
Look at him.
Despite her concern for the genuinely rough shape that Belle was in, Lily had to smother a chuckle at their performances. Well then, I guess you have your homework and I have mine. Let the fussing commence, Lily said with equal seriousness, sliding under Belle's arm and tucking herself against his side. She felt him shoot Sharky a thumbs up behind her back, a gesture that Sharky returned with both hands before the door shut behind them. Belle immediately straightened and held her against him with a surer grip. Lily gave him a light squeeze, recalling how sore he'd been the last time she'd seen him after a mission/battle/whatever the fuck it had been, leading him into the cozy luxury of her bathroom. The shower had already started itself, and a plush, oversized towel that Lily had never seen before hung on the heated towel bar.
You don't have to actually fuss, Princess. I'm fine.
You signed up for fussing, you're getting fussing. From the look of it, you require some extreme fussitude, so suck it up, big guy, Lily said, mostly teasing. Mostly. She reached for one of his weapons and undid the straps, carefully setting it on the counter before reaching for another, while he took care of even more. After they'd amassed a small armory by the sink, they tackled his armor and his boots. She didn't miss the way his usually nimble fingers fumbled once or twice on a buckle, or the little exhalations of pain when his body moved a certain way. Eventually, Belle stood in his pants and shirt, both made of a tough black fabric, rolling his neck and shoulders. Lily started to pull the hem of his shirt free, but Belle stopped her and clucked disapprovingly.
What do you take me for, Lils? A cheap date?
I'll feed you later. Strip, please.
Maybe I don't want you to see what's under my clothes,
he said, clearly hedging. Lily folded her arms and arched her eyebrow at him. I've had your cock in my mouth. I think I can handle seeing whatever bruises you're hiding under there. He tried to scowl at her, but the effect was somewhat ruined by the way his lips tipped up at the corners.
I am not bruised.
She poked him in the side. He flinched and capitulated.
Okay, maybe I'm a little bruised. Have your way with me.
Thank you, Lily said primly, tugging his shirt free. He took over, unclasping the panels around his wings and pulling it over his head, the heavy muscles of his torso working under his skin. Lily traced the outline of a particularly black bruise on his ribs with the barest touch of her fingertips, throat tightening in concern. Belle dropped the shirt and went still. She trailed her fingers across his stomach to a lighter mark, then up to a scrape near his collarbone, finally bringing her hands down to brace lightly on his hips. She pressed her lips to the center of his chest, feeling the reassuring thud of his heart. Belle gently scooped her up, ignoring her murmur of protest, set her on the counter next to the pile of weapons, then leaned in and buried his face in her neck. She skated her palms up his back, tracing the dip of his spine, soothing the knots she could feel by his shoulder blades as the bathroom grew misty. Her big-hearted warrior. "I lost 9 soldiers," he said quietly, not lifting his head. Lily held him a little tighter. "In the grand scheme of it all, 9 soldiers out of the legion I had wasn't bad. Isn't bad. But it almost hurts worse when there's few enough to name. It's more personal. Losing soldiers always makes me feel quiet for a while. But I didn't want to be alone. Being alone reminds me of..." He trailed off. Lily smoothed over the snarl of his hair. "What were their names?" He whispered them, and she felt the weight of their loss in every syllable. They curled together in silence, in acknowledgement. Belle eventually kissed her shoulder in quiet thanks. She slid off the counter, and together they worked his stiff pants down his legs and over his tail. There was no heat in seeing him naked in that moment. She'd appreciate his glory later. He stepped into the oversized shower, and Lily took the opportunity to slip out, pressing a hand to her chest that ached in a new way. Sharky had settled cross-legged on the bed with her workbook in her lap, and she looked up when Lily sat on the edge of the bed.
"What's the finger trick for multiplying 9s again?"
Lily showed her.
"That's what I thought,"
Sharky said, scribbling down numbers.
"Belle is okay, right?"
"Yeah, he's just tired and sore and a little sad, so he might be quieter than you're used to." Sharky nodded sagely and closed her notebook.
"Can I fuss too? Or is this a grown-up thing? Because I know exactly how to help."
"I think Belle can use all the help we can give him today."
"Cool. Bring him to the library,"
Sharky ordered, sliding off the bed and running out the door. She ran back into the doorway.
"Like, when he's done,"
she clarified, before running off again. "Do you need help?" Lily called, trying to figure out what exactly Sharky was up to.
"No!"
Sharky yelled. Something scraped over the floor. A chair, maybe? And a cupboard banged. Something clattered loudly.
"Still no,"
Sharky called, then, quietly,
"Shit. I think?"
Lily was waiting on the edge of the bed when he emerged from the bathroom wearing black sweatpants and a sleeveless gray shirt that Carlton had provided. He strode towards her, but she stood and stopped him just before he collapsed on the bed. "Sharky wants to fuss over you a little too. I told her you might be quieter today, but you don't have to if you just want to sleep." His smile was tired but pleased. "I could use some Sharky fussing." "In that case, I have orders to take you to the library," she said, taking his hand and leading the way. She pushed the doors of the library open and found Sharky waiting on the other side. She immediately grabbed each of their hands, towing them over to the window seat that Lily had spent half the day lounging on. The pillows and blankets had been rearranged, and Lily's book had been set aside with a napkin stuck in it as a bookmark. Sharky released their hands and pointed at the window seat.
"Cuddle. I'll be right back."
She ran out of the room. Lily looked at Belle. Belle looked at Lily. "You heard the shark. Cuddle up, Buttercup," Belle said. As the shark commands, I have an idea.
Lily lay so that her shoulders and neck were slightly propped up and patted her chest.
You look like you need held, big guy.
Belle crawled over her, sparking heat low in her belly that she immediately quashed. He draped his heavy body between her legs, lowering to rest the side of his face against her abdomen. Thankfully, the vague C shape of his horns lent itself well to the position, the upper curve of one horn just barely touching the underside of her breast, while his wings spread to drape against the sun-warmed window and down to the floor. Lily ran her fingers through his damp hair just as Sharky hurried back into the room with a mug.
Hot cocoa fixes everything, and it has extra marshmallows, and a straw so you can drink it lying down.
Sharky set it by Lily's leg, and Belle steadied it with one large hand.
I'm not done.
Sharky ran out the door again. Belle lifted his head to take a long drink through the chunky straw, then relaxed with a sigh that seemed to come from his soul. Sharky hustled back into the library, with a confused Max in her arms and a book in her teeth. She deposited the cat against Belle's side, just under his wing, then took the book out of her teeth and handed it to Lily before crawling over their legs and up their sides to snuggle between Lily and the window.
Cuddles, Cocoa, cat, book. The 3 C's and a B that can solve almost anything. Aloud, please,
Sharky said, pointing to the book in Lily's hands. Lily turned it over, the well-worn pages as familiar to her as her own face. The Hobbit, her first bedtime story. Her dad had started reading it to her when she'd been 5, and over the years, they worked their way through The Lord of the Rings, her dad's love of the story becoming her own. She'd given it to Sharky and offered to read it to her, but Sharky had always said, not yet. Belle sipped his cocoa and patted Sharky's foot.
Thank you, Sharky.
He curled his tail around Lily's calf.
Chapter 1,
he rumbled. Lily winked at Sharky, who beamed brighter than the sunlight washing over them, then opened the book with one hand, running her other one through Belle's hair. Family. My family. In a hole in the ground. Chapter 36. Friend-shaped. Lily. As the elevator slid downwards, Lily glanced at Sharky for the dozenth time since they'd left the house. Something in her had shifted after the night she'd crept into Lily's room and finally voiced her fears. She carried herself with a bit more confidence. Her eyes were brighter, and her smiles came quickly and lingered. Every moment of bravery and indicator of progress had pride and love swelling in Lily's chest. Sharky had even fallen asleep while Lily had read to her and Belle in the library a few days before. Lily had read more than a third of the book by the time darkness had fallen, and the temptation of sleep had been too much to resist. Belle had, unsurprisingly, fallen asleep first. She'd just kept reading and running her fingers through his hair. Sharky had lasted a bit longer, her head resting on Lily's shoulder more and more firmly, until Lily heard the first soul-warming little snore. The next morning, they'd all made Swedish pancakes and sat in the garden to eat. Belle had settled a wing against Lily's back, and Sharky had sat between them while they'd watched a flock of birds as it twisted and turned over the hills and fjord. Happy. But back to Sharky. Sharky, I think you're taller, Lily said finally, adjusting her grip on the handle of the little cart they'd packed with food to bring to Belle's family get-together.
What?
Sharky squinted up at her. I think you're growing.
I can do that?
Yeah, remember? Lily chuckled, though she'd recently texted Sita a barrage of questions to clarify. We talked about this, and Sita confirmed it. I think your growing up is happening. Sharky pumped both fists in the air, shouting, Finally! Just as the elevator doors slid open.
Sharky bounced with puppy-like enthusiasm as they headed down the short hall to the gate, her hood flopping back.
Mora!
She yelled, breaking away from Lily's side to sprint towards the demons and the line of souls.
Krun! Guys! I'm growing!
The resulting cheer from every single demon wouldn't have sounded out of place in a sports stadium. Someone, Krun, probably, based on the height, had Sharky held over his head, while the demons whooped and stomped their feet with such enthusiasm that Lily could have sworn the pens on her desk rattled. She tucked the cart behind the low wall, knowing better than to leave it in the break room, and walked over to join the celebration. Sharky was being tossed from demon to demon, laughing hysterically. Lily's grin died when she spied a soul trying to sneak off in her direction. She stepped in front of the soul, a reedy-looking man with a hat pulled low over his brows, crossing her arms. "I don't think so." She kept her tone and expression cool, silently daring the soul to be stupid. The man gawked at her, glancing back at the celebrating demons, his confusion melting into anger. "Help me out here. We're the same," he hissed. Something appeared between her crossed arms and her body. His file. Images and memories flickered across her mind. "I think the fuck not. I certainly never beat my wife or children. Get your ass down to level 4 or it will get got for you." She kept her tone and expression frigid, silently daring the soul to be stupid. Something flickered in his eyes. The rage and fear she expected, but the shame, guilt, and regret she did not. Memories flickered from the file. He had been beaten before, for most of his childhood, and by most of his family, his parents, his older siblings, his grandfather. A violent cycle, one he'd never brought himself to face, but only continued. "You're a real bitch, you know that," he said. But she could hear the faintest tremor in it. "On a good day, there's no one who can do it better." She pointed towards the tunnels. "Level 4. Move. And here's some advice. If you want to live again, the work is up to you. Face the consequences and learn, instead of trying to avoid them." He stomped back towards the line of souls. Lily snapped her fingers and pointed at another soul, a woman in an immaculately tailored, entirely beige outfit. As she scurried towards the employee hallway, "You too, Beige Watch." The woman stopped in her tracks, mouth falling open in protest. "Does any part of my expression look like I'm open to excuses? You don't have to run in slow motion, but you do have to get back in line and go where you're told." The woman huffed but turned around. "Hey, sexy," a male voice crooned with entirely too much confidence, just as another file appeared in her hand. "You thought it was funny to kick animals and take naked pictures of unsuspecting girls through their windows and sell them on your website. You ruined lives with that shit, and you just kept doing it. I will send you to level 5 with no balls or penis." The weight room wonder stared at her as if she was an alien. "Fuck around and find out, dickless." Lily let her hand drop to the hilt of the short sword Belle had given her. She'd taken to wearing it after hearing about the soldiers he'd lost. The threat loomed large in her mind, and some instinct, probably a holdover of preservation from being mortal, had her buckling the sword belt around her waist before she left the house. It looked slightly out of place, paired with her leggings and fitted black t-shirt, but honestly, it felt right. Even if she had theoretical knowledge about how to use it at best, despite training with Belle in the afternoons. Enthusiasm and a vicious cutting edge seemed to make up for a lot, though, especially against souls who fought with more audacity than brains or skill. The soul flipped her off, spitting some choice insults as he went back to the line. Lily rolled her eyes. The demons had put Sharky down, and even though the general spirit of celebration persisted, Most of them had returned to the business of making sure the souls got where they were supposed to go. Sharky skipped over to Lily with a grin that could outshine the sun.
I wonder how tall I'm going to be.
It's going to be cool to find out. Do you want to keep track of how much you're growing? Like on a wall?
Yes!
Sharky leaped clear of the ground.
Can we do it in the break room so everyone can see?
Sure. Let's get your first measurement real quick before you go to school. Sharky practically sprinted to the break room, then back to Lily, then back to the break room, urging Lily to walk faster. Eventually, Lily found herself being towed by the hand and laughing so hard she nearly tripped. It was the work of a moment to find a pencil and a book. While Lily had found those, Sharky had selected the empty expanse of wall by the water cooler.
This way,
Sharky explained, standing perfectly still while Lily made sure the book was level.
Everyone can see it when they get their water.
Lily made the mark, and Sharky stepped away, turning to beam at the wall. Lily handed her the pencil. Here, sign it. No dates to worry about. Sharky stuck her tongue out with concentration, signing Sharky, with only slightly wobbly letters and adding a smiley face at the end. Lily draped an arm around her shoulders, every bit as proud of Sharky as she seemed of herself.
Do you think I'll be as tall as you?
Maybe. I was small for my age until I got to middle school. Then I grew like nobody's business. And kept growing, always faster than my friends. Flickers of a night she'd rather forget. Crying, hating herself, blaming herself for... Lily blinked away the unbidden burst of memory, setting it aside to process later. She hadn't replayed that night in a long, long time, and didn't want to start now.
Do you like being tall?
Sharky asked. It has pros and cons. It's different in the afterlife, too. I never felt short in the mortal world, but ever since I started spending time with the demons, I'm getting used to feeling small, but it's still a fairly new thing for me. Well, in my most recent memories, anyway. Pretty sure I was small in at least one of my lifetimes.
Really?
How did you feel about being small? The memories were hazy, with a slippery, dreamlike quality. Well, Lily said slowly, fighting to piece together cohesive information. My first lifetime, I was a bit like you, actually. Only I'm pretty sure it was a long time ago, like hundreds of years. The answering thought didn't feel quite like her own, but the information registered as accurate. Mid-1500s, I think? North, rain, wind, cold, green, rough skirts, a tired mother who loved them, other children, hungry, a man's laughter, snow, cold, so cold. I was little when I died, probably 6 or 7. Froze to death, I think. It was winter and I got lost, maybe. So, kid small, I remember. Being a short adult? I think I was a bit below average in the lifetime before this one, and it wasn't too bad. As memories trickled, Lily frowned. Being shortish hadn't been bad, but almost everything else had been. Glimmers of happiness shot through with pain and fear and so much hunger. How the fuck was her happiest lifetime the one where she died young of cancer? How was the runner-up for that title the one where she was wrongly burned as a witch and had a husband who tolerated but didn't love her? And she still wanted to go back? Did she? Of course she did. Eventually. Right?
Lily?
Sharky's voice pulled her out of her reverie. Sorry, kiddo. Got lost in thought there for a second. Guess we'll just have to wait and see how tall you get. And then you can see for yourself. Now, come on, let's get you to school.
And then we go to the party!
Sharky wiggled with excitement.
Do you think I'll be taller by then?
I've never grown in the afterlife, so it's up to you to find out. Don't be disappointed if you're not, though, okay? Just because you don't noticeably grow today doesn't mean you're not growing at all. Right, Sharky said, adjusting the straps of her backpack and following her out the door. A quick elevator ride, a short distance that, admittedly, they ended up running to make sure Sharky arrived on time, a quick hug goodbye, and Sharky was off to learn new things. Lily headed back to the elevator quietly, turning things over in her mind. I want to go back. Do I want to go back? What do I want? The sweet memory of the three of them resting together on the window bed, the sun illuminating the pages, Belle's breath heating her skin, and Sharky's warmth curled around her side felt like an answer. But she'd never had the opportunity to grow old, and she wanted to. What it would be like to laugh over her first gray hair, to see her face settle into age instead of just starting to show the hints of it. She knew that aging wasn't for the faint of heart, that it could be frustrating and painful and scary to have your body fail, to worry about balance and falls, to say goodbye to more and more people. What would she be gaining, really? There was no way to say that her next life would end better than any of her previous ones. She'd found peace in the afterlife, love in various forms, fulfillment. She liked waking up in the morning, was excited to get out of bed and see what the afterlife had to offer, to see what Sharkyisms would make her laugh. And Belle. Just Belle. He was a friend, a confidant, a partner. Just being around Belle made existence better. Sex or no sex. Though, she certainly couldn't wait for sex. The fact that she hadn't gotten to ride him senseless yet was like an itch under her skin. Like romantic idiots, they'd agreed that they didn't want their first time to be a stolen quickie in some closet. But between the tolls of his work, her obligations, and Sharky's interruptions, stolen moments were all they'd been getting lately. Though she knew that Persephone would happily arrange another sleepover, or that Sharky could stay a night with Lucifer, who often picked her up after school and spent time with her before dropping her off at the elevators, Lily had found herself protective of Sharky after her most recent breakthrough. Sharky's idea of their family and trust in Lily's dependability was a new, fragile thing, and she didn't want to risk it just yet. She headed towards the help desk, a line of souls waiting mostly patiently. She held up a finger to silence the first woman in line, who had sucked in a breath to start yelling the second Lily neared the desk. Lily sat, meticulously adjusted her chair, reached for the file and flipped it open, running her finger over the first page. Given your history of mistreating service workers, especially your delivery drivers, in addition to your outspoken and super fucking wrong belief that indigenous people are inferior to your bitchy ass, I'm guessing that you're about to yell at me and somehow manage to relay your racism while you do it. The woman turned a fascinatingly mottled shade of purple and sputtered for a moment before screeching obscenities at a pitch that set the hellhounds howling. Belle was waiting for her when the elevator doors slid open, looking casual and delicious in his usual pants and a t-shirt with hacked-off sleeves. He held up a hand to stop her before she could exit, glanced both ways and stepped into the elevator, pushing the button to close the doors. What? He lifted her with ease, pressed her back against the paneled wall, and kissed her, long and hard and hungry. Hello, stolen moment. She hooked her legs over his hips while she fisted his hair with one hand. He growled against her mouth. In retaliation, she tugged his hair hard, and his head fell back. She kissed and sucked along the column of his neck, careful not to leave any marks, this time, all while keeping a commanding grip on his hair. That kind of day, huh? He asked with breathless excitement, hand skating up her side to cradle a breast. She took his earlobe between her teeth, and he groaned.
Princess.
She let him tip his head down slightly, scant inches separating their lips. The silver of his eyes gleamed. He pulled against her anchoring hold on his hair.
Let me kiss you.
Say please. She grinned, teasing herself as much as him. She gave the barest roll of her hips, grinding into him. He hissed, and she clenched around nothing.
Please,
he breathed, eyes going hooded, pressing her even more firmly against the wall.
Please let me kiss you, sweetheart. Let me have just a taste.
She silenced him with her mouth, releasing his hair. He slipped his tongue along the seam of her lips, and, when she moaned, he pinned her harder to the wall, devouring her in a searing kiss. He shifted the smallest bit away from the wall, settled his hands on her ass, and the elevator door slid open. With a speed born of plenty of recent practice, they disengaged. She dropped her legs from his hips at the same time he set her down, turning to face their audience. The older male demon stared in surprise over the potted plant in his hands. After a moment, he smiled knowingly at both of them, then reached inside, pressed the door close button, and stepped back with a wink. The doors slid shut again, leaving them alone inside.
Shit,
Belle muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, Lily said, still reeling with arousal. She met Belle's eyes, their heavy breaths filling the elevator as the pull between them grew tighter, like a rubber band stretched thin. He did give us more time, she pointed out.
He did,
Belle agreed, tipping her face up to his once more. The kiss shoved everything out of her mind except the sensations of his lips and tongue, his strong hands and warm skin. When he broke away to softly slide his fangs over the sensitive spot on her neck, he'd discovered, she had to lock her knees to keep them from buckling with want. They had limited time, obligations to fulfill, and a family event to attend. But she wanted to scream that they needed a bedroom and at least half a day. Immediately. Belle. She wasn't sure if it was a groan or a moan or some hybrid of both. He rested his forehead against hers, his voice raspy as he murmured,
I know, Princess. Right there with you.
Lily wrapped her arms around his waist as they let the intensity of the heat fade, burying her face in his chest. He kissed the top of her head sweetly, the thud of his heartbeat against her ear reassuring in its steady rhythm. For the hell of it, she bit him. Gently-ish. He squeaked and stepped back, rubbing his pectoral. Lily burst out laughing. I've never heard that deep of a squeak before. The strain of a long day filled with more bombastic than usual souls melted away, especially when Belle's deep, rumbling chuckle filled the elevator.
Spend some time with Cthulhu if you ever want to hear a super deep squeak out of something the size of an office building. He stepped on something squishy during a hall party once, and my hearing wasn't right for days.
Lily giggled while she fixed her loose hair. Belle's massive hands cupped her face a moment before his delectable lips landed on hers, tender this time. She hooked her fingers into his waistband and pulled him closer, smiling into the kiss. He nipped carefully at her lower lip before pulling away with a twinkle in his eyes.
You bite me. I bite you back, Princess.
Awesome. Can I choose where? His eyes heated.
I'll accept suggestions, but I make no promises.
Tease. He winked, pressing the open button and slipping his hand into hers, calluses rasping against her skin as their fingers twined together. Lily had never really held hands before. It was a gesture of intimacy that hookups didn't tend to give each other. But it was honestly one of her favorite things they did together. She loved all of it, but the simple touch of their hands? Heady. heady and delicious and so sweet she wondered if she deserved it half the time, but treasured it nonetheless. She grabbed the handle of her cart, and they walked toward Sharky's school at a relaxed pace, since she'd come down extra early. The distance was barely noticeable as they talked about their days and swung their linked hands between them. While they waited, Belle gave her another quick rundown of the people he knew would be present at the party. Mother, her current and previous partners, his siblings, their spouses and partners, their children. And, he added wryly as the first kids exited the school, a bevy of cousins and some old family friends. I'm guessing Asmodeus and Soraya will be there then, especially if food is involved, Lily said as the tide of kids rushed down the stairs. Every shade of every color was on display, along with horns that were just starting to grow larger than nubs and take their various forms. She spied Sharky immediately, and not just by virtue of the hard-to-miss onesie she still wore for comfort. She was almost a full head shorter than every other kid. Belle seemed to be muffling laughter with his hand. "What?" Lily asked, warmth suffusing her veins at the way his eyes had crinkled. All I see is the fin on the top of her onesie moving through the crowd like Jaws." Lily looked to where, sure enough, the most visible part of Sharky was the floppy little fin weaving through the sea of moving kids. She bit her lip and let out a long, measured exhale through her nose. "Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh." "See, it's—" Belle's voice wavered as he almost lost the battle to not laugh. "Shit, pull it together," Lily hissed, waving at Sharky. "And don't look at me, I'll lose it." Sharky dumped her backpack on the ground and threw herself at Belle, who lifted her as if she were weightless. "What's so funny?" she asked. "Oh, Belle just made a joke about the movie Jaws," Lily said. Sharky wrinkled her nose and frowned at Belle. "What's funny about Jaws? It's not a very accurate movie, and actually it made a lot of people think sharks were bad and mean, when really, they don't like to eat people. They just have bad eyesight and get confused." "Sharks and I had a lot more in common than I thought," Lily muttered, picking up Sharky's abandoned backpack. Both Belle and Sharky gave her a puzzled look. "People think you're bad and mean?" Sharky asked. "You don't like to eat people?" Belle asked innocently. She cut Belle a heated look that made him cough awkwardly and shift on his feet. Served him right, then turned to Sharky. "That was a joke, by the way. No, in the mortal world, I had bad eyesight and got confused. Some people did think I was bad and mean, though." "Because you're tall," Sharky nodded sagely. "Yeah, and the resting bitch face didn't help." "Oh, is that why you two get along? Because people think you're bad and mean, but you're not?" Sharky's face lit up in understanding. Lily met Belle's amused and considering gaze. They had so much else meaningfully in common that she'd never picked up on that similarity before. "I think," Belle said slowly, "we get along because we're similar in other ways, and we like, or at least tolerate, the ways that we're different. But it is nice to have someone see you for who you are, instead of who they think you should be. So keep that in mind, okay?" "Okay," Sharky said, then asked to be put down. Lily handed her the backpack and gave her a quick hug. "Ready for a party?" "I think so. Are you sure there will be other kids there?"
"If there's one thing my family is good at doing, it's making kids," Belle said dryly.
Lily cut her reflexive, sharp inhale short, praying Belle didn't notice. He didn't seem to, as he continued speaking.
"Don't worry. There will be plenty of kids there for you to play with. Plus, you're friend-shaped, so they'll love you."
Chapter 37. Favorite Uncle Status. Belle. Belle put an extra bounce in his step to make Sharky giggle as she sat on his shoulders, hands gripping his horns like joysticks. He wasn't too worried about them meeting everyone, even though his cheerfully chaotic family was full of big personalities. Sharky had displayed a remarkable adaptability to her various surroundings, making friends wherever she went. And Lily. Half his family was in awe of her showing up and offering to work at the gate, and the other half liked her for no other reason than the effect she'd had on him. His mother was especially eager to meet her, having heard about Lily from both Belle and Lucifer, though the twinkle in her eyes when she'd said so had Belle wondering how his loving, cunning mother would test Lily. Lily squeezed his hand, the full cart of food trundling along behind her. The red gold light gilded her hair and cast a warm glow on her skin. The V-neck of her shirt offered a tempting glimpse of the upper swells of her breasts that he still hadn't gotten to explore with his mouth. It was an item high on his to-do list, especially when she looked so happy. She was glorious when dealing with souls, when she had her nose in a book, when she scowled at the walls of Carlton, when she laughed, when she was focused. Her moments of sadness and self-doubt weren't what he would call glorious, but those glimpses into her brilliant, wonderfully complex mind were powerful. He treasured those moments of intimacy and trust just as much as he treasured everything else. Every part of her captivated him. Lily met his eyes with a little smile, her expression softening in a way that he'd learned was rare for her, the moment of connection washing through him like a warm breeze. Sharky did something on his shoulders that made him hold her foot a little tighter to keep her from falling, and Sharky and Lily laughed. Something bloomed in his chest so powerfully that he sucked in a breath. Lily, perceptive as ever, raised her brows a bit, but before she could say anything, raucous laughter and music drew their attention. His mother's estate was a study of jewel tones and silver and wide expanses of glass, reminiscent of, ironically enough for Lady Lilith, a cathedral. A high fence covered with bioluminescent vines kept the expansive lawn and garden private. The house had always reminded him of his mother, imposing in appearance, but a warm place to grow up, full of laughter and stories and mischief. Lily and Sharky had paused, staring up at the house. Lily seemed impressed, excited even, hazel eyes bright, and a smile playing around her mouth. He couldn't see Sharky's face, but he could feel that she'd gone a bit still, so he pointed to the highest window on the tower. "Sharky, you see that window?"
Yeah?
She rested her hands on top of his head. "When I was about your age, my brother Oren dared me to fly between the spires on the tower, but I missed and flew into that window instead." Sharky gasped.
Really? Did it break?
Belle nodded with exaggerated sadness, and Lily snickered. "Yep, glass everywhere. But that wasn't the worst part."
How is breaking a window not the worst part?
Sharky leaned around his head to peer at him, wide-eyed. "Because," Belle said gravely, biting back a smile, "behind that window is my mother's office. She was in it at the time." He paused for effect. "And so was God, Parvati, a Hindu goddess, Lucifer, and Changshi, a Chinese lunar goddess." He had to let go of Lily's hand to grip both of Sharky's feet and keep her from tumbling sideways off his shoulders.
What did you do?
Sharky asked, completely ignoring the near fall. Belle chuckled and grimaced, the memory of his mother's incredulous look of, "Are you fucking kidding me, child?" and the surprise and amusement of the other deities as fresh in his mind as the day it had happened. Said, "Hi, Mom," apologized for the window, and asked if I could have a snack. Lily snorted. "Now I'm surprised you lived to tell the tale." Frankly, me too. Needless to say, I did not get a snack, and I had to help replace the window the next day. I also had no dessert for a month, so I had an incentive to get better at flying.
Was that a punishment for being wicked, or,
Sharky fidgeted a little on his shoulders. a boundary. Wicked. He knew immediately that it wasn't her word. Making mistakes isn't wicked, he said gently, especially when you're a child and don't know any better because you're still learning how to be a person. My mom didn't take my dessert away because she was mad at me and wanted to take something away from me. She was mostly scared for me. It's funny now, but I could have seriously hurt myself or someone else by flying through a window like that. I had to learn to be more careful. The no dessert was so I'd understand how important it was. So it was a boundary, Sharky confirmed, a thread of relief entering her tone. Yeah, Bug. Lily smiled up at her, pride shining in her lovely eyes. That's exactly it. Good job recognizing that, kiddo, Bell said, shimmying his shoulders to make her laugh. A moment later, Sharky spoke up again. Did Oren get in trouble? Of course not. I wasn't a snitch, and Oren is a very good actor. Now, he said brightly, how would you both like to get some food and meet my crazy family? He lifted Sharky off his shoulders and took Lily's hand again, guiding them to the side gate that was always left unlocked for family events. It swung open on silent hinges, and a cheer went up from the 50 or so people in attendance. Sharky stopped, twitching back towards Lily, who murmured something to her. Uncle Bell! A small stampede of kids shot out of the crowd like shards of metal being drawn to a magnet. Here they come, Bell grinned, letting go of Lily's hand to keep her from being tackled too. His nephew Valifar was the first to reach him, barely slowing before he slammed into him. His nieces Nimmy and Leslie were next, bouncing for his attention, followed by his cousin's youngest daughter. Sukri, his eldest brother's toddler, waddled as fast as his chubby legs could carry him, shrieking at the affront of being left out. They all chattered at once, and he picked out maybe every third word. Nimmy grabbed his wrist, checking that her bracelet was still intact, and crowing the news to her twin, who pointed out that her bracelet was still there too. Nimmy wrinkled her nose, abandoning Belle for more interesting company. She walked up to Sharky, confident as anything, and introduced herself. Sharky beamed and said something back. Nimmy offered her hand, Sharky took it, and was pulled towards the crowd of adults and older kids. Sharky went with a giggle, and Belle's heart swelled with pride for how far she'd come from that first day. He picked up Sukri, who whined on the fringe of the pack of kids, tossing him into the air and catching him just in time to see the flood of adults, including his mother, heading their way. His sister made a beeline for Lily. Lils, he gestured. This is my sister, Kazdea. She's a hugger. Dea, this is... Hello! Kazdea beamed, wrapping Lily in an enthusiastic hug. The two women began chatting as if they were old friends. Quiet pride hummed in his chest before he noticed the woman approaching him. Hey, Mom, he grinned. Hey, honey. Her smile radiated warmth. Beautiful as ever, she was in her version of casual wear. Wide-legged, comfortable trousers and a blouse with the sleeves artfully rolled to her elbows. On her hip, Belle's infant half-sister fussed as usual, though admittedly with less volume. Belle adored his baby sister, but he and his eardrums were acutely aware that she could be opinionated. She couldn't speak yet, but that didn't stop her from expressing her displeasure. Loudly. Little Spitfire. With her free arm, his mother shooed away the kids and wrapped him in a hug. He hugged her back, leaning over to kiss Sonyet's little head between the pair of pigtails that stuck straight up like tiny antennas. She burbled at him with a gummy smile, so he kissed her again. You all right? His mother asked, adjusting Anyat. As one of the highest-ranking members of Hell outside of the 6 princes, as well as one of the oldest remaining beings of their realm, she was privy to most information, often knowing what Belle's orders would be before he did. Despite the fact that she had created and continued to manage the Healers Guild and had nothing to do with military operations, he knew she read every single tactical brief. Better than all right. He smiled, looking over his shoulder. Getting better all the time, except when I think about... Nope, not going there today. Would you like to meet Lily? He'd barely gotten the words out of his mouth before his mother waved them away, scoffing. Bella, please, what kind of question is that? She turned, making to interrupt Lily and Casdea's conversation. Belle booped Sukri on the nose, set him down, and aimed him in the direction of his brother. Do you want me to take Anya yet? He asked. No, it's fine, his mother said, entirely too casually. She's a good judge of character. Oh, no. He watched with fascination and concern as his mother briefly introduced herself. Then, to what could only be described as his horror, she handed Anyette unceremoniously to Lily without warning, smiling the entire time, as if she hadn't just handed an infant time bomb to the love of Belle's life.
Lily. She loved Lilith's house. At first glance, the cathedral-like appearance had sent a jolt of old panic down her spine. But then Belle had told the story of how he'd broken one of those beautiful windows. It was hard to imagine him as anything but massive, but she would have bet her paradise that he'd been an adorable kid. She'd loved the story, but she loved how Sharky had asked for clarification when she'd needed it even more. Lily had braced to be intimidated by Belle's family, but when they'd cheered at their arrival, it felt like walking into a crowd of friends. Belle hadn't lied about being popular with the kids. They came belting from every corner of the yard to jump on him and clamber over each other for his attention. His love for each and every one of them was as obvious as the fact he had wings. Sharky had a flare of hesitation at the noise, but the moment a little demon girl with lovely sage-colored skin and dark green eyes approached her, she lit up. I'm Nimmy. What's your name? Her grin revealed a pair of missing front teeth. I'm Sharky. Hi, Nimmy beamed. Want to play a game with me? Sure, Sharky grinned back, taking her hand and sprinting away, giggling without a shred of fear. Lily watched them go, proud and relieved. Adults made their way over, laughing and chatting. More than a few of them eyed Lily curiously. She wondered what, exactly, they'd heard about her. A beautiful female demon with ochre skin and striking emerald eyes practically bounced over to her. Despite her different coloring, Lily could immediately tell that this had to be one of Belle's half-sisters. Their bone structure was too similar, even if the woman was built tall and thin and Belle was all solid strength. Lils, Belle called over the din. This is my sister Casdea. She's a hugger. Dea? The woman, Casdea, scooped Lily into one of the most enthusiastic hugs she'd ever received, second only to the one she'd gotten from a drunk girl in a club bathroom to whom she'd given a hair tie. Hello, Casdea squealed. I am so excited to meet you. We all are. You are so beautiful. Lily blushed, laughing. Oh, thank you. Right back at you. That was your daughter Nimmy, right? Lily figured that brilliant smiles must be a family trait, as Casdea beamed. Yep, she and Leslie have wanted to meet Sharky ever since Belle first mentioned her. I can't promise that there won't be mischief, but we all keep an eye on the kiddos when we're en masse like this. Please tell me all about your help desk. Every time we ask Belle, he ends up talking about how proud he is of you, which is sweet but doesn't answer the question. Lily launched into the basic explanation that she'd begun to perfect. Casdea was incredibly perceptive, asking nuanced questions that Lily was delighted to answer. A few moments later, a tall, incredibly regal woman with a baby on her hip sauntered over to them. Lily would have picked her out as Belle's mother anywhere. They had the same basic bone structure, but where Belle's features were rugged, hers were porcelain fine. Her skin was such a pale shade of purple that it could almost pass as a mortal skin color and carried the slightest hints of age in the lines of her face. Her inky tresses were untouched by time, however, and swept back into an effortlessly tousled French twist. Short, delicate horns curved back over her head, a less robust version of her son's. Immaculately tailored, wide-legged black trousers and a silvery blouse with the sleeves cuffed at the elbows hinted at a lush figure. Her eyes were warm but keen, the intelligence in her gaze a naked blade glimmering in bright green irises, made all the more captivating by the black sclera surrounding them. Lily wondered if Belle's father had black sclera too. Lilith smiled, and yep, it had to be a family trait. "You must be Lily. I've heard so much about you." She had a rich, smooth voice that was slightly deep for a woman, but came nowhere near Belle's resonant bass. "Hello, Lady Lilith." Lily smiled, trying to focus on the fact that she was Belle's mother, not the fact that she was meeting the Lilith of legend. "Be yourself, but not the self that loves to casually tell sex jokes, you filthy-minded gutter rat. This is his mother." "Oh, please." Belle's mother smiled, waving an elegant hand. "Just call me Lilith. Here, have a baby." Before Lily could process the words or even blink in surprise, she found herself with a chubby, wide-eyed baby in her arms. The baby's skin was a slightly darker shade of purple than Lilith's, and she had short, soft, black hair that had mostly been tied up into two little pigtails that stuck straight up. The eyes that stared at Lily were the exact same as her mother's. The baby huffed, clearly processing her new situation and deciding whether or not to start screaming about it. Lily shifted her a bit so that her weight rested more comfortably, giving her a little half-smile. "Hello." It was then that she noticed the near-complete silence around them, as if all the adults and even some of the kids were holding their breath. The baby blinked a few times, eyes locked on Lily's face, then cooed, breaking into a gummy grin, seizing a fistful of Lily's hair and trying to grab her chin. There was a collective exhale from the group, including Belle muttering in apparent relief. "Look at that." Lilith's expression went soft. "It's not often Anyayet likes someone so quickly. You should feel special." Belle emerged from the crowd to stand by Lily, shaking his head at his mother. "It's not often Anya likes someone at all, Mom. I can't believe you." "What?" Lilith looked only mildly affronted. "Hi, Lily," Belle mimicked, his deep voice going comically high, for him, anyway. "Welcome to the family, but before you even have a chance to eat, let's see if the almighty baby grenade deems you worthy." He fluttered his eyelashes for good measure. Lily swallowed her laughter and focused on keeping Anyayet from yanking out her hair. "You're a very cute little baby grenade," Lily told her. Anyayet babbled in agreement and started nomming on a chunk of Lily's hair. Something in Lily's chest loosened and ratcheted tighter at the same time. It was a sensation she was painfully familiar with. She'd rationalized it to hell and back when she'd been alive. She understood why she hadn't had the opportunity to have her own family, understood the ways her decisions had played a part in that. But understanding it didn't mean it hadn't still fucking hurt, though. Every time one of her friends or cousins had a baby, she'd been beyond thrilled for them, loved that they were getting to fulfill that part of their dream, had offered her support and helped out when they'd needed a break. But oh, how it had hurt. So quietly and deeply that it was like she'd swallowed little shards of glass into her soul. She'd ignored that feeling for a long time, until she'd realized that she could no longer do herself the disservice of pretending that it didn't matter. So she'd still loved those kids, still loved and supported her friends and cousins, but she would always allow herself a moment of selfish grief. However, she sure as shit wasn't going to have that little moment in front of Belle, who was entirely too perceptive. and his entire family. Her momentary slip had been dangerous enough, and she hoped no one, Belle, had noticed. So what if he did? He'd listen. He'd understand. The thought should have shocked the shit out of her, but instead it felt like the voice of reason had spoken into the situation. Except how could she talk to him about the very thing that bound her so tightly to a possible reincarnation someday? The baby in her arms had reminded her starkly of that dream, even if it was in a far distant future, when Sharky didn't need her anymore. "You should have seen Belle," Lilith said, every inch the proud mother. "He was cute too, and he had those little bitty wings." "You were chunky," Kazdea told him. "Lily, I swear to you, his face was like 80% cheek. Although, unlike this one, he was almost indiscriminately cuddly, just constantly needing to be held." Belle snorted and shook his head, rubbing the back of his neck with one hand and making his biceps flex deliciously. "Down, girl." "That does sound familiar," Lily smirked. He raised an eyebrow, lips parting enough that she could see his tongue running over the tip of a fang. "What were you like as a baby, princess?" "Oh, I wasn't fussy at all," Lily lied airily. She imagined that somewhere in the mortal world, her mom felt the sudden need to regale someone with the fact that Lily had raged passionately against nap time, even when she needed a nap, until she'd gotten old enough to win the nap time war. Belle squinted, but before he could say anything, Lilith clapped her hands, announced that the food was ready when they were, and ushered them towards the ornate tables set on the lawn and piled with food. Someone had absconded with the cart of cinnamon rolls and added them to the hoard, so all Lily had to do was hold Anyayet and follow the crowd. Belle's warm hand came to rest on her back, and he dropped a kiss into her hair. She hummed appreciatively, smiling up at him. He returned it, then shook his head at his little sister, who reached for him. Lily handed her over. Belle settled her against his shoulder like a pro, and Anyayet immediately reached for one of the little braids holding his hair back from his temples. Belle looked so happy with the baby in his arms, and he'd been so excited to see all the kids. He was already so wonderful with Sharky. I wonder what our kids would look like. She slammed the door on that thought so hard she was surprised it didn't audibly clang. It wasn't possible. Would never be possible. She couldn't entertain the idea. She could see it, though. See them raising more kids together. The flash of warmth and pain was stronger than before. She took advantage of Belle's distraction to have a moment, working through the fresh grief and settling into acceptance. Then, with a deep breath, she moved on, focusing on the laughter and all the wonderful new people she wanted to know better. Laughter flowed freely and often among Belle's family. They had all piled plates high with food, scattering around the expansive lawn and the merrily crackling fire pit to chat. She had already met two of Belle's siblings, Kazdea and Anyayet, and was quickly introduced to the other four. She saw the pieces of their mother in all of them, but noted how wildly they differed from each other. 4 of his 5 elder siblings had partners and children, and she'd met and adored them too. Then had come the wash of cousins, along with their families. Every single one of them had been friendly, and most had been exceptionally curious about the help desk. No one had looked down on her for being a mortal soul, and a few had even quietly thanked her for whatever she had done to make Belle better. Though, there had been a moment of weirdness when Belle had introduced her to the siblings' fathers. There was an odd tightness in his smiling expression, and he hadn't met her eyes for more than a second at a time during all 6 introductions. Not 7. One father had been conspicuously absent, and a reason had never been offered or even hinted at. She noted it along with Belle's tension and didn't mention it, but curiosity simmered. Belle had never talked about his father, even obliquely. The relationships in hell, and among the afterlife denizens in general, were all within the spectrum of healthy. She couldn't believe that Belle's father would ever willingly leave his incredible son's life. Perhaps his father died when he was little, like Asmodeus's had, and that was why he never talked about him. She was almost certain that that was the loss he'd referenced. But Belle had said left behind, not lost, when he'd talked about his experience with grief. So maybe he'd been talking about something else. She wanted to ask, but she also wanted him to share whatever it was when he felt ready enough. Eventually, after they'd all been introduced, eaten, and settled into different conversations, Belle relaxed. They ended up sitting on the ground, Lily leaning back between his legs, his arms wrapped around her middle while they talked about various goings-on. Asmodeus landed lightly on the lawn after everyone had sat down to eat, setting Soraya down as if she were made of glass. The kids descended on Asmodeus with almost as much enthusiasm as they had Belle, and watched Asmodeus like hawks while he ate his plate of food. The moment he cleared his plate, they moved in. Nisso, one of the youngest, and Oren's youngest of 4, was the first to convince Asmodeus that he simply had to have a flight ride. A ripple of laughter spread through the adults at the words flight ride, several of them shooting Belle amused looks. Belle smiled against her temple.
Oh boy, here we go.
Lily covered his hands with hers and twisted to kiss the underside of his jaw, the action as natural as breathing. "Are you being objectified by children for your wings?" she teased. He squeezed her lightly and nipped at her ear, which sent an embarrassingly strong wave of arousal rocketing through her system. He clearly didn't miss the way her breath hitched, because he chuckled and did it again. Right as a group of kids ran up to them, Sharky leading the charge. Lily feigned a cough and took a long sip of the generously poured wine, hoping to hide her blush. Sharky had shoved her hood back, and her eyes were so bright and happy that Lily had to swallow a sudden lump in her throat. Lily marveled at the transformation from the terrified child she'd first met to this joyful, fiercely curious little person. Lily was so proud of her. She didn't think she told her enough. "Uncle Belle," Leslie crooned, the picture of innocence, hands clasped behind her back and swaying back and forth. "Can I have a flight ride, pretty please?" "Can I have one too?" Nimmy asked the moment her sister finished speaking. "Can I be third?" Sharky asked, hope shining out of her round face. The other kids chimed in, talking over each other, each trying to be the loudest, best, first. Except Sharky. She looked a little spooked as the other kids grew rowdier, but quickly regained her smile, quietly bouncing in place and waiting. Belle's overly thoughtful hum was almost a growl, and it sent heat licking straight between Lily's thighs.
A flight ride, huh?
The near-harmonious chorus of "please" set off another round of adult laughter.
Since Sharky has never had a flight ride before,
Belle drawled slowly. Sharky's shuddered inhalation of excitement wasn't subtle in the least, but she looked so hopeful she seemed ready to burst.
I think Sharky should get the first one.
"Oh, yeah. Sharky goes first,"
Nimmy said brightly, then added with steel in her tone,
"Then me." "No, then me,"
Leslie argued. Across the circle, Kazdea shook her head and shared a knowing look with her husband.
Tell you what,
Belle said, disentangling himself from Lily carefully.
If, by the time Sharky and I get back, you guys haven't worked together nicely to figure out what order to go in, then no more rides. Can you do that?
Obviously, said a girl who was a bit older than the others, fixing the other kids in her stare. We'll do that, right? The "or else" was unspoken. The kids quickly agreed. Belle offered his hand to Sharky, who practically lunged for it. He guided her to an open stretch of lawn and crouched down to talk to her. Lily braced a hand and leaned back, smile growing as Sharky nodded enthusiastically to whatever Belle had said. A chair dropped onto the grass beside her, and Lily looked up to see Soraya easing down, one hand cradling the side of her ever-growing stomach.
I love that man. And I love this kid. And I have honestly loved being pregnant until now. But fuck me, I'm starting to not have fun anymore, Soraya announced to the sympathetic laughter of everyone in the circle. Several women started up a conversation about the joys and woes of pregnancy. Lily expected the men to launch to their feet and hurry away to talk about something, literally anything, else. Instead, they seemed to settle, many of them sharing looks with their wives or partners. A few patted thighs and shoulders. It still struck her to see affection given so casually sometimes, but she found that it was getting easier and easier to override that old programming, especially since she'd always been fond of touch by nature. So many things had changed, she mused, watching Belle lift Sharky in his arms. "Here they go!" someone called. The conversations paused as Belle spread his wings, holding them wide for a moment, then launched into the air. Lily watched them rise, whooping and cheering along with everyone else, her silent chest flooding with joy. Over the muffled thump of Belle's wing beats as he circled high overhead, Lily could hear Sharky's high, gleeful cackle. "I don't know what your life was like," Soraya said, leaning over the side of her chair. "But girl, you are having the coolest fucking afterlife." Lily squinted up at Belle and Sharky as they flew high and far enough away to turn into specks, and aimed a smile at Soraya. "My afterlife is significantly cooler than my life was, though it wasn't bad." Soraya nodded thoughtfully, a breeze ruffling her hair and blowing a charcoal-colored strand free of the clip she'd contained it in. She opened her mouth to say something, then winced and shifted, pressing a hand to her ribs. "I was going to ask something profound, but my kid is starting to think they're running out of room," she said with an exasperated smile. "Almost there, huh?" "About 5 more months to go. But I'm closer to the end than the beginning, thank fuck. Is it true mortals are only pregnant for 9 months?" It's more like 10, but there's usually a couple weeks of variance. How long for you? "A year. Possibly a bit longer if there are wings involved," Soraya sighed. "Did you ever have kids? This is obviously my first time." Lily considered shrugging it off as usual, but she was done being afraid. And part of not being afraid was being real. So what the hell? Literally. She gave Soraya a rueful smile. "Not in any of my lifetimes. Sorry, I'm not able to give you experience-based advice." "Ah," Soraya said slowly, her golden eyes going sharp. "Did you want kids, then?" Lily had known it was coming, but her throat tightened anyway. "Very much," she murmured, finding her wineglass particularly interesting. "Then I'm sorry," Soraya said softly. Lily met her eyes again. Soraya's gaze flashed with a bit of the fire that must have drawn Asmodeus in so completely. "Not for asking. If you hadn't wanted to answer me, then you would have told me to fuck all the way off. I respect that. Then I would have apologized for asking. No, I'm sorry that you never got to have kids during your mortal life." Soraya glanced upwards with a smile as Belle swooped overhead with Sharky, who was shrieking with laughter. "But your kid is pretty awesome. I know it's not exactly the same, but—" "We just skipped the pregnancy to preschool phase," Lily said, returning Soraya's smile with one of her own. She glanced upwards, wondering briefly if Sharky would ever ask about siblings. Some of the kids in the nearby group raised their voices as their argument grew increasingly heated.
Lily arched an eyebrow, happening to meet the gaze of Belle's oldest brother, Malcolm. He rolled his eyes fondly. Asmodeus landed, sending the cluster of kids sprinting toward him, shoving each other. He must have communicated with Belle at some point, because he shook his head, denying any more rides until Belle got back and saw that they'd done what he'd asked. The kids fell back into their argument while he stalked over to Soraya, running a gentle hand over the curve of her belly and kissing her forehead before nuzzling his nose against hers. Lily looked away and listened to Lilith talking about her children. You'd think that Belith would have been the most difficult because of the wings, but when they're born, their wings are just filmy little things plastered to their backs, so Belle's birth wasn't bad at all. Aludem. Lilith pointed dryly at her fourth child, who grinned and laced his gray hands behind his head, was the most difficult. And the biggest, by far. But the most peaceful baby, right? Aludem laughed. People around the group chuckled. Lily caught Soraya glancing at her out of the corner of her eye and shot her a quick thumbs up. I'm fine. Sweet of her, though, to check in about all the baby talk. Very funny. Most peaceful baby award goes to Belith or Orin. Though Belith was extra stressful because I'd never had a baby with wings before, and I was always worried that I would accidentally do something to keep him from flying. But no, Annika, the second eldest child, put in. Biddy Belle had to learn how to fly early. And none of us knew a moment's peace from that day on, Orin drawled. He'd just fly off. You were the one who taught yourself how to pick the lock on the pantry and ate yourself sick on sugar. Multiple times, Lilith said. Mom, keep your voice down. The kids will get ideas. Too late, someone muttered. Sugar incidents aside, Belle was the one who flew into your office window, Orin said smugly. Unwilling to let that one go by unanswered, Lily leaned forward innocently. But weren't you the one who dared him to fly between the spires of the tower? There was a beat of silence during which Orin's deep blue face paled several shades. Then the circle erupted into laughter and catcalls. Soraya cackled like a Halloween witch, and Asmodeus laid fully on his side, howling. I knew someone put him up to that. You let him take the blame for that all these years? Lilith's voice rose over everyone's laughter, which, of course, set them off again, drowning out Orin's attempts to explain. A warm little body flopped against her side, catching her off guard. What's going on? Sharky asked breathlessly. Her shaggy blonde hair was utterly windswept, and she practically glowed with excitement. Lily wiped her eyes, chuckling. Oh, we're just laughing about something Orin did. Did you have fun? Yes. I'm going to ask Belle to fly me everywhere now. A shadow fell over them, and she looked up. Belle held his hand out expectantly. Your turn, princess. Chapter 38. That's the ground. Lily followed Belle across the lawn to the open area that they'd used as a landing site, ignoring the wolf whistle from Asmodeus. She wasn't scared of heights, and she trusted that Belle would rather chop off his own tail than hurt her, but adrenaline crackled through her veins anyway. She paused to braid her hair. Sharky might have been able to pull off the windswept look, but 80s hair metal wasn't a style she personally favored. I'll try not to make you scream too loudly, Belle smirked. Please, Lily scoffed, finishing her braid. I seriously doubt you're going to make me scream. Belle's heated, are you kidding me expression had muscles low in her belly clenching. She smiled sweetly at him and patted his cheek. With clothes on, anyway. His scarred eyebrow arched higher. She could practically hear his mind coming up with a plan. Or plans. Dirty boy. Quit flirting in front of the kids, someone laughed.
Leave them alone. He needs the practice.
This from a smug-sounding Asmodeus. They both rolled their eyes, and Belle stepped closer, half shielding her from their onlookers.
Ready?
He asked. Are you? You've already created one flying enthusiast today. Do you think you can handle having two of us on your hands? Belle's eyes crinkled.
I've got 2 hands, and I love flying. It'll be fun to share it with you both. Now, hold on.
He dipped, swooping her into his grasp, one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back. She reflexively threw an arm around his neck and gripped his broad shoulders. Being picked up was a deeply unfamiliar sensation. In fact, before Belle, her feet hadn't left the ground under someone else's power since she was small. Oh, wait. Hazy memories of being lifted from her bed or the couch in those last days of being sick swam to the surface. Different. That was different. She shoved the memories away, focusing on the solid feel of Belle's arms around her and the warm wall of his chest against her side. She hadn't been picked up for fun since she hit her big growth spurt at 13.
On 3, yeah?
He murmured, brushing his nose against hers. She stole a quick kiss that had his arms tightening around her.
Cheeky. Now, 1.
Lily sucked in a preparatory breath, mortal instincts reminding her that flying wasn't a natural occurrence, the buzz of excitement in her veins beginning to shift to something less cheery.
2.
He launched into the air. Lily yelped, gripping his shoulders with all the strength she possessed as her stomach was left behind on the ground. She buried her face in his neck, the wind whipping strands of her hair free. Over the wind and the thump of his wings, she could feel his chest shaking with laughter. Her arms started to ache from holding him so tightly. They leveled out, his wings beating less frequently. "What happened to going on 3?" she asked over the wind, refusing to open her eyes until she was certain that she could do so without having them pop out of her skull.
It's like ripping off a Band-Aid. You can't overthink it too much, and I could see you starting to overthink it.
Lily bit him in retaliation. Gently, where his neck curved into his shoulder, tongue flicking over the soft skin. His whole body went taut, claws pricking through her clothes where they hadn't before. She kissed the spot and smiled.
Do you feel properly avenged, Lils? Because if not, tell you what, you can bite me more later. It's a bad idea to fly distracted.
His laugh was deep and rumbling.
Now, open your eyes, Princess. It's almost as beautiful as you.
Lily took a moment to mentally steady herself, then turned her head and opened her eyes. She'd seen beautiful, mortal places before, both in person and in pictures, and visited incredible, impossible places in the afterlife. None of them could compare. The level of hell stretched away into the distance on all sides, laid before them like a hauntingly beautiful map made up of fiery rivers and streams, with glowing red lava falls tumbling down black stone. Bioluminescent vegetation glowed in a kaleidoscope of colors, breaking up the palette of blacks and grays and reds. Hundreds, thousands of orderly and not-so-orderly gardens glowed around beautiful homes. Outside of the central city, a feral tumble of colors and plants dotted the landscape, while a wide swath of forest gleamed in 100 shades of green. They were high, but the glowing ceiling of the cavern was still far above them, and the wind was pleasantly warm as it brushed over her skin. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the landscape before her, the darkness of the ground and the architecture that the demons preferred a stunning contrast to the light of the plants and ribbons of lava. And she never would have seen it from the ground. "Belle," she murmured, awestruck. He chuckled softly.
Yeah, that was about my reaction when I was old enough to fly this high.
He angled to fly over a wide river of lava that spat molten chunks into the air as it dropped over the edge of a ravine. The heat of the molten rock surged upward, and so did they, buoyed by the thermal air. Another knot came loose in her chest, a sense of rightness similar to the one she'd experienced when she arrived in her paradise. She rested her cheek against Belle's, loosening the grip of one hand to stroke over his chest, allowing herself to relax in his hold. "Why do you ever spend time on the ground?" she asked, only half kidding. Tears of awe stung her eyes. Flying like this, with him, was about as close to a religious experience that she'd ever had. The motion of his wing beats, of moving through the air, had a soothing quality, like sitting on a porch swing. "People I love are on the ground," he said, hands twitching a bit. "Life is on the ground. Flying is a gift. It's a part of myself that is intrinsic, necessary. But the things that are the most important to me, those are on the ground. Besides, I'm sure this will shock you, but not everyone likes to fly." He chuckled. "It took Soraya years to really get comfortable with it. My mother refuses to fly unless it's practically an emergency. The little ones like it, for the most part, though there are a few outliers. I always dreamed—" He stopped himself and shrugged against her, muscles in his chest flexing as he beat his wings once. "Anyway, it's part of why I enjoy working with the aerial legions. Flight isn't optional for anyone there. It's our way of life." He was quiet for a moment, flying them away from the river of lava and out towards the glowing forest. He kissed the corner of her mouth softly. "I love sharing this with you." Lily tore her gaze away from the impossible beauty of hell and focused on Belle, whose handsome face was more captivating and certainly more important than some glowing trees. He'd stopped himself. The little lines by his eyes were tight. She brought her hand up from his chest to cup his cheek, making his lashes dip. "I love sharing this with you too," she said softly. "But what did you always dream?" There. A lightning-fast flicker of some powerful emotion rippled over his features before he steeled himself. He held her gaze as best he could mid-flight. "We promised to be honest with each other, but I don't want you to feel bad." "Tell me, big guy." He swallowed hard. "I always dreamed that if I had a partner who was willing and able to bear children, I'd have kids of my own to fly with. I loved flying with my father, and Asmodeus loves flying with his mom. My dad always talked about how much he enjoyed teaching me to fly, because it was like he got to rediscover the joy of it again through my eyes." He studied her face, thumb stroking up the side of her leg. "Having a family has never been a guarantee, and having winged kids certainly never was. But it was a dream." Was. Her stomach dipped. She didn't want him to think in terms of was because of her. "I know the feeling," she said quietly, brushing away a piece of hair that was being especially annoying. She offered him a smile, praying that it looked genuine, because it was. But it also hurt badly. "I've always wanted to be a mom. Always wanted a couple of kids so they could have siblings. And so I could experience the full mess and joy of it all. Every stage, every step, multiple times over. So I get it. I know you'll be an amazing father, Belle." His face whipped her way so fast she was surprised she didn't hear his neck pop, and they bobbled in midair. She gripped his shoulder again. "Sorry," he said quickly, leveling out again. Are you... Fuck it. Hold on." He tightened his grip just as she opened her mouth to ask what he meant, half folding his wings and sending them diving towards the ground. Lily snapped her mouth shut to keep her shriek contained.
Bell knows what he's doing. Bell knows what he's doing. Bell knows... That's the ground! He flared his wings, slowing their descent, and flapped hard to set them down gently in a clearing filled with tiny, softly shining flowers and grass gilded with its own light. He didn't set her down as expected. He just frowned at her. Lily was fairly certain that her fingernails were embedded in his skin from the adrenaline rush of their dive, but she held his gaze. What?
I will be an amazing father. You're talking about Sharky, right? Souls can't have kids in the afterlife, unless you've found some loophole I don't know about.
A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes.
Is there a loophole I don't know about?
That vision of an impossible future flashed through her mind again. Her insides felt like they were made of broken glass. She wished. Oh, how she wished for that. If there was, she said, voice cracking a little, I would have told you about it. Sharky adores you, and you are so good with her, so of course we're a family. But after Sharky grows up and I reincarnate, I want you to be happy. You don't have to give up your dream forever. His frown verged on a scowl.
But you won't be there.
You can't have the life you want with me, Lily said past the lump in her throat. The idea of Belle with anyone else made her simultaneously want to rage and cry.
What kind of life do I want?
Belle asked. She got the sense it was rhetorical and stayed quiet.
I want to be a capable general to my legions. I want the other universes to stay the fuck out of ours so that I have more time to spend with my family and friends. The role of fun and favorite uncle is a title that requires effort to maintain. I want to read more of those smutty books from your library. I read the one with the tail, by the way, Princess, and I took notes. I want to watch our Sharky grow up and lose her fear and probably take over the afterlife. But that's fine. I have confidence she'll be a wise and benevolent, if chaotic, ruler.
His eyes were intense, and she couldn't look away as his voice deepened.
I want you. I want you as my friend. I want to send you stupid texts. I want to make you blush. I want to fuck you and make love to you and do things with you that would probably get us sent to hell by silly mortal standards. And I want to laugh with you during and after. I want you for as long as I can have you. And he cleared his throat. When it's time for you to go live the big, beautiful, amazing life you deserve, I want to cheer you on every step of the way, just like I promised I would.
Belle, I want that with you too, she started, but he stopped her with a single shake of his head.
After you, I'll focus on work, family, friends, and Sharky, if she's still in the afterlife. I'll do all the good I can, and I'll keep doing that, to the best of my ability, until I either die in combat.
Lily couldn't hide her horrified jerk.
Or the other option.
The void. He was talking about the void. Lily tightened her grip on him involuntarily.
Don't you dare feel fucking bad, because I had given up on the dream of any kind of family before you arrived and made my life better than it was ever going to be without you. You've given me a family, Lily.
Lily's nose stung. Damn it. Belle. He had told her that he'd cheer her on if she left him. Told her that he wanted to love like mortals. But he'd never mentioned this. Never told her that there would be no one else after her. No one had ever made her so permanent a fixture in their lives. No one had ever felt so entirely right to her in every way. Because I love him. Totally and completely. As she finally admitted it to herself, every fiber of her being settled.
Paradise had felt right. Kissing Belle had felt right. Their intimate moments had felt right. Playing in the rain with Sharky had felt right. Working at the help desk had felt right. Flying with him had felt right. But holy fuck, realizing that she was in love with Belle? It lit her up like the first warm, sunny day after winter. It felt right. Right enough to never go back? To give up all those dreams? To give up life? Forever? The idea of going back to the mortal world wasn't soothing like it used to be. She tamped down the roil of doubt and fear hard, locking it away before Belle, with his eyes that missed nothing, could see and push before she was prepared. I can love him and not know the whole future. Love like mortals, remember?
You okay, Princess?
He asked quietly. I just realized something, she managed. I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Belle watched her. She could see the curiosity eating at him, but he nodded.
Is it about my butt?
He asked slyly. His question jarred her out of her head and made her laugh so hard she leaned back to breathe. Belle spun her in a circle, laughing with her. A breeze riffled through the trees in a gentle susurration, the flowers and grass around them rippling like waves on a pond. It seemed so glaringly obvious that she should have owned up to loving him for a while now. Butt jokes and all. Or perhaps especially because of the butt jokes. She sat back up, wiping at her eyes while Belle kissed her cheek. Thank you for that. We're supposed to be having a fun flight, not going all heavy and deep, she said finally, smile still pulling at her lips.
Princess, I'm always down to get heavy and deep with you.
Belle sobered a bit.
But I'm sorry,
he said quietly, meeting her eyes with a rueful smile.
I kind of dumped that on you, didn't I?
Lily tilted his chin her way and kissed him long and slow, then rested her forehead against his. You did not. We're honest with each other.
One of my favorite things about you and I.
He tilted his head with a smile that carried a wealth of emotion.
Is that we deal with stuff together. We like each other. We respect each other. We trust each other. Plus, we're both hot as fuck and have great senses of humor. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out.
She traced the point of his tattooed ear. That's one of my favorite things about us, too.
Good,
Belle said.
We will talk about it when you're ready.
Yes, Lily promised, then spoke again. She saw Belle, and she was plenty observant herself. She'd picked up enough pieces to have an idea of what wounds he carried on his heart. Just like you can talk to me, whenever you're ready. His eyes widened, a hint of vulnerability flaring before he collected himself. She raised a playful eyebrow and leaned in. In the meantime, we should probably get back to your family before they think I'm doing naughty things to you and send out a search party. Now that I'm a little more used to flying, I want to see if you can make me scream. Because I have doubts. All seriousness evaporated from his face. Lily had thrown a gauntlet, and had been fairly confident in doing so, right up until she saw the look in his eye.
Princess, not only can I make you scream, I'm going to make you beg.
Belle. By the time he landed them on his mother's lawn, he was laughing so hard he could barely see. He was fairly certain that Lily's nails had made marks on his shoulders that would be there for days, and the primal satisfaction of that was eclipsed only by his glee at the sounds he'd gotten her to make. She panted and laughed as he settled her on her feet, her eyes bright and cheeks flushed, looking so damn kissable. "Uncle Bell!" A chorus of little voices interrupted his plans, and they both turned to watch the pack of kids sprint across the lawn. "Did you guys do what I asked?" he said, running a critical eye over them. There were grass stains where there hadn't been grass stains before. One of Leslie's braids was wonky, and they aimed scowls at each other when they thought he wasn't looking. They all nodded, some with more enthusiasm than others. Behind them all, Sharky's expression was cartoonishly wide-eyed and grim as she slowly shook her head. Frankly, it was a relief to not have to give them rides. He felt raw. Not from their conversation about kids and life, or even from the mystery of whatever had clicked in that brilliant mind of hers in the clearing. Her simple offer to hear him when he was ready had floored him. He wasn't surprised that she knew something. His princess was smart and sharp-eyed, and he'd been edging towards telling her the full story for some time. But it was his closest, most painful secret, and he had no idea how to share it. "So what order are you going in?" Lily asked mildly, threading her fingers with his. Bell smothered his grin. The cracks in the children's lies showed almost immediately. 2 hands raised at the same time, followed by a brief stare down that had one hand lowering slowly. "Sorry, I forgot," Nimmy said through her teeth, tail lashing as she stared at her cousin. "I'm going second, though." This was apparently too much of an injustice for the rest of them to cover for, because they all erupted into arguments that, based on the size of some of the adults, had been thoroughly argued before. "Well," Bell said with as much disappointment as he could muster without laughing, "I guess there's no more flight rides today. You guys will have to try and work together on a solution next time." Their faces ranged from heartbreak to out-and-out betrayal. "Uncle Bell, you're not the favorite uncle anymore," Furfur said, with a pout that made him look exactly like his father, Orin. "Is the new favorite Uncle Asmodeus going to give you all flight rides?" Bell asked loudly. "No, he is not," Asmodeus called back around a mouthful of food. More disappointed moans. "Tell you guys what," Lily said brightly. "If you're not going on flight rides, how about we play a game?" They all perked up. "What game?" Sharky asked. "Have any of you ever heard of the game Ninja?" A chorus of no's. Lily squeezed his hand and let go, guiding the kids to a clear patch of the lawn and directing them into a circle, explaining the simple rules of the game. Belle watched her go. "I've always wanted to be a mom. Always wanted a couple of kids." He could see it. She was an incredible mother to Sharky, her love for the kid palpable and fierce. He smiled. He'd met battle-hardened warriors, millennia old, who weren't as inherently fierce as Lily. The woman had a warrior's soul. Even Odin had commented on it during a tactical meeting. He held both Lily and Sharky in fond regard, but Lily had his respect as a warrior. Warrior soul, mother's heart. Fierce. Belle hadn't missed the little flicker of emotion on Lily's face when Agnette had gurgled at Lily and grabbed a chunk of her hair. The flash of pain, of grief in her eyes when she'd empathized about wanting to have multiple children had gutted him. Not just because he knew how it felt to want that so badly, but because he knew that she could have that. Just not in the afterlife. He'd cut off his own wings to have that chance with her. The real bitch of it all was that he could practically see it. He could see her, round with their child, or holding their newborn and probably still working at the help desk, wielding that gloriously sharp tongue with devastating effect. He could see Sharky being the best big sister, teaching them her special brand of chaotic joy from day one. He'd already wondered a dozen times what their child or children would look like. Would they have human coloring? Would they have his eyes, her nose? He hoped that they'd have her laugh. He could see them both chasing toddlers, could see how his soldiers would adopt his kids when they came to the training fields like they adopted each other's. He wondered who their kids would grow up to be, what their passions would be, who, if anyone, they would love. It wasn't like they couldn't be a family without that. They already were. The day he'd gone to Lily's paradise and allowed himself the comfort that she and Sharky had offered, he'd felt safe for the first time since he'd been small. They hadn't patronized. They hadn't made a production out of it. They both just been there. Them and the cat. He rubbed at his chest and headed towards the chatting adults, aiming for the empty chair by Soraya. Asmodeus squinted at him over his plate of food. "Interesting noises we heard from up there." Bell smirked and mimed zipping his lips, locking them and throwing the key away. "Smart move," Soraya told him. "Wait, before you sit down," Annika, his oldest sister, said, handing him the squalling baby unceremoniously and beating a hasty retreat. "She's been fed and burped. Good luck," she called. Agnette was deep purple with what Belle assumed was blind rage. She'd stopped screaming like she was being skinned alive when Annika had handed her over and settled into tearful fussing. He checked her diaper, made sure nothing had worked through her onesie and was itchy or painful, pulled off her socks to make sure she hadn't gotten a hair wrapped around her toe again, and, finding nothing, settled her against his shoulder and bounced. She subsided to shuddering gasps, smushing her wet, snotty face into his neck and seizing his shirt in her chubby little fists. He loved his little sister with every fiber of his being. However, the kid was incredibly particular about damn near everything, but especially who she was held by. He glanced over at his mother, who scolded a shame-faced Orin for something, and shook his head. His heart had nearly dropped out of his ass when she just handed Agnette to Lily, oh so casually. Luckily, Agnette had decided that Lily was one of her people. On his shoulder, Agnette had stopped sniffling and rested her head on his shoulder with one fist in her mouth, watching the gathering with her bright green eyes. "Did we miss anything?" he asked. "The kids had a battle to do a general proud," Asmodeus said. "There wasn't a chance of them getting that one sorted out today. Valifar had great form on his takedown of Furfur, though. He's been working on his grappling, remember?" Belle said. "It shows." Belle let the conversations ebb and flow around him, trying not to get too lost in thought. Eventually, some of the other adults joined in on the game that had the kids captivated, and Lily strolled towards him, shaking her hair out of the messy braid. Agnette squealed and launched herself sideways, reaching toward Lily with both hands and a big grin. Belle swore, catching her before she could slither out of his grasp, his heart threatening to pound out of his chest. Lily laughed and reached to take her from him, planting a big kiss on Agnette's round cheek. "You crazy girl, what was that?" she teased. "You trying to give us all a heart attack?" Agnette cooed. Of course she was. She thinks it's funny. Belle stuck his tongue out at her. She didn't see him, too absorbed with trying to grab as much of Lily's hair as she could. Lily shot him a knowing look and reached to untangle Agnette's hands, face flushed from playing the game with the kids, eyes bright as she teased the baby in her arms. Sharky's laugh rose high and clear over the chatter. "So, Lily, just remember, if you ever have more kids," Angra, his brother Malcolm's wife, started cheerfully as she approached. Belle shook his head, silently begging her to stop talking. At his side, both Soraya and Asmodeus also shook their heads. Asmodeus even made a slicing motion across his neck. Lily smiled politely at her. Belle couldn't see physical evidence of a reaction, but he watched the walls go up in her eyes. That while they might become the most important person in your life, you have to keep a space for who you were before kids. It's easier with just one, but once you have more, maintaining your own identity is so important. She trailed off, glancing between Belle, Soraya, and Asmodeus. Lily glanced over her shoulder at them, and Belle did his best to look innocent, heart aching. Lily adjusted Agnette and offered her a finger to gum on, smiling at Angra. "Isn't that the truth? Seriously, some of the best advice out there. I saw a lot of my friends struggle with a sense of self back in the day, even before they became parents. Though, as for us," her voice grew regretful, and she didn't so much as look at him, strain easing into the lines of her body. Unfortunately, as a mortal soul, I can't get pregnant in the afterlife. If I could, I would, without hesitation. She offered a genuine, gentle smile to a mortified Angra, who apologized profusely. You don't work with mortal souls. I don't expect everyone to know the minutiae of mortal existence, Lily assured her. Even I don't know that yet. True, Angra said, wringing her hands together. But you know what? What I said still stands. You have that wonderful girl there. She nodded to Sharky, who had her hood back and was laughing. And you still have to remember to keep space for yourself. Lily deftly and kindly guided their conversation to less treacherous ground, and the apprehension eased out of the people around them. Belle exchanged a glance with Soraya, whose golden gaze was gentle, then made a silly face at Anyad, who grinned at him over Lily's shoulder. Family gatherings. He loved them, loved the chaos and the fun and the conversations. But damn if they weren't at least a little bit stressful every time.
Chapter 39. Oldie but a goodie. Lily. Lily scrolled through emails on her computer without actually processing them, waiting for a soul to approach while working through the snarl of her thoughts. The day after the party, while Sharky went to the movies with Lucifer, she and Belle had gone on a date, getting dinner at a Moroccan restaurant and sneaking kisses in between sips of mint tea. Afterwards, as they made their way back to his house to finally indulge themselves in each other, he'd given her such a look of heated anticipation and joy that she'd been unable to resist temptation. Grabbing him by the front of his pants, she'd pulled him into a shadowy alcove in the hall and kissed up his neck. He'd quickly turned the tables, the heat between them building and building, making her wonder how they'd managed to make it all the way to his house, when a new sensation had them both groaning. "Please tell me that your cock magically vibrates and that isn't your phone," she'd sighed.
Fuck, I wish.
He'd pulled back just enough to dig his phone out of his pocket and read the message, not bothering to hide it from her. "Urgent. Reinforcements needed. Call ASAP." Lily had gripped the side of his shirt so tightly her fist ached, forcing herself to think calmly and clearly as she studied his handsome, rugged features. He'd dropped the phone to his side, bending to press his forehead against hers and take a few slow breaths. She'd cradled his face with her other hand, breathing his air, savoring their closeness.
I'm sorry, Princess,
he'd murmured. She'd pressed her thumb over his lips, stilling them. "Be safe," she'd said softly, kissing him one more time. Then he'd been gone. The whole week since he'd left, she'd half kicked herself for not growing the fuck up and telling him she loved him right then and there, but she hadn't wanted it to be some cliched just in case. She wanted to have it stand on its own and matter. She loved Belle, and was fairly certain he felt the same, which was both thrilling and terrifying. Despite the habitual fear, she knew in her bones that Belle was nothing like the people in her past. There was only one thing to do. One thing she wanted to do. Let him in. He'd poured his heart out in that meadow. She wanted to give him the same. Belle had some old, deep personal wounds of his own, clearly having to do with his father, and possibly something or someone else. She hurt for him every time she saw that flash of insecurity. Perhaps by her being vulnerable, he would feel more comfortable to share some of the pain that he'd carried alone for so long. Tell him. Just tell him. Or should I wait until I decide? "Excuse me, I seem to be lost, and I was told to talk to you." The young punk woman smiled politely at her, hands tucked in the pockets of her vest. One look at her eyes, and Lily realized the youthful exterior was just a facade. This soul was old. Very old. She glanced at the desk. No file. "Of course," Lily said, giving the soul her full attention. The woman's mouth quirked up, lip-piercing gleaming. Love the name of the desk, by the way. That's hilarious. Thanks. A little humor goes a long way in my book. So how can I help? It's been a while since my last visit down here. I like what they've done with the place. She paused, seeming tired. Anyway, I got a little turned around on my way to the void. Lily ignored the sad twist in her chest and smiled. Yeah, the void keeps itself pretty tucked away. They really should have signs for it. So, if you go back up the stairs, once you hit the main hall, hang a left and keep going. At the second intersection, take a right, and you should be in a hall with no other doors. At the end of that is the Arch of the Void. If you don't want to do the stairs to get back up to the hall, you're more than welcome to use the elevator. Nah, the soul shrugged. It's been a good long run. I'd like to savor my last walk, you know? Lily's throat went tight, but she nodded, remembering all the lasts that she'd tried to enjoy. I do. Would you like some company? The woman considered it, giving Lily a long look, then gazing around at the gate, the line of souls, the little shark plushie that Lily kept by the computer. A gift from Sharky for emergency support in case the demons are busy, before smiling and shaking her head. Thank you, but no. I'd like to do this one myself. Are you one of the new full-time residents? Like, are you staying in the afterlife permanently? The question sucker-punched her right in the gut. I don't know. I'd like to, but... The woman tilted her head, propping her hip against the desk. But what? Oh, what the hell. Lily searched for the right words. There are certain aspects of life and living that I'd like to experience, I think. But... She looked at the black screen of her phone, where she knew that if she tapped the screen, the picture of her, Belle, and Sharky would appear. They'd all been in their pajamas for movie night, laughing at their hot cocoa mustaches when Belle grabbed her phone to get a selfie. Max was loafed on the arm of the sofa behind them, too proper for their nonsense. Lily smiled. But there are people here I care about. Very much. Ah, now that does complicate things. I get the love of life and living, obviously, or I wouldn't have gone back as many times as I did. But not all souls are meant for that. A few hundred lifetimes ago, the woman said casually while Lily tried not to choke on her tongue, I considered giving it all up to stay and gain just as much. But in the end, living a mortal life felt right to me. I've gone back time and again, seen and done it all, or most of it anyway. I've had lives that were so brutal and awful that they are unspeakable. And I've had lives that were so incandescently wonderful that I could spend an eternity trying to explain them and fail. I've known souls who gave it up, stayed here, and had lives that were just as incredible and full of joy and pain. We're all made for different things. The woman shrugged again, adding with a grin, So, maybe you go back someday, maybe you don't. But in the meantime, I say let yourself be happy, with whoever and whatever happy is for you. Anyway, thanks for the directions. With that, she turned and walked back towards the stairs. Lily watched her go, mouth slightly agape. She snapped it shut, mentally shaking herself and squinting down at the desk that had been a gift from Lucifer and the universe, but mostly the latter, as Lucifer had confessed one day. Why, of all the moments and topics, had that soul arrived at that moment and talked about that? Are you trying to tell me something or what? Don't be coy, you fucking celestial coward. A small mirror appeared in the same spot that Files did, propped up to show her narrow-eyed reflection. Shit. Pot, meet kettle. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I appreciate the honesty, she grumbled, scrubbing her hands over her face, then bringing one down to splay across her silent chest. Silent, but not empty. Not anymore, and certainly not at that moment. Love. She had love filling her chest. For Belle. For Sharky. For herself. She'd thought she loved herself before, and she had, but in a defensive, prickly kind of way. This was a love of herself based on understanding, on forgiveness and empathy, the desire to love and be loved, to let people in. A warm buzz of courage started in her chest, trickling out through her veins like electricity.
I don't know how many times I have to say it,
a male soul snarled, storming towards the desk.
I should not be here. I was a very successful, very influential...
Lily ignored his ongoing tirade the moment his file appeared on the desk. A mucky whitish color, like spoiled milk, the letters of his name etched out in harsh lines of flat gray. She could feel the slimy sourness without even touching it.
Shut up,
she told him plainly. He narrowed his eyes while she pointed at his file.
You see this? This is your soul file. Your file goes where you belong or where it needs to be. Your file appeared here, in hell, because this is where you belong for now. If you belonged anywhere else, it wouldn't be here, but here it fucking is.
She gingerly lifted it without touching any of the pages and set it in the basket, where it promptly disappeared. She shuddered and fixed her bitchiest glare on the now purple-faced man.
Go to your level, before you find out what it's like to pick your own teeth off the ground.
He sputtered at her while she stared him down, until he finally turned and walked away. She reached for her phone. Their smiling, hot cocoa mustached faces beamed up at her before she pulled up the text thread with Belle. She'd sent him dozens of pictures and messages since he'd left, and he had yet to respond to a single one. Princess, I have so much I've been wanting to tell you. That sounded casual and totally not suspicious, didn't it? Or was it too vague? Maybe vague was good in this situation? Lily tapped her nail on the desk to vent her nervous energy, then sent it and put her phone down, puffing her cheeks as she blew out a stream of air. It was true. She had so much to tell him, whether she stayed forever or not.
Belle. Belle clapped one of his soldiers on the shoulder in gratitude and watched her hurry off towards the elevators and home. The third-level training field, which served as one of their primary assembly areas before and after missions, was finally beginning to empty, bringing him one step closer to a clean change of clothes and seeing his girls. He kept his phone off, refusing to boot it up before he finished his debriefs, but his eyes kept going to the pocket of his bag. Lucifer strode across the hard-packed earth, icy eyes glowing as he approached. What news? The rift hasn't grown, but they are slowly increasing their numbers. We're seeing more than just brutalizers like the Gagoni. They're sending more of the higher intelligence ones through as well. Chitahi and Kelatun, I think. It was Morrigan's people who encountered the latter. Bell shouldered his bag and pulled out his phone. The attack patterns have changed, but they're still more or less predictable. We had a few injuries, but thankfully no losses. I'm glad everyone came home. According to Freya's reports, they're still trying to rip the power of souls from the fabric of the universe and remaining unsuccessful. I suppose since brute force wasn't working, they've sent in handlers to refine their efforts. Let's hope they give up and return home when they realize that it's impossible without a complete invasion. Let's hope. Bell started walking towards the elevators while his phone powered on, Lucifer falling in beside him. What have I missed here? Sharky has grown another inch, and she seems to be closer to age 10 than 8. She's doing very well in school. Lily continues to be her lovely self, though we all noticed that she seemed a bit quiet since you left this time. We? Bell tapped the elevator call button, debating if he really wanted to stop by his office first. He wanted to sweep Lily up and perhaps find a moment of privacy at long last, but he was filthy with old sweat, and his armor was itchy. And he would be remiss in his duty if he didn't send out at least a brief summary report for the next Legion heading out and all the higher-ups, but that wouldn't take long. "You were single for more than a century," Lucifer pointed out smugly. "And of all the people you could be with, you're with a mortal soul who is famous in her own right for revolutionizing the process at the gate. It's safe to say that many of us are aware of and invested in your relationship." Bell grunted and stepped into the elevator, pulling up the message thread with Lily. He scrolled back through the pictures and notes she sent him, then read them in chronological order until he reached the most recent one, sent only a few minutes before. Something about it seemed off, lacking any of her usual wit or warmth. Her message sounded contemplative? No, he was probably reading it wrong. He nodded absently at whatever Lucifer was saying as he messaged her back.
Chapter 40. Prince and Princess. Lily. Her phone buzzed. Big guy. "Hey, Princess. I've missed you. So much. I'm just getting back, and I'm going to grab a change of clothes and a sponge bath in my office. And I have to do a quick report, but then I'll be right up." Big guy. "Wait. Did you change my name?" Lily half leaped out of her chair, but forced herself back down, resting her free hand at the base of her throat to steady herself. He was back, and, most importantly, back safe. The mission must have gone well if he was chipper enough to ask about his contact name. Princess. "Yeah, it was between Big Guy and His Royal Highness." Big Guy. "Ah, fair. Though, also in the spirit of fairness, my ass looks pretty great in armor, so it's not like you would have been wrong either way." Lily chuckled, then took a deep breath, thumbs hovering over the screen. The rush of courage fizzled slightly, and she set her phone down, scrubbing her damp palms over her leggings. File. She needed her file for this. She'd have to run home first to get... Something landed in her lap. Her file had a slightly more purple hue to it than she remembered, but the metallic letters of her name glimmered with the same colorful sheen. She'd tucked it onto a shelf in her library soon after her arrival in Paradise and hadn't really thought of it since. Good to know she could summon it. I want and need to do this. I just wish I wasn't so chicken shit scared about it. She swallowed hard, then reached for her phone. Princess. Are you in the mood for a personal conversation in your office? The dots by Belle's name popped up and disappeared, popped up, then disappeared. She wanted to throw up. Big guy. With you, Princess. Always. Her hands were shaking. Princess. Be right down. Princess. Duck. Be right down. Princess. Fuck. Big guy. Okay. Lily waved an arm to get Mora's attention. What's up? Mora called. I need to step away for a bit. There's something I need to do. Sure thing. Lily stood on unsteady legs, gripped her file so hard her knuckles turned white, and headed for the elevator. She barely registered the ride down and the walk to his office. There were other people on the stairs, but she didn't really see them. One of them might have even said something to her. Suddenly, she stood in front of his door, the silly sticky note from her first visit still stuck to the wood, held in place by tape after the stickiness had failed. Seize the ass. What better advice to take than her own? She knocked twice, not waiting for an answer before opening it and trying to walk casually inside. Bell sat behind his massive desk, looking up with a smile, then freezing, his gaze darting over her face. Shit. His expression went carefully neutral, and he set down his pen with slow precision. She kept moving, one step at a time, knees shaking like they were made of marshmallow. As she climbed the steps onto the dais and moved around his desk, she wondered if she was about to spontaneously develop a heartbeat just so that it could pound out of her chest. Or explode.
No,
he said mildly. Lily paused mid-step as she rounded his desk. No?
If you're here to break up with me, the answer is no. Obviously, if that's what you really want, I'll respect it, but not without a damn good reason. Lucifer said that you've been quiet while I was gone, and your last few texts have been unlike you. Then you asked for a personal conversation, and...
She heard the little tremor in his voice towards the end of his speech, saw the tension humming off of him like a wire strung too tight.
Honestly, Lily, if I dumped too much on you at the party, or if you feel like we're moving too fast, we'll slow down. We can figure it out, but I want us to try. Please, just...
I love you. It was the please that had pushed through her fear. Her whole body might have been shaking, but her voice was steady. Bell stopped breathing, eyes flying wide, body going so still he might as well have been carved from stone. His mouth opened and Lily rushed on. I love you. That's what I admitted to myself in the meadow. Her voice had lost its steadiness, but fuck it. She took the last few steps to stand beside him. I've been in love with you for a while, Belle, and I was just too scared to own it. You feel more right to me than anyone ever has, and I still don't have everything figured out, but I realized that there was something I needed to do. We've been imbalanced. I haven't been as open with you as you've been with me. I haven't been as vulnerable or as brave. This, the afterlife, is your home. I get to share this piece of your life and meet your family, but you don't get to do that with me. She held up the file, clearing her throat. I haven't always been who I am now. The person in this file is very different than the person you know now. But I want you to know my story, because I trust you with it. You're the only person I trust with all of it. She gave him a shaky smile that didn't last as she looked down at the file clenched in her hand, fighting the sting of tears. And it's fine if you decide that I'm too much after you see it. Really, it's okay. I'll be okay. But I want you to know. The first hot tear streaked down her cheek, her voice wobbling. Before she could hold the file out to him, Belle pivoted and pulled her forward into his lap, straddling him. He held her tightly, hands splayed wide over her back, pressing her closer, molding their bodies together so there wasn't even a whisper of space between them. He pressed his face into the curve of her neck, his ragged breathing fanning over her hypersensitive skin. Lily gripped him, fingers digging into his back in a way that had to be painful, but he only held her closer. He pulled back just enough to meet her gaze, while one clawed finger gently wiped away the tears lingering on her cheek. A well of emotion lay in his glorious silver eyes, and for once, she wasn't afraid of drowning in it.
I love you,
Belle said. She opened her mouth to tell him that he might want to look at the file first, but he pushed her jaw closed with tender firmness, his gaze unwavering.
I love you,
he said more intensely.
Nothing in that file will make me love you less. Nothing. You got to meet my family, hear some stories about how I was as a kid, but you didn't get to watch the entirety of my life. You best believe that I was a little shithead, Princess. There are parts of my life that I'm not too proud of either. None of that matters. I love you. Now. I love who you are and who you're becoming.
His smile dimmed slightly, and he dropped his gaze to watch his thumb trace her lower lip. Heat sparked low in her belly, but she tamped it down. Not yet. His eyes met hers again, and the flare of pain in them had her sweeping her hands over the satiny skin of his neck and over his broad shoulders, offering what comfort she could without words. He cleared his throat. I haven't let you in entirely either.
Belle. Lily had his heart, completely and utterly. She'd looked like a woman walking the plank when she'd stepped into his office, and icy dread had doused his skin at the thought of her ending them before they had a chance. But then she'd inflamed him and brought him to his knees with 3 words. I love you. Said with surety and simplicity and conviction, with light in her glorious eyes, even though she'd clearly been terrified to say it. He refused to allow her to be vulnerable alone. He wasn't afraid of telling Lily that he loved her. It was the highest honor of his life to do so. But he was afraid of telling the story and the secret he'd held on to for so long. He looked at Lily, his princess, watching him with patience and understanding and love, and knew he finally had the courage to do it. I'm sure you've noticed the lack of a father in my life. He started roughly, holding her gaze like the lifeline that it was. She nodded, tracing the point of his ear and smoothing her hand down the side of his neck. A balm to his soul. He leaned into the touch. My father was Samael, one of the first beings made in the early days of the universe and the afterlife, before even the mortals existed. After the dawn of mortals, he was one of the first to believe in Lucifer's idea for the creation of a realm of justice and punishment. He'd seen what some mortals were capable of, and it didn't sit well with him that they all were granted the peace and privileges of what is now known as paradise. He traced a line over her shoulder blade. This is what led to the early wars between realms. They weren't as long-lived as mortal religions might think, or true to how they've been portrayed in the mortal world. My father was never an angel, let alone a fallen one. Lucifer established hell, and the universe made him a deity, binding his essence to it and granting him additional power. My father was one of the first princes of hell because he helped Lucifer set it all up and create the system. By the time he and my mom got together, he was old. So was my mom, but my dad was ancient. I loved my dad. He was my hero. He trained me, then trained with me, taught me to fly. He could be gruff with people, but never with me. Never with any of us kids. His younger sister, Agrat, was always over with Asmodeus so we could play together. Those days were fun. Dad was quiet, but seemed happy. I never guessed. I was about a century old, the equivalent of a mortal in their early 20s, I suppose, and rising through the ranks of command when Dad came to see me. He'd been kind of distant for years, especially after a short-lived but nasty conflict with another universe, so I thought that him coming to train with me meant that he was getting better. He had me over for dinner. He loved cooking. He's the one who got Asmodeus into it. And we had a great time just swapping stories, talking about shit I got up to as a kid, talking about life. The whole time he was happier and more peaceful than I'd ever seen him. He seemed lighter. Then, when we were winding down, he handed me an envelope and told me not to read it until I needed it. I had no idea what he was talking about. I thought there must be another war or skirmish firing up, but then he just said, "It's time." Said he loved me more than I could imagine, that I was the best thing that had happened in his life, but that he was tired, and it was time for him to find his peace in the void. To us, going to the void isn't like suicide is for the mortals. I suppose it's similar to dying of old age in your bed. Voluntarily. If we have to go, the void is the best way. His cheeks were wet, heart throwing itself against his ribs. He hadn't told the story to anyone in its entirety, ever, Not his mother, his siblings, his cousins, any of his friends. No one knew. He focused on Lily, the way she felt in his lap, her scent, the warm press of her hands as they moved over him, the softness in her teary eyes revealing that big heart she tried to keep hidden. I walked with him, he choked out. Hugged him, wished him peace, and watched him walk into the void. He was happy, Lily, and it shattered me because I still wanted my dad. I wanted him happy, but I also wanted him to be here. He was supposed to be here. He said I was the best thing in his life, yet I wasn't enough to hold him here for us to have more time. Almost everyone I know gets so much more time. I know I could have lost him to war, but that feels different, even though it shouldn't. Even though I know the void is our eventuality. I loved him. I still love him. Still miss him. But sometimes I hate him for that, even if he felt like he had to go. I got back home and told my family, told everyone that he was gone. My dad, meticulous to the end, had made provisions for his passing with Lucifer. And suddenly I was a prince. At least once the leaders of the legions convened and elected me to take my father's place as general, I had experience for that. I'd trained my entire life, and I'd been to war. I'd earned that. My father was one of the first princes. He earned that title. But then there I was, with a title and a crown that didn't feel like my own, mourning my dad and wondering why I was so easy to leave behind. So I threw myself into work, avoided the royal horse shit as much as I could, and tried to patch up the wound he'd left without letting too many people realize how fragile I felt. I'm not the fragile one. I'm the dependable one when I need to be. And I did that for years, centuries. I was happy enough for a while, but it all started to feel hollow, like a lie. The more battles I fought, the more of my soldiers and friends died or were savaged by some monster or other, the more I understood my dad. He'd had experiences worse than anything I've ever seen. And he might have loved my mom in his way and loved me, but he never really let people in or let people close enough to help. Sometimes I'm tired, Lils. But that's when I go hang out with Greg or Azzy or Angel, just anyone. He smiled at her then, holding her a little tighter. I thought I was patching it well enough until Lucifer, king of hell and matchmaker extraordinaire, apparently came into my office one day spewing some crap about how he'd left a blade in the armory by the gate and needed me specifically to identify it. Then I saw you, met you in person, and realized that this voice I've been crushing on for a month was going to be more to me than just a crush. I think I fell in love with you when you came here to share the apology pie I got from Greg and made me feel more seen than I ever have before. You're everything to me, Lily. And I never wanted to tell you any of this because he steeled himself for the final stretch of his confession that had been a long time coming. Lily's soft voice was full of understanding. Because you didn't want to guilt me into staying. Belle nodded slowly, cradling her beautiful face with both of his hands. If you chose to stay, I wanted it to be because it was what you really, truly wanted, not out of some misplaced sense of pity or guilt. If you go, I want you to go with a clear conscience. That opinion still stands. He ran his thumbs over the curve of her cheeks. I will savor whatever time I get with you, and I will never ask you for more than you're willing to give. I came into this decided about that. I'll love and support you either way. Lily's smile was watery. He wiped away her tears, memorizing the fine details of her face. If he lived twice as long as his father did, he would never forget this woman. "I'm sorry," Lily whispered, pressing a kiss to his palm, covering his hand with her own. "I'm sorry that you've ever felt unworthy. You're not, Belle. I already told you you're more than enough." She leaned forward, resting her forehead against his. His eyes drifted shut. A weight he hadn't realized he carried lifted off his shoulders for the first time since his father had gone to the void. Marveling at the sensation, he held her closer. He didn't know what paradise felt like for the souls, but he imagined it was a bit like coming home after a long day. Even paradise at its finest couldn't hope to compare with loving and being loved in return by Lily, holding her close in his office after they'd offered up the most vulnerable parts of themselves. They stayed that way for a long while, sharing each other's air, holding each other close, settling into the peace that they'd found in each other. Eventually, Lily's hands came up to his face, and she sat back, eyes filled with so much love and passion that, if he hadn't already been sitting down, he would have ended up on his ass. "I love you, Prince Beleth," she said quietly, firmly. She brushed a kiss over his temple. "General." His hands tightened on her back as she feathered a kiss on the bridge of his nose. "Belle." She kissed the curve of his jaw. "Fruit bat." He could hear the smile in her voice as her lips pressed to his cheek. He smiled too, sparks shooting through his veins as the turbulent emotions settled into a new and better current. She met his eyes, lips so close he could practically taste them. "Big guy." She leaned in to kiss him fully, but he stopped her with a gentle hand grasping her throat, just as his princess liked. His nose brushed hers. "Yours," he rumbled. Her eyes flared with some of that fire he loved more than his own life. "Mine," she said reverently. He tugged her closer, reveling in the sweet press of her lips. Belle kept the kiss slow, languorous. It felt like a beginning. Of what? He had no fucking idea, but as long as it was with Lily, he didn't care. He felt her smile. Then she nipped at his lip, and his hold on restraint snapped. "Love you," he growled, before taking her mouth again with none of the softness of before. He was rewarded with a gasp and her kissing him back just as fiercely. Her hand slipped under the collar of his shirt, raking over his back, sending his hips grinding up against hers. She pressed herself against him, rolling her hips against his erection in a way that had him seeing stars. "I wanted," he panted in between kisses, "to take you to bed properly." "Beleth, if this is delayed again, I will lose my fucking mind," Lily said, kissing down his neck. He threw his head back with a groan that turned into a growl when she raked his skin lightly with her blunt little teeth. "I love you. You love me. You can fuck me properly on the desk, the couch, or the fucking floor, but you're going to do it now. You can take me to a bed properly later, okay?" Belle couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his face, primal heat and desire ripping through him like a wildfire. He pulled her back, gripping her jaw just firmly enough to hold her in place. He hadn't missed the way her eyes always went molten when he was just a little bit rough. "What about making love to you on the desk?" he asked, teasing her with little brushes of his lips. She tried to chase after him to kiss him properly, but he held her in place. The heat of her body seared through her leggings and the front of his pants, and he nearly came on the spot. Her slow, wicked smile had him falling in love with her all over again.
Lily. Lily wiggled off of him, bracing her hand on the desk for balance. Something warm buzzed under her palm, the sensation odd enough that it drew her attention away from him. Her file. She froze. Shit. Belle had, once again, bared his soul, and while she'd handed him the entirety of her being, he still didn't know. She still hadn't really been vulnerable in turn. She loved him, he loved her, but they were still unequal. He gripped her chin gently, pulling her gaze back to him while his other hand tugged her file out from under her palm. I may not know what exactly is going on in that pretty head of yours, but I think I have a good idea. This, he held her file up, is important because you are important. But it doesn't define you, and it's not going to change a damn thing about how I feel. I will look at this, with you, later. But because it's not going to change anything. He set it on the far edge of the desk, well away from them. It can wait. Vulnerability isn't a race, it's a conversation. I said my piece, and we're going to celebrate that. Then it'll be your turn, and we'll celebrate that too, yeah? Emotion clogged her throat. Love, joy, relief, trust, peace. The ripples on the pond of her soul settling. She cupped his handsome face and nodded, kissing him long and slow, then with more heat. Stay, she purred, sauntering towards the door.
Belle. Everything in him roared to chase her, catch her, grab her around that pretty little waist, and bury himself so deeply that they both forgot their names. But the princess had given an order, and he would obey it. For now. He wanted to see what that lovely, filthy mind of hers had come up with. She grinned at him over her shoulder, reaching for the handle. He gripped the armrest of his chair so hard they creaked. She flipped the lock with a quiet snake that he felt in his bones.
Chapter 41. Paradise. Lily. Belle's expression was hungry as she turned around and approached the dais. Excitement hummed through her body, sparkling through her veins and making her skin hypersensitive to the brush of her clothing as it shifted with her steps. Belle, disobeying her order to stay put, stalked around his desk, tail swaying slowly from side to side, the tip flicking just a bit, molten eyes fixed on hers. She smothered most of her smile, pausing at the bottom of the dais. He growled. She arched an eyebrow. Princess. His deep rumble melted the rest of her will to tease him. She climbed the first step, then the second. She'd barely rested her foot on the dais when Belle seized her around the waist, lifting her with ease, tugging her thigh around his waist and pressing her against him. His kiss was searing, stealing away every thought in her head except for the endless, pulsing chant of more, more, more. She barely noticed that they were moving until Belle bent slightly, setting her down on something solid, the desk, his hand skating up her thighs to run just under the hem of her shirt. The brush of his fingers on her stomach had liquid heat pooling embarrassingly fast between her thighs. She ground herself against the heavy bulge of his cock, and his hand tightened around her thigh. Off. Her clothes needed to be off now. Want me to take this off, Princess? Belle rasped, kissing down her neck and toying with her shirt. Yes, Lily gasped, burying her fingers in his half-loose hair and arching her spine. The seam of her leggings had lined up perfectly with her clit. But even that bit of extra friction still wasn't enough. Take it all off. They'd barely started, had gone so much farther than this before, but the anticipation, combined with the powerful release of emotions, heightened everything. She untangled her hands from his hair and reached to pull her shirt off. Belle stopped her with a hum and a nip to her collarbone.
"Let me,"
he murmured, guiding her hands to his chest. His heartbeat thundered under her palm. His hands ghosted down her body, finally gripping the hem of her shirt and peeling the fabric away slowly, reverently. His knuckles brushed over her newly revealed skin, leaving goosebumps in their wake. Lily lifted her arms, and Belle finished pulling the fabric up with one hand, the other spreading wide and hot over her ribs, just below breasts that ached for his touch. The shirt fell to the floor, his silver eyes practically glowing as he took her in. He traced the line of the strap over her shoulder with a fingertip, grazing along the delicate edge of her black lace bra. Her nipples were so hard they almost hurt, but Lily wet her lips with a quick flick of her tongue and savored his slow exploration of her body. Belle hooked his finger under the center gore of her bra and roughly pulled her forward, catching her surprised laugh with his lips, tongue flicking against hers. She opened for him, losing herself in the simple play of lips and tongues, his free hand smoothing up her back to palm the nape of her neck. Her hands had landed on his stomach, and she seized the opportunity to tug at his shirt before she remembered the tricky little bit around his wings. She could feel Belle's laughter bubbling up in his chest, his lips smiling against hers before he pressed a quick kiss to her nose.
"I'll get it."
"Don't you dare," Lily said, focusing on the decorative stitching under her fingertips as she searched for the way to open the slits at the bottom of his shirt. "This is my version of the unhooking a bra test." Belle chuckled, his smile soft as he watched her work. She found the catch and started worming her fingers around to figure it out. Why the fuck hadn't she studied his shirts before?
"If you can unhook a bra, you can figure out my shirt."
Belle grinned. She bit her lip and frowned, staring sightlessly at his chest while her fingers worked at the catch. "Are you sure?" she asked, seriously contemplating just ripping at the fabric until she got her way. Belle flicked her bra hook open and it sagged forward.
"I'm sure,"
he said smugly. Lily pressed an open-mouthed kiss to the juncture of his shoulder and neck just as she figured out how to release the catch. She popped it open and bit him at the same time. Belle's hands flexed, pulling her closer while he ground his hips against hers. They made short work of his shirt, then her bra, then suddenly they were both bare from the waist up. Belle ran the back of one finger down the side of her breast before cupping it and flicking his thumb over her nipple, sending electricity jolting through her body. Lily moaned softly and leaned back to give him room to play, bracing her hands on the desk. He kissed her again, pressing her down with his body, the cool wood of the desk against her back a stark contrast against the heat of his body on her front. Her nipples grazed over his chest, and she gasped into his mouth. He kissed down to her chest, nuzzling her breast before flicking his tongue over the stiff nipple. An unintelligible noise burst free as the sensation flooded her brain.
"Hold still while I make some new friends, princess."
He moved over to the other breast as she laughed breathlessly. He plumped them up with his hands and set to work kissing and sucking her into a mindless, writhing mess. She arched into his mouth, one hand tangled in his hair and the other skating over the heavy muscles of his back. Her hand brushed against something that felt like warm, ultrafine suede, and Belle growled against her skin, his whole body going taut. His wing. A pang of guilt for taking an intimacy that she hadn't asked for had her moving her hand away.
"No,"
Belle grunted, blowing gently on her wet nipple, the sudden coolness making sparks dance in her vision before he laved it with his hot tongue again.
"More."
She mapped his back with both hands, sometimes with long, sweeping strokes, other times tracing delicate lines over the base of his wings and the decadent softness of the membrane until they were both slicked with sweat, and Belle was desperate and gasping, his hands reaching, pulling her leggings and underwear down at the same time, his finesse forgotten. She sat up, ripping at the laces of his pants, shoving them over his hips. He moved back out of her reach, pulling her legs up and shredding the laces of her boots with his claws before working them off her feet and throwing them over his shoulder. They hit something with a crash that neither of them cared about. Bell shoved his pants down and kicked his own boots off, and as he straightened in all his proud glory, eyes gleaming, Lily fell in love with him all over again. They'd had only stolen kisses and moments and touches for too long, and she had missed seeing all of him. He was every inch a warrior. No one could ever mistake him for anything else. Every inch of him was built for power, broad shoulders and chest, solid, faintly ridged abdomen. The swirling black lines of his tattoo reached from his right hip down to mid-thigh, accentuating the lines of muscle. A slight dip over his hip bones worked in conjunction with the trail of crisp black hair leading down from his navel to draw her eye to his heavy, jutting cock and dark balls framed with a neatly trimmed thatch of black hair. Her core clenched around nothing, desperately wanting to be filled. She wet her lips, eyes roving over his thick, heavily muscled thighs, strong calves, even down to his bare feet and naturally black toenails. She leisurely dragged her eyes up his body, only to find that he'd been staring at her with equal intensity. He was beautiful and mighty standing before her, and she, completely naked and half splayed on his desk with her hair tumbling loose over her shoulders, had never felt more beautiful or mighty herself. Lily held out her hand. Belle's mouth quirked into a smile, though his eyes lost none of their intensity. He took her hand and let her pull him close. She spread her legs to accommodate him, a thrill zinging through every fiber of her body as the cool air caressed her slick sex only for a moment before the heat of Belle's body replaced it and made her breath stutter. His cock slipped over her lower stomach, leaving a wet line of pre-cum behind. He lightly gripped her neck with his hand, and she couldn't stop her smile, tilting her head to meet his languid kiss. "I love you," she murmured, nipping at his thumb as it traced over her lower lip. "Love you," he breathed, giving her a quick kiss before he pushed her to lay down with a bit of pressure on her neck. Then his hand smoothed down over her chest and stomach, and he dropped to his knees. He hooked one leg over his shoulder, kissing up her thigh to where she craved him. With anyone else, she would have been mortified to be so sloppily wet. But he was hers. The first stroke of his tongue had her arching nearly off the desk, gasping his name. His arm clamped over her hips and lower stomach, holding her in place as he worked her with sweeping strokes, pausing to flick her clit with the stiffened tip of his tongue. His other hand came up to toy with her entrance, his claws fully retracted. The combination of light, teasing touches and his sure tongue short-circuiting her brain. When he slid a finger deep and pumped, she sobbed for air, one hand gripping the arm he'd thrown over her hips, and the other clawing at his head until she found something to grip. He added another finger, twisting and spreading them as he sucked on her clit and hummed. Her pleasure built hard and fast, and somehow kept building. She might have been babbling, might have just been chanting his name, it didn't matter. She'd never been brought this high before, even when he'd shattered her understanding of what pleasure could be in the bathroom at trivia night. His fingers had been wicked, but his mouth was downright sinful. Appropriate for a demon prince. The thought had her half laughing, but that laughter quickly died when Belle flicked his tongue over her clit, wedging a third finger inside her at the same time his thumb circled and pressed against the pucker of her ass. Lily shattered completely with a wordless cry, her hips writhing, grinding herself against his face, back bowing from the force of her orgasm. Bell kept working her with his hand, his tongue gentling against her clit as it grew almost painfully sensitive. And her orgasm kept rolling on until she was sobbing and pushing him away. She dropped her head back onto the desk, trying to remember how to breathe. Bell pressed a wet kiss just above her Mons, his own breathing ragged. Lily opened her eyes to look down at him and realized that the thing she'd been gripping for dear life had been a horn. He grinned breathlessly at her. She pulled him up her body by his horn so that she could kiss him for all she was worth, her hands moving over his cheeks and his neck because she couldn't get enough. He settled over her, bracing his forearms on either side of her, wings flared slightly, ensconcing them both in a world of their own making. Lily brought her legs up to cradle his sides, carefully sliding her calf across his lower back to hold him even closer. She could taste herself on his lips. She loved it, the tang of her orgasm a heady addition to the ecstasy of kissing Belle. Her Belle. "I want you inside me," she breathed, pulling back just enough to meet his eyes. His pupils were blown so wide his eyes were almost entirely black. Only a thin halo of silver remained. He smiled faintly and kissed her again, shifting his weight to one arm so that he could take her hand with his and guide it between them. His erection lay heavy on her stomach, trapped between their bodies. She slicked her hand with some of her own wetness before wrapping her fingers around his shaft, toying with the faint ridges under his skin. He groaned, dropping his head down beside hers as she stroked up him a few times. He throbbed in her hand, longer and thicker than anyone she'd ever taken before, but not a truly ridiculous size, even with those faint ridges she could feel under his skin. It wouldn't be impossible, but it would be delicious work to get him in. She liked work. Lily kept stroking him while she tugged on his hair with her other hand to get him to move back. He lifted his head, shifting until the head of his cock slipped over her clit and rested against her sex, making them moan in unison. Lily rested her temple against his, and they both watched as she guided him to her drenched entrance. She was so wet that the broad head slipped right in, stretching her just enough to feel it. Her fingers tightened on the back of his neck. They panted in tandem for a moment. Then Belle gave a slight roll of his hips and eased in just a bit more, enough that she could feel one of those ridges pressing sweetly against a sensitive spot. They both gasped. Lily let go of his cock and clutched his ass, pressing her nose against his cheek, reveling in the moment. "Big," she breathed, her body adjusting to his size. He smiled against her temple and pushed a bit deeper. "You can take it." Lily gasped out a laugh, his cocky tone sending more heat crashing through her body. She loved him rough and cocky. She wanted more. So she nipped at his earlobe. "Make me." A brief grumble of a growl was all the warning she got before Belle surged forward smoothly, burying himself to the hilt and pushing all the air out of her lungs. He paused, breathing hard, giving them both time to adjust, moving to meet her wide-eyed stare with one of his own. Lily had never felt so full in her life, any of her lives, her entire existence. It was exquisite. It was right. Belle brushed a strand of hair off her neck, a drop of sweat rolling down his brow. "Are you okay?" She ran her thumb up the side of his neck and his lashes dipped. "Perfect," she said, sounding awed even to herself. "You?" His eyebrows twitched up in surprise before one of his brilliant smiles took over his face. "Perfect." He bent to kiss her. Their height difference had him sliding half out of her, and she felt every one of those little ridges like an erotic massage. Her exhale mingled with his.
Perfect, princess.
They were slow at first, learning each other, learning their rhythms, savoring each caress and kiss, the sweat-slicked glide of their skin and the mutual sound of their pleasure. Lily met every roll of his hips with her own, her hands moving proprietarily over his body, while Belle whispered lovely, filthy things in her ear.
Look how well you take me, princess,
he said, giving an especially hard thrust that had her leaving nail marks on his side.
Like you were made for it.
He'd pushed himself up so that he could watch her as she moved under him, with him, and she'd panted, watching his body work, muscles intended for combat being used to bring them both to new heights. She managed to smirk at him, and he paused, a spark of something gleeful dancing across those solar eclipse eyes. She reached for the hand he had on her hip and pulled it up to her neck. Fuck me, Belith. We both know I can take you, so let's see what you can give me. His hand was firm as he grasped her throat and leaned down with a smile that thrummed with danger, but the happy little crinkles around his eyes warmed her soul. His kiss was disarmingly sweet. The way his hand tightened was less so. She pressed against his grip with a grin. He thrust hard, riding over a new spot inside her that had her seeing stars.
Hold on, princess.
Then Belle set about fucking every thought out of her head. Everything except for his name and every profane word she'd ever learned. She did her best to match him, to give as good as she got, but fucking hell, Belle had a lot to give. Her first orgasm had come on fast and hard. The second was a slow, intense, inevitable build, shoved higher with every sensation and grunt and gasp and pant and slap of their bodies and a few screeches of the desk moving across the floor. Lily's legs went shaky, and she ended up gripping Belle's wrist as he held her hip with his hand, her other hand clutching her breast because she needed it. Belle's rhythm grew uneven, his breathing gone ragged. His hand shifted on her hip, his thumb stretching over to roll over her clit, making her spine bow.
Come for me, princess. Be a good girl and come all over my cock,
he growled. And that was it. Through the haze of ecstasy, Lily clenched around him, the fine muscles of her body milking him, pulling him deeper. Belle hunched over her with a moan, hips working in stuttered motions, face buried in her neck as he followed her over the edge, pumping inside her, prolonging her orgasm. They lay like that for a while, still joined, coming down from their respective highs. Belle curled over her on the desk, cheek pressed against her hair while his thumb caressed the damp skin of her neck. His heartbeat raced against her chest, fast but steady, so strong it felt like it was beating for both of them. Maybe it was. Lily had never known that sex could be transformative, but she knew with every scrap of her being that the universe had shifted. The paradigm of her world had taken on a new definition. But that also hadn't been just sex. That had been them, Lily and Belle, together. And it felt right. She felt right. Her hands had been planted on his back, clinging to him as if he would disappear. And she let her grip relax enough to stroke up the groove of his spine, the ridges of muscle relaxing at her touch. When she reached the base of his wings, she ran her fingers along where they joined smoothly with his back. He chuckled into her hair, then lifted his head, brushing her sweaty strands off her face and smiling softly, searching her gaze. She smiled back, capturing his hand and pressing a kiss to his palm, tangling their fingers while losing herself in his silver eyes. "Hi," she said softly. He kissed her lightly.
Hi.
They watched each other for a quiet moment. Lily had no idea what he saw in her eyes, but she hoped he saw how much she loved him, saw that she was happy. His eyes were so expressive, And as she'd gotten to know him, been his friend, fallen in love with him, she'd understood more and more of that expressiveness. She'd seen Belle happy, seen him vulnerable, seen him exhausted and sad and goofy and grumpy. But seeing him look lovingly at her?
What?
He asked when she chuckled. She shifted a little, feeling him growing soft inside her. I was just thinking that you keep redefining paradise for me. She smiled even wider when his eyebrows furrowed slightly. I thought that the building I live in was my paradise. But then I met you, then I met Sharky, and I've had so many moments since then that I've thought put the physical location of paradise to shame. You have no idea how many of those moments have been with you. Almost every time we're together, you redefine what is actually paradise to me. And right now? She ran her fingers down the side of his rugged face, and he leaned into the touch. Paradise, she said quietly.
Belle. Lily had remade him. He'd never be able to work at his desk again without seeing her sprawled naked across its surface, so beautiful his heart hurt, and most incredibly of all, loving him. He'd never seen her look so settled, so languid and happy. "You are my paradise," he said, his voice rough but meaning every word. Demons weren't supposed to feel the pull and peace of paradise like mortal souls, but with her, he did. Her lovely hazel eyes softened, the understanding and love in her gaze nearly sending him to his knees. Again. He swallowed hard and glanced down their bodies before looking at her again. "I don't want to move, but I also don't want to keep you on the desk." Her smile was coy as she reached her arms over her head in a languorous stretch that tipped her pretty breasts up like an offering that he eyed greedily. He loved every piece of her, but her breasts were now one of his favorite pieces. Just large enough to fill his palms and tipped with pert, rosy nipples that were so sensitive. He bent to pepper kisses over the satiny skin there. It would be rude to not accept an offering, after all. But the movement had his soft shaft slipping free of her. He didn't miss the stutter in her breath, smirking as he dropped one last kiss to the upper slope of her breast and straightened. "Stay there, I'll get it," he said, hurrying over to the little kitchenette for a soft washcloth and wetting it with warm water. Lily propped herself up on her elbows by the time he returned, and he carefully made sure she was clean of their combined mess. A dribble of his seed dripped free, and before he stopped to think about it, he caught it with a finger and pushed it back inside her. "Fuck," she moaned, dropping her head back, eyes squeezing shut for a moment before her heated gaze captured his. Belle arched an eyebrow and casually sucked his finger clean, rolling their taste over his tongue like a fine wine. Thrillingly, Lily looked ready to eat him alive, sitting up slowly, her messy hair draped over her shoulders like a red gold shawl. He waited to see what she would do, his body wanting to react to his arousal but not quite ready yet. She ran her eyes over his body, smiling a bit at what she saw, then reached for the cloth in his hand and set about cleaning him. Something no one had ever done for him before. He stood frozen while she worked, only twitching a bit as she ran the damp cloth over the head and hypersensitive ridges of his shaft. When she was finished, she set the rag on the desk and pressed a soft kiss in the center of his chest, looking up at him with a vulnerable expression. "My turn?" It took him a moment to remember the brief conversation they'd had before he'd lost his mind to pleasure and pleasing her. He couldn't keep himself from touching her, his hands settling perfectly in the dip of her waist, the skin of her cheek soft under his fingers as he traced the elegant arch of her cheekbone. "If you're ready," he said softly. Her nod was solid, that self-possessed surety of hers rising to the surface. Pride flooded his heart for this woman. She reminded him of so many of the warriors he'd known and knew. She had the same understanding of what needed done in a difficult situation, and the grim determination to do it. She turned to pick up her file, handing it to him with significantly more confidence than before. Her name was stamped cleanly across the front in metallic, colorful letters. He took it reverently, the warmth of the pages spreading not just through his fingers, but his whole body. "All right. Couch?" he asked, tugging her hand. "I can't," she protested. He blinked at her, not understanding. She clenched her bare thighs together, blushing. "I'll leak on it." Aha. Smug pride had him beaming and pulling her towards the couch anyway, explaining as they went, "Princess, if you knew the plans I had for you and that couch later, you'd realize how little I care for the upholstery. Now, the wings are going to make this a bit of a tricky entry, but I have a plan. Lay close to the back, on your side." Still blushing a bit, she obeyed, pressing her back against the back of the couch and waiting to see where he was going with this, her cheek propped on her hand. Bell settled himself half on his side, facing her, sliding his left arm under her head and down her back, pulling her half on top of him as he wiggled to get comfortable, then carefully coiled his tail around the leg she had thrown over him. She hummed, shifting her head on his chest to look up at him. "I've been meaning to ask about the tail thing." "Do you not like it?" Belle asked, a spark of worry flaring through the haze of pleasure. "I love it," she rushed to assure him. "I was just wondering what tail etiquette is. I've seen demons winding tails before, but I wasn't sure what the cultural significance or protocol was. I guessed it's some kind of sign of affection?" To put it very simply, there's a friendly tail wind, very minor, very light, for close friends or family. Then there's a deeply affectionate tail wind, mostly done with lovers or partners. He tightened his tail's hold on her leg a bit for emphasis. Prolonged, intensive, often done at rest because it's a true twining and isn't easy to disengage quickly. I figured that you didn't have a tail, so I could just hold your leg a little. Bummer I can't tail wind you back. You can wrap your tail around me any time, big guy. Don't tempt me, Belle murmured, nuzzling into her hair. She made a contented little noise, relaxing into him. They cuddled for an indeterminate time, savoring each other. Eventually, Lily sighed and reached for the file in his hand, easing it open. The seemingly blank pages were affixed to the back panel, their pristine surfaces seeming out of place in his moody, dark office. Belle stared at them for a moment, then turned to kiss Lily's forehead and rested a finger on the first page.
Chapter 42. Warrior Princess. Lily had been a fussy baby. Her exhausted, confused first-time parents were products of a generation that hadn't been known for its emotional intelligence, and had often chalked her fussiness up to pure attitude. Baby Lily had been alert and vibrant, as if trying to cram as much living into life as she could, hence her vehement and shrill opposition to nap time. She'd learned to walk early, learned to talk early, had definitive opinions early. She'd fought the reading lessons, not wanting to sit still for the endless repetitions of letters and sounds. But once she'd picked it up, she'd found her great love. She read voraciously, read everything she could get her hands on, even if she couldn't understand much of it. Her parents punished her by taking her books away, not knowing that Lily would have multiple books hidden, and that, in a pinch, reading the dictionary would do. Her brothers arrived, and their family moved through the seasons of life. Her parents were fairly religious and raised their children to be the same. Her mother was the more traditional of the two, and her father, for all his beliefs that he was incredibly progressive, enjoyed the benefits of a traditional marital household, and took steps to maximize that benefit. Her parents had not been a particularly good match, not in Lily's opinion anyway. Lily had thought from a young age that their relationship was imbalanced. Her mother ran the house, raised the kids, did the shopping, the cooking, the cleaning, managed appointments, took them to school and to sports, helped them with their homework. Her mother could be critical, but Lily had always been eager to please, and she liked spending time with her. Her dad worked, then he came home tired, and often didn't have the energy or time to play, so he watched TV in the living room, ate his dinner in front of the TV in the living room, preferred to spend most of his time in front of the TV in the living room. Her father was physically there, but he wasn't much of a source of emotional support, something that Lily, a deeply emotional child, had craved. Her dad had been happy to engage with them when it came to things that interested him, though, and Lily had been just as enamored with fantasy as he had. He'd read her The Hobbit as a bedtime story, establishing her love of that world early. They'd often watched movies together, and occasionally shared books, but never been as close as she'd wanted. Her parents fought fairly often over disagreements that Lily couldn't understand. A normal conversation would turn into a screaming match over nothing. So Lily stepped up and did more than her mother asked her to, because if they weren't stressed, then they wouldn't fight so much, right? Lily became close to her mother, and always joined in on the shopping, the cooking, the cleaning. She tried to not need things because her mother was exhausted taking care of 3 kids, and when Lily needed things, it made her cranky. So Lily learned to try and take care of herself. She figured that it would be good practice for when she got to be a mom, because moms figured stuff out. She'd always been praised for her maturity, for being an old soul. But sometimes Lily was painfully aware of how young and confused and desperate to please she was. She was happy to help, but her brothers were never asked or expected to do the same. The imbalance bothered her. The central part of their lives, church, was fun as a child, but as she got older, things got strange. The adults at the church had commented for as long as she could remember that her parents would have to watch her. Lily was so pretty, and a redhead, that of course she was going to be trouble. "She'll be a real temptress if you're not careful," a church elder had told her mom one Sunday, patting Lily on the shoulder. A lot of the adults had laughed. Her mom had remained silent, lips pinching in disapproval, but not at Lily. She'd kept Lily close every Sunday after that. Lily, who had been 8 and taken the lessons in Sunday school to heart, fretted about it for weeks. She didn't want to be one of those bad women who tempted men away from God. She'd been wearing a nice dress that her mom had picked out, and her mom wouldn't dress her to tempt men, would she? Maybe adults just had odd senses of humor? Lily didn't want to be trouble, but as she grew up, she seemed to be anyway. She couldn't stop. She was too rambunctious, too curious, too mouthy, not friendly enough, not quiet enough, and she certainly asked too many questions. Lily loved questions. She wanted to know everything. The world was so wide and wonderful, and people were so complex and interesting, and there were such amazing, fantastical stories, both real and fictional. She wanted to learn it all. She loved seeing how things fit together. But as she grew from child to preteen to teenager, her questions were received with increasing hostility. Her youth leaders didn't like that she had questions about the Bible, about God, about things the church had done or things that alleged Christians had done in God's name. She wasn't supposed to question the Bible, and certainly not God. But she did, because she wanted to know. She wanted the facts. The lack of answers bothered her, and even when she did get answers, she usually had questions about them too. At school, when she learned about evolution, about science, about stars and space and history and other gods and belief systems, she loved how most things had an answer. And if not a definitive answer, at least people had gone to great lengths to discover one. People explained things. She spent most of her allotted computer time at home looking up things she'd heard or read, getting more information, ending up on new information trails. She soaked it all up like a sponge, but especially the information from the fantasy books she read and movies she'd seen. She had watched her dad's Jurassic Park VHS tape so many times she wore it out. Her dad had told her proudly that she was a nerd, like him. She wondered if she wasn't built for blind faith. Problem was, that's what the church, and God, apparently, wanted. But why would God have made her in such a way that it was hard for her to believe? Why had God made her to love physical touch when that was not something that was appropriate? Why had God made her difficult? That's what the youth leaders and her parents said she was, anyway. Difficult. It all started to unravel as a preteen, when her youth group was separated by gender and the girls began their lessons. Lily hated those fucking lessons. Purity lessons. Spiritual warfare lessons. Modesty lessons. Bare shoulders were a temptation. If they had to wear a tank top, they had to make sure it had thick straps. One-piece swimsuits only for youth group outings to the pool, and they had to wear a t-shirt and shorts over it anyway. As their bodies developed, if their youth leader, Suzanne, saw their nipples through their shirts because of the cold, she called them out of the water and had them sit in a towel until their nipples weren't showing anymore. Lily got into the habit of constantly pulling her shirt away from her body so that her hard nipples didn't show and she could swim longer. Skirts were dangerous. They made boys wonder what they had under them. Lily had pointed out that the boys already knew they had bodies, so obviously they already knew what was under there. She'd been told to sit in the hall for 10 minutes. She'd stewed about it the entire time. The neckline of their shirts was another issue. 1 finger width of skin below their clavicle was fine, 2 was pushing it, 3 was loose behavior. Lily's mother wore modest V-neck shirts all the time, but more than 3 fingers worth. When she'd asked her about it, her mother had told her that she wasn't showing any cleavage, and to remember that Suzanne didn't know everything. Lily didn't know what to believe, but she didn't want to be a temptress, and she still heard the comments from the adults at church about how she'd grow up to be a heartbreaker, so she figured that she'd err on the side of caution. "Are you a target or a treasure?" Suzanne had asked them over and over. "If you dress and act like a target, you will be treated like a target. But if you dress and act like a treasure, you will be treated like a treasure." Lily had rankled against all of it, but kept it on the inside. Perhaps it all felt and sounded wrong because that was Satan's influence? Just like how seeing boobs on TV made her feel funny in the same way that seeing shirtless men made her feel funny. The boob thing was probably Satan's influence, too. Her world fell apart completely when she was 14 and went over to a friend's house for a birthday sleepover. Her friend's older 16-year-old boyfriend showed up for the fun night of movies and games, bringing over some of his parents' alcohol, and Lily had a glass of mostly margarita mix, rebellion crackling gleefully through her veins. The boyfriend drank more than that. Later, when most of the girls had gone to bed, Lily went upstairs to use the bathroom there, since the downstairs one was busy. The boyfriend was staying in the guest room up there, and when Lily had walked by, he'd grabbed her. She remembered the smell of the alcohol on his breath. She remembered fighting him, asking him what he was doing, demanding that he leave her alone, telling him that she wasn't that kind of girl. He'd slapped her hard enough to make her see stars. She hated herself for freezing, but she'd fucking frozen. Scared. She'd been so scared. Hands on her body, grabbing, pinching, hurting in ways she couldn't understand. She'd snapped out of it when he started pulling her pants down around her thighs, fury roaring up inside her. How dare he? When he gave up on her pants and started fumbling with his own, she kicked him hard enough to knock him on his ass. She bolted out and down the stairs, grabbing a blanket from the couch and sprinting through the sliding door into the backyard to hide in the playhouse for the rest of the night. She'd shaken and cried silently, terrified that he would find her. She'd prayed. She'd asked God why. What had she done to deserve that? She'd been wearing her baggy jeans and a crew-neck t-shirt from summer camp. She'd done everything right. She'd behaved. And yet... The next morning, she snuck into the house early and found her bag, getting dressed and laying in her sleeping bag as if she'd been there all night, trying to warm up. When everyone woke up, she joined the other girls for a pancake breakfast, made by her friend's mom. They'd all yawned and laughed. Lily was quiet, ashamed. She didn't tell her friend, didn't tell anyone. She didn't want to disappoint or upset her parents. Her mom might understand, but she also might be mad that Lily had let that happen, because she had, somehow, right? Her dad would be furious, but probably not at her. She didn't want him to do something that would get him in trouble, because that would be her fault too, and she wanted her dad around. At church the next Sunday, she asked to talk to Suzanne, hoping that she might have some answer or comfort, help Lily understand. But when Lily explained, shaking and nauseous the entire time, Suzanne shook her head sadly, disappointment palpable. You need to beg God for forgiveness, Lily. That only happened because your faith has been lacking. If you've really been living for Christ, that wouldn't have happened to you. God was trying to get your attention in a big way because He loves you. You should really examine what's been going on in your heart that led to this happening. And, she'd sighed, you need to pray for your future husband's forgiveness for this. This is a stain on your purity as a result of your lack of faith. Pray that your husband is a forgiving man. Lily's faith died in that room, withering further with each word out of her trusted youth leader's mouth until nothing was left. Her whole life had centered around God and His teachings. She'd done everything. She'd followed the rules, she'd tried to behave, but it was never good enough. She was never good enough. Her whole life she'd been threatened with an eternity in hell if she'd strayed from the straight and narrow path. Fine. So be it. If what had happened to her in that room had been an example of God's love, then she didn't want it. What kind of love was that? It wasn't. She'd never heard God's voice like some people claimed to have, never felt His presence or comfort in her soul. She didn't know if He was real or not, but she'd had her doubts for years. Even if He was real, fuck Him. Fuck Him! If He was real, something in her soul told her that there was at least some kind of higher power out there. Where was He? Lily went home a different person. All the uncertainty and questions and fear she'd been taught for years, the hideous shame of failing to fight that boy back, of feeling his hands on her body against her will, all of it festered. And she grew angry, furious. Lily had always been told that her emotions were too intense, and she'd tried to mute them. She stopped minimizing herself as much. Her head constantly felt like it was full of a whirlwind of coal dust, dark and howling and confusing. Everything felt too much. She hated everything, but mostly herself. She tried to be nice, but she hurt so badly and no one saw it, or if they did, no one seemed to care. Her tongue was so sharp, cutting even when she didn't want it to, words flying out of her mouth before she could stop them. Her parents wrote it off as teenage moodiness, and she got into fights with them over everything. Her clothes, her hair, the time she spent in her room, her refusal to go to church anymore. Her mom had insisted that the church might have its flaws, but that God was flawless and a relationship with him was necessary. Lily disagreed. She hated herself a little more every time she made her mom cry, but she wanted to do things differently. She'd tried to explain what had happened at the party to her mother once, but fear and shame had choked her when her mother asked why she hadn't come home as soon as someone pulled out the alcohol. She'd always hated disappointing her mom, knowing the stress and strain it caused, so she decided to avoid the subject. Lily turned to her reading, learning life lessons from all kinds of books, but especially fantasy, and even romance. Before her assault, she'd found romance books fascinating. All she'd been taught about sex was that it was something married adults did, and it involved a bed and touching and was how children were made. She had no idea that sex was supposed to feel nice until she'd found a romance book in a thrift bin when she'd been 11, and she'd bought it because apparently it was about saving a horse, and she loved horses. To her shock, there was a scene where the woman and cowboy had sex by a campfire, and they enjoyed it. Further research had been necessary. She loved the idea of unlimited pleasurable physical touch with someone she cared about, and who cared about her. She didn't stop reading romance after her assault. Romance novels actually opened her eyes to the reality of what had happened, and what could have happened. The characters' traumas helped her understand what assault was, and that it wasn't God trying to get her attention. She inhaled story after story of characters falling for each other and going on adventures, choosing to love each other even when they were flawed. Between romance novels, fantasy, and an assortment of other fiction, as well as time on the internet, she learned what she'd never been taught. That what had happened to her was not her fault. That asking questions was a very good thing. That other people had questioned the church and God. That the Bible wasn't a perfect translation like she'd been led to believe. The foundations of her world cracked, and as she aged, she kept trying to rebuild them. Every time she thought she was solid, something would come along and rattle her. Inside, she still hurt so badly it felt like her heart and soul were shredding themselves. She couldn't understand it, couldn't explain it. It just hurt. She stumbled upon an article online about dangerous behaviors in teenagers that mentioned self-harm. So she'd looked up what that was and wondered if it might be worth a try. Lily only harmed herself on her thighs and hips, where no one would ever see. She might have refused to go to church anymore, but she still wanted to be a good, nice girl. Good, nice girls didn't have scars where people could see. The pain on the outside was supposed to help the pain on the inside. It didn't. Lily just felt guilty and hated herself a little more. She was 15 and a half when she snuck into her parents' bathroom on a Friday night and grabbed a package of her father's sleeping pills. Her note was on her side table. She cried the entire time, until she fell asleep. She didn't want to go. It just all hurt so badly. She hated herself so much for failing to be good, to behave, to defend herself, to make herself better. She wanted it to end. She woke up on Sunday afternoon, woozy, nauseated, and chilly, but alive and relieved. She'd often spent whole weekends alone in her room, so no one knew what she'd done. As she lay there, she was struck by a lightning bolt of clarity. She didn't want her life to end. She had shit she wanted to do. She still wanted to find real, supportive love. She still wanted to be a mom. She just wanted the emotional pain to end. There were options for that. There had to be. So, she staggered to take a shower, then set about researching trauma and therapists, and discovered forums of survivors. She asked her parents if she could see a therapist, and her mom found one recommended by a lady from church. Lily was apprehensive and only went to one session, hating that the woman's main concern was her prayer schedule and faith walk. So she fought to heal herself. She failed a lot and often, but she learned to forgive herself and seek out other coping mechanisms. She stopped hurting herself. She tried to be nicer, tried to work harder, tried. She flirted with boys, made out with a few, enjoyed their tentative, excited hands. Her heart raced like a chased deer the entire time, but she'd been determined to reclaim her body and discover sex and intimacy on her own terms. She graduated high school and headed off to college with optimism, ready to discover who she was away from her parents and family. There, she made real changes. She found a non-religious therapist through the college's counseling and psychological services and set about unpacking her life, realizing the positive and negative ways that she'd been impacted by her parents and religion. She picked up extra hours at her retail job to pay for her sessions, and for fun extra things, like a string bikini and her first tattoo. She threw up in the bathroom when she wore the bikini for the first time, confidence faltering and a childhood of shame training rearing up to condemn her from the past. But she rallied and went out to flirt with one of the girls in the hot tub, which had made her nauseated again, but had also been deeply arousing. Accepting her bisexuality had been a slightly long and terrifying process, but immensely fun and freeing too. Her first tattoo, a stack of books entwined with flowers on her thigh, had felt right in a way that she'd never experienced before. The first step to covering her scars, but more than that, it felt like a step towards reclaiming her body, like finally hanging pictures in an apartment to make it feel like home. Her head didn't feel so messy and dark, but she still struggled with the fear and belief that her emotions were too intense for other people. Her friends didn't seem to have any problems dating, but Lily, well, she could find and usually enjoy a sexual partner easily enough, but she never had a mutual interest in someone. Her friends started to get married, to build lives, and Lily was there to cheer and love and support them through it all, but it hurt. A different, quiet hurt, one that she, in her early 20s, was better equipped to process and understand than she had been as a teenager. She graduated college and ended up working in customer service, as she always had, trying to laugh off the comments about a real career from family. She liked being social and helping people. She got her own apartment, delighting in filling it with books and decorating. She hadn't delighted in her mother's loving but backhanded comments every time she visited, but she and her mother had always had differing opinions about what was clutter and what was decor. Her small home was hers. Her life was hers. Lily moved through her 20s and past 30 with an increasingly strong sense of self. She usually liked working with people, but she hated having to cater to the whims of selfish, entitled idiots with no backup from management. She moved between jobs every few years, sometimes working as a secretary, sometimes in retail. Money was always tight. She spent hours poring over her budget, scrimping where she could while still trying to enjoy life. Her parents bemoaned every tattoo, but she loved them. She started defining herself by what she was and what she liked, instead of who she wasn't and what she hated. She liked tight pants, ripped jeans, short shorts, corseted tops, low-cut shirts, tiny bikinis, and dresses that either hugged each curve or fluttered over her skin like a caress. She liked pretty lingerie, scouring the internet for sales. She loved her body, perceived flaws and all, and came to adore her red hair, letting it spill down her back and grow longer than she'd ever let it before. She liked sex, but wondered if emotional connection would amplify the experience. Her friends said that it did. When appropriate, She swore with ease and frequency. Fuck was such a nice, round, versatile word. Her old church community had no idea what to do with her. Many tried to witness to her and bring the prodigal daughter back to the church family. She refused politely at first, then less politely when boundaries were crossed. Her parents tried to love her as she was, but Lily knew it was difficult for them to respect most of her life choices. Her brothers had long since left the church as well, and they all commiserated about their parents' attempts to redevelop their faith. She and her brothers had never once doubted that their parents loved them, but their dad hadn't been particularly loving, and their mother had cried at dinner more than once over her fear that her children would burn in hell. Lily tried to be kind, but she eventually realized that she would never be one of the sweet and gentle people of the world. She wanted to be, but, as a friend once told her, there is teddy bear nice and there is mama bear nice. You are mama bear nice. A point that had been proved when a friend called her for help escaping an abusive boyfriend. Lily drove over with pepper spray and the baseball bat she kept by her bed for home defense, ready for battle. Hell, almost excited for it. She'd hated the fucker ever since he raised his drink at a barbecue and her friend flinched, terror in her eyes. Her willingness to shed blood aside, the opportunity never presented itself. Her friend had sprinted out of the house with a garbage bag of her belongings, thrown it into the back of Lily's car, and they'd sped away. Her friend, with a black eye and split lip, sobbed out the whole awful story. Once Lily got her settled with another friend in a different city, she sat in her car, seriously debating going back and accidentally running the bastard over, repeatedly. Her Corolla was small, but anything at 60 miles an hour would hurt. Her friend hadn't known what she was thinking, but she begged Lily not to do anything, scared of what her ex would do after. Lily had little intention of leaving him alive, at least with working body parts, but decided that the jail time wasn't worth it. She went home, weeping for her friend and how scared she'd been. At 32, after a month of being fatigued and nauseated, with a constant low-grade headache, she went to the doctor. The random bruises that showed up with no rhyme or reason were what spooked her the most. Her doctor was mildly concerned but assured her that, since she was fairly young and seemed to be in good shape, it was probably something minor. He ordered a batch of testing, and they'd waited to see if it would be covered by her insurance. Lily got the call that the health insurance company had denied coverage for the testing, as it had been deemed not medically necessary. She grumbled and cursed the whole damn healthcare system, but especially the greed of her insurance provider, and had done it all again when she saw an article reporting record-high profits for that particular company later that year. There was no way she could reasonably afford thousands of dollars worth of testing, so she stocked up on over-the-counter meds and made some lifestyle changes, hoping that the problem would sort itself out. She left her job when a new batch of management cut everyone else's pay and created a nightmarish working environment. Eventually, she landed a new job that she liked well enough. Her coworkers were cool, and the pay was decent, despite the lack of any additional benefits, but physically, she still felt crappy all the time. It only got worse and worse. When she found the lumps in her armpit, she caved and paid for a doctor's appointment out of pocket, trying not to panic at the possibilities. One deeply concerned doctor and a hefty chunk out of her bank account later, they called her in for the results. There, sitting in a scratchy blue chair, her heart racing like it was trying to cram in as many beats as it could before the end, Lily learned that she was going to die. Soon. Then her car didn't start, and she knew that, for the first time in her life, there was absolutely nothing she could do. Even with treatment, all she would do was buy herself a little more time. Miserable, painful, shitty time. Everything in her screamed to fight. She'd always fought. She'd been born for it. Fought nap time, fought reading lessons, fought to ask questions, fought to defend herself, fought to be better, fought to learn, fought to love herself again, fought to live life on her own terms. But she couldn't fight this. The drive to her parents' house was the worst drive of her life, but she arrived with resolve. Her mother smiled when she walked through the door, certain that Lily would, at worst, need a minor surgery of some kind. Her dad emerged from the living room to give her a hug and ask how the drive had been. Standing in the kitchen, with a voice that sounded stronger than she felt, Lily told them as gently as she could that she had an advanced and aggressive form of cancer, and she had perhaps a year to live. Her dad raged, furious at anything and everything, unable to handle or process anything other than anger. Her mom wept. "There must be something," her mom sobbed, looking oddly frail as she sat on one of the stools. "Treatments?" Lily shook her head, throat tight. "No, Mom. They said maybe if we'd caught it early, but not now. Now it would just," she choked, "prolong it." Fucking health insurance company. Fucking greedy CEO. Her dating life was abysmal, but she'd still held out hope for love, for a family. All those times she'd held her friends' and cousins' babies and played with the kids, hoping that one day she'd have all that too. Wasted hope. The little bitty pair of baby socks with tiny swords and cartoon dragons on them that she'd bought because they were too damn cute to resist, wondering if someday she'd put them on her baby's kicking feet. So stupidly optimistic and probably weird. Even if she hadn't gotten any of those things for herself, she wanted to be there to share them with the people she loved. She wanted to be the kick-ass auntie with cool stories, not the aunt who died young and none of the kids would remember.
"When do you start treatment?"
her dad snarled, pacing back and forth like a caged tiger. Lily fought to remember that he wasn't mad at her. He just defaulted to anger when things got hard. She couldn't manage his emotions for him at that moment. Her own were threatening to drown her. "I don't." Her mom made a keening sound that Lily would hear in her nightmares. "I can't." Lily bit the inside of her lip and struggled onward. "I can't afford it." Perhaps if she'd gotten a roommate instead of living alone. If she'd never gotten tattoos. If she hadn't gone on that trip to the East Coast with her friends. No. She refused to think that way, to regret the life she'd lived, the decisions she'd made.
"We'll loan you the money. We'll get a second mortgage on the house."
"No." Lily shook her head firmly. Her nose stung, but she battled back the tears. "I don't want that. I don't want to be in pain any longer than I have to. And there is no way in hell that I'm ruining your lives financially and destroying the boy's inheritance." But Lily fought to maintain her composure. "Burying me is going to be hard enough on all of you without that." "Please," her mom sobbed, while her dad slumped against a wall, anger melting into grief, putting his head in his hands. Lily walked over on shaky legs and knelt in front of her mom, taking her trembling hands, offering what meager comfort she could. Part of her wanted to scream with frustration at their selfishness. She was the one dying. She was the one in pain. But the rest of her understood them. She'd had a whole car ride to think about it. They were in shock. All she had to do was die. They had to watch their child suffer and die. Lily wouldn't have wished that on her worst enemy. "Please don't make me bury my baby," her mom wept brokenly. Lily was destroying her. She could see it in her eyes. "Please, please." Lily's tears finally spilled over. They clutched each other's hands for a long, quiet moment, pain filling the air of the usually comfortable kitchen. I'm scared. Lily's quiet admission slipped free before she could stop it. Her mom's agonized gaze softened. I don't want to die. Lily choked, tears running hot and thick down her cheeks. Her mom wrapped her in her arms. Lily gripped her back, her mother's familiar perfume filling her nostrils. She let herself sob. I don't want to die. Her dad came over to hug them both, and they all cried together. Her brothers handled the news differently when she'd told them. Tommy went eerily still and silent, which she'd expected, given that he was the most emotionally reserved of them. What she hadn't expected was the silent tears and the fierce way he'd gripped her in a hug. Tommy didn't cry, and he certainly didn't like hugs. Ryan shook his head when she started explaining, and kept shaking his head until the very end, when he held her so tightly that her lungs ached while they cried together. She gave up her apartment, moved back in with her parents, and got rid of most of her belongings. She went downhill fast after that. Her brothers were always coming to visit, and they'd play Mario Kart, talk shit to and about each other, revisit old stories, watch movies. Her friends had families and lives, and couldn't visit as much, but they called often. People from the church community reached out, with suggestions for faith healing, and one notable sales pitch for the efficacy of essential oils. Lily blocked them. She tried to stay pleasant, tried to not be a whiny, miserable, bitchy patient. But on top of the increasingly awful way it felt to exist in her body, she was ashamed. Ashamed of the way she hadn't fought. Ashamed of the way she just let it happen. She'd justified it emotionally, physically, financially. But the shame of surrender was a bitter taste in her mouth. Old, conditioned guilt told her that she'd brought this on herself by pursuing passions and not wanting to do less enjoyable jobs for better benefits, by getting tattoos and enjoying her collection of smutty books and a litany of other sins. Common sense and 2 decades of deconstructing her faith told her that she'd done the best she could with what she had. God wasn't punishing her for fucking a girl in a church parking lot that one time, or for anything else. But if he was, well then, Lily had a lifetime of anger to vent, and she figured she'd be seeing the big holy son of a bitch soon enough. She'd known when death was coming for her. Something in her soul whispered that it was time, and that bedtime would be her last. She called her brothers, said she felt ready, told them she loved them and would see them again. She hugged her dad. As tense as their relationship could be, she'd always loved him. Her mom brought her water and sat on the edge of her bed. Thanks, Mom, Lily rasped softly, her hand too weak to do more than rest on her mom's. For all of it. Her mom gave her a sad smile, so Lily hugged her with all her meager strength and told her good night. When she left, Lily put on music, listening to a wide array of songs as she stared up at the ceiling, feeling her body shutting down, feeling the pain seep away bit by bit. Okay, she'd whispered, closing her eyes with relief. Okay.
Chapter 43. Knock the Socks Off. Lily. Lily wiped Belle's tears gently as he blinked back into the present. There had only been a minute of silence since he'd touched the page, his body perfectly still except for the way his heart started racing after several seconds. It was simultaneously the longest and shortest minute of her existence. She wanted Belle to know her story, and the whole ugly truth of it. She wasn't proud of a lot of it,
of who she'd been when she'd been hurting, of the mean, biting things she said to people, of how scared and guilty she'd been for most of her life for no good reason. But it was her story, and she trusted him. She wanted him to understand. Belle's tail tightened around her calf as he set her file on the floor. He cleared his throat, one hand smoothing up the curve of her back while the other came up to trace her jaw. "I'm so proud of you, Lily." His gentle statement brought immediate and embarrassing tears to her eyes. She opened her mouth, but he cupped the side of her neck with his large palm. "You have a warrior's soul. You've been a warrior from the very beginning. You fought to heal yourself from your trauma, and when asking for help failed, you did what it took to help yourself. You handled all of what you went through alone. You fought to grow and live. And at the end, you did the hardest thing any warrior could ever have to do: surrender." "I gave up." "No," he said with a firm shake of his head. "You were in a situation in which you could not win, no matter what you did. You chose the option that would spare others from suffering needlessly. I know how much it hurt your family and friends for you to die, and that should be acknowledged. But, Lily, if you had fought, knowing that it wouldn't have made a difference, and given false hope while draining your and their resources, that would have hurt them so much more. From one warrior to another, I'm proud of you." A warm, fuzzy feeling filled her chest. "Thank you." He smiled softly at her before those brilliant silver eyes, luminous in their intensity, lost their warmth. "As for your youth leader," his jaw flexed, then he nearly snarled, "Suzanne." Lily scowled on reflex. "She told you to pray that your future husband was a forgiving man. I'm not your husband, but I am yours, and I am not, in any way, shape, or form, forgiving about what that piece of shit did to you. You did nothing wrong. You did nothing that needs forgiving." Something dark seeped into his expression, but it wasn't directed at her. Her resulting pulse of arousal was probably inappropriate. "But, Lily, I may need your forgiveness for what I'll do to him when he gets to hell. I'll put Greg out of a job." His promise was harsh, dripping with the threat of violence. "Though he'll likely be too busy with Suzanne to notice." Lily smiled sweetly at him. "As long as you at least give me a turn, you can do whatever you want." The little crinkles around his eyes deepened, harshness fading from his expression to be replaced with something soft and thoughtful. He pulled her closer, nuzzling into her hair. "I do have one more confession of my own." Lily smiled against his chest, fully expecting something not only sexual but deliciously filthy. "I have your brother's socks in my desk." Lily pushed herself up, staring at him. "You... what?" "There's a drawer in my desk filled with your brother's socks." Belle's cheeks stained a deeper shade of dusky purple. "You told me about the promise you made to your brothers, about stealing their socks from the afterlife and how you felt bad that it was a lie. As an adult, I can't go to the mortal world without causing a bunch of problems. But teenage demons sneak into the mortal world all the time. It's like a rite of passage. So, I've been asking some of them to steal one of your brother's socks every so often. I don't tell them why, but they bring them back to me, and I keep them in a spare drawer. You loved them so much, and I wanted you to be able to keep your promise." Lily peered down at him, reeling from the flash of clarity. "Is that why I've been seeing those teenage demons go by the help desk?" Belle shifted a bit under her scrutiny. "Probably. I tell them to act like they're running an errand for me so that no one questions them.
There's a really good crack to the mortal world by Lua Omilu that I used to use, that I tell them about.
Lily didn't know if she wanted to laugh or cry or both, so she settled for sliding her hand down his stomach. I can't believe I'm about to fuck you senseless because of my brother's socks. Have you ever been ridden by a hot redhead who loves you? Belle's eyes gleamed with interest, skimming the very tips of his claws down the length of her side.
No, but I'm thrilled that there's a first time for everything. And hopefully multiple repeats.
Good.
Floor? I don't want to crush your wings.
They wiggled off the couch and onto the floor without an ounce of grace, giggling the whole time as Belle leaned back on his hands and Lily straddled him. Sobering slightly, she took his face in her hands, losing herself in his gleaming eyes. "Thank you," she said softly, kissing him. "I'm about to ride the capacity for speech out of you, but thank you." Belle sat forward, bringing his hands up to brace her hips as he kissed her more deeply, just as someone tried to open the door, drawing both of their attention.
Oh, for crying out loud. They better not be doing what I think they're doing.
Lev's annoyed voice was muffled. He jiggled the handle again.
Belith, I know you received my memo about inappropriate office activities. We discussed this.
Asmodeus's amused drawl chimed in.
Cut the guy some slack, Lev. What's he supposed to use that big desk for? It can't all be paperwork.
Lev snapped something in response, rattling the handle. Belle was either choking or smothering laughter. Lily would bet on the latter, so she used Belle's shoulders as leverage to push to her feet, ignoring his huff of protest. "I've got this," she said over her shoulder, searching for her clothes, which, other than her boots and one sock, were nowhere in sight. A pile of black fabric that turned out to be Belle's sleeveless shirt was her best option, so she pulled it over her head and padded barefoot to the door. It fell to her upper thighs, gaping open almost like a hospital gown at the back because of the wing slits. Oh well, she was decent enough. She threw the lock and opened the door just enough to smile with excessive politeness at an aghast Lev and an utterly delighted Asmodeus. "Hey, guys, we're kind of busy fucking the sense out of each other right now."
Then fucking it back in,
Belle added loudly from his spot on the floor. "And then fucking it back in," Lily agreed. "I understand that you sent out a very well-written and clearly worded memo, Lev, but this is an important moment that couldn't wait. We're sorry."
No, we're not,
Belle called. "We're just going to be a bit longer." Lily glanced over her shoulder to where Belle lounged back on the rug, head cocked, a smirk playing over his features as the red-gold light gleamed deliciously over his naked body. "We're going to be quite a bit longer," Lily amended, pressing her thighs together and turning back to them. "So if it's possible to make it wait, please do so." Lev huffed, looking pained.
I'll come back later. Tomorrow,
Asmodeus suggested. Lily shot him a grateful grin. "I really appreciate your patience, Lev. I'll write you up a basic report on the help desk as soon as possible. How about that?" she offered, slowly closing the door. Just before it shut completely, Lev sighed.
Make it double-spaced, please.
Lily smothered her laugh with her hand and threw the lock with a decisive click. Chapter 44. Memo. Lily. "Looks like someone had a rough night." Maura smirked as she walked by the help desk on her way to the break room. Lily shot her a smug grin, fixing a typo on the long-overdue report for Lev. "Rough night, no. But this morning? What had started out as a simple and sweet good-morning kiss swiftly turned into Lily muffling her moans into a pillow while Belle pounded into her from behind, his powerful body curled over hers, fangs scraping along her neck and shoulder in a way that never failed to send electricity down her spine. They'd ended up cackling when Max had cried plaintively for attention outside their door, prompting Sharky to be deeply concerned for their safety because of their lack of response. When they'd gotten up, Belle had taught Sharky how to flip omelets while Lily went to Common Grounds to get their coffee and hot cocoa. They'd all headed to hell together, Belle and Lily with their arms around each other, Sharky skipping along with her hand in Lily's. Belle took Sharky down to school while Lily stayed at the help desk, wading into the waiting line of souls. Through every interaction, no matter how angry or shitty or lost the soul, she'd been happy. The last 2 months had been the best of her existence. She and Belle loved each other, and with no more self-imposed limitations, they'd flourished. They hadn't spent a night apart since their confessions in the office, usually ending up at her paradise, but occasionally at Belle's palace, where the three of them would chat over dinner, then watch a movie or play their respective games. Sharky, who continued to age, had fallen in love with the aquarium version of Zoo Tycoon and liked to perch at the table beside Belle, the pair of them glued to their laptop screens. Lily could hardly believe it sometimes, given how they'd had to make do with snippets of time before. Of course, it helped that Sharky was far more settled, and that their limitations were gone. At night, whether they had sex or not, they always curled together and talked about something frivolous. Belle had made it his mission to hear the story behind each of her tattoos, picking a new one every few nights, and she did the same with his tattoos and scars. They bandied about ideas for future tattoos, and she secretly hoped that he would get the lower stomach one he'd mentioned, though he had no design in mind yet. One afternoon, while Sharky was out with Lucifer, Lily and Belle had sat down to have a non-sexual sex conversation, laying out and discussing their likes and dislikes, hard and soft limits, as well as their known kinks and curiosities. They'd established a set of sexual boundaries, agreeing to build up to the more intense of their interests with time and trust. It had been incredibly freeing to talk plainly about something that she'd always had an interest in, but had felt cautious being open about. Naturally, once the conversation wound down and had come to a respectable end, Lily made good on her promise to ride him again, this time with much less inhibition than she'd had in the office. After all, the couch was easier on her knees than the floor. Carlton had also sprouted a new room, much to everyone's delight. A personal gym with weights, a cardio section, and an open mirrored area for sparring that had quickly been put to use. Sharky had asked Belle to help her with her combat homework from the Valkyries and the Valhalla Warriors. Lily got in on the lessons as well, wanting to learn how to properly use the short sword that had brought her and Belle together. If they weren't sparring, Lily enjoyed lifting weights, but mostly liked to read and walk on the treadmill. If Belle was doing one of his insane workouts, she dropped the pretense of reading and shamelessly ogled him. They'd make faces at each other in the mirror, seeing how long they could tease until one of them couldn't take it anymore. It was a good thing that Sharky wasn't home all that often during the day. They always double-checked to make sure, because Lily and Belle christened the fuck out of that gym, and the foyer, and the hall, and the bathroom, and the living room, and the kitchen. And that was just in her paradise. Lily was fairly certain that the only rooms in both houses they hadn't explored each other in were Sharky's, and that would never change. In every aspect, the 2 months had been steeped with a sense of peace and rightness. As annoying as some of the souls could be, she loved what she did. There was a camaraderie among those who worked at the gate. Each day was a new adventure. The souls weren't all bad, though she got to interact with a disproportionate amount of the truly awful and entitled ones due to the nature of the help desk. She loved getting to see the souls that had spent time healing and growing improve enough to earn a chance at reincarnation. Every day was a new adventure. She loved it. She loved everything. The friends, the safety, the purpose, the family, her family. Everything she'd ever dreamed of, and nothing she wanted to leave behind. Stay. The quiet whisper had only grown stronger with every precious moment. Every knowing eye roll from the gate demons as they dealt with the damned and the lost. Every little snuggle or giggle from Sharky. Every sassy text in the group chat of deities and denizens that she called friends. Every crinkle of Belle's eyes and brush of his hand against hers. Perhaps she would forget her silent chest in time, and the yearning for gummy smiles and little hands and more children to love would fade. She was valued and loved and safe. Wasn't that what she'd always wanted? She felt almost guilty for the sense of relief that the sheer safety of the afterlife had given her. She knew, thanks to Belle, that the other universe continued to maintain a foothold in the pocket realm, but had failed to harvest the power of souls from their universe. They would continue to fail, as she understood it, unless they completely invaded and successfully dominated their universe. Belle had quietly admitted one night, as they were curled together, that he felt like the long build to something decisive was coming to an end.
"I still hope,"
he murmured, absently playing with her fingers,
"that they will give up and go home. But this has dragged on for so long, I'm not sure they will."
Knowing that, she knew that safe was relative. But to her, for the moment, she was safe in the ways that mattered. She could wear what she wanted without fear of reproach or unwanted attention. Assault did not exist in the afterlife. For that alone, she considered staying. But to exist without thinking like prey, while simultaneously having the freedom to do as she pleased? She didn't have to worry about money or food or shelter or disease or taxes. She had an unlimited supply of books and new friends and experiences available. And if she stayed, she always would. Lily watched as a soul approached, weeping hysterically. Her sobs were so intense that it was probably a good thing she didn't need to breathe. A flash of instinctual sympathy was quashed by the appearance of the soul's file, which, upon opening, was clearly stamped with Level 6. Ah, crocodile tears, then. Lily rested her chin in her palm, flipping the file open and skimming her fingertip down the page, while the soul continued to wail with increasing theatricality. Tears were her weapon, and she wielded them like a master, refusing to accept any kind of accountability or consequences. A hypocrite of the finest order, she virulently condemned others for actions that she herself had done, setting out to elevate herself by debasing those around her. She'd cheated on her first husband with a younger man, barely into adulthood, who she'd threatened to ruin if he did anything other than comply with her orders. When she'd accidentally gotten pregnant and gone for an abortion, something she had loudly spent her life railing against, she had treated the clinic workers with vitriolic cruelty, even as she cried and they held her hand. She'd snarled at a glassy-eyed young woman in the parking lot as she'd left the clinic, calling her a baby killer. She'd taken sadistic joy in the young woman's tears, even as she noted that she looked around the same age as her daughter. When she found evidence of her husband's own affair a year later, she'd dragged his name through the mud for letting his eye wander. Her second husband had been a timid man who she wrapped around her finger, then set about terrorizing the children that he'd brought to the marriage, as well as her own daughter. Her husband had been a businessman, and she'd enjoyed the social scene that his connections afforded her, cultivating a reputation as a generous hostess and a formidable enemy. When her daughter committed suicide, She'd wept for a night, but in the morning, she had refused to have anything more to do with it. She told her first husband that she would pay for cremation, but if he wanted anything more than that, he alone would be paying for the funeral, grave, and headstone. When he'd argued, asking her why, she told him the same thing she did to her friends. "Suicide is a sin," she said with a carefully cultivated wobble to her voice. She'd artfully dabbed at a teary eye as her friends had comforted her. "Such a shame that she let the devil get a hold of her like that. But all we can do is try to protect the God-fearing children we have left." Their emphatic agreement had brought her glee. More glee than her daughter had ever given her. Her death was an embarrassment, but the attention and support that it had brought was something that she would happily exploit. Lily blinked the file's information away, realizing that her nails were digging into her cheek with rage. She relaxed her fingers and flipped the file shut, coolly watching the soul's performance. The woman sagged against the desk, quickly glancing up at Lily to gauge her reaction while taking great, shuddering breaths as she made a show of trying to compose herself. "I am so sorry," the woman choked out. "It's just, this is all such a shock." "Is it really?" The woman's eyes sharpened for a moment before she covered the slip with a sharp inhale and a swipe at her eyes. "Of course. I was a woman of faith all my days. Perhaps you saw that in my file? As a child of God, I am 70 times 7 times forgiven." The reference to a verse was dimly familiar. Lily tried to sound as bored as possible, knowing that a lack of reaction would rankle the woman more than anything else. "Yeah, I'm not too great at math, but I'm gonna say you ran out of those forgiveness points somewhere around, I don't know, coercing a young man into continuing to sleep with you and verbally abusing the clinic workers who were there to help you. You know, if I were going to make a ballpark guess." "The devil works in mysterious and wicked ways." "He super doesn't," Lily drawled. "Like, he super doesn't. Bastard is about as obvious as a period stain on white pants, and he's less about blanket wickedness and more about meting out justice. I'm not going to rule out wickedness entirely. Maybe that's bedroom play for him. I wouldn't know. But the point is that bad acting makes me itchy, so knock it off." The woman's tears dried up faster than a sponge in the desert. "Don't mock me." "Don't make it so easy." "Listen here, you miserable little brat. I may have had some lapses in judgment, but I was baptized in a church and forgiven by God, so I should not be here." Lily made a high-pitched hum of doubt, enjoying the way the woman seethed in response. "I am lucky you are only being sent to level 6, Lily cut in, putting some steel in her tone. "The universe and, I guess in your case, God, since you chose to be judged by Christianity's tenets, is a shit-ton more merciful than I am. Because for the way you treated your daughter alone, I would have dragged your weepy ass down to level 9 and let the really scary ones play with you. Matter of fact, if you don't go where you were so mercifully told to, I will." The woman reeled back, hand pressed to her chest. Lily could see in her eyes that she knew she was outmatched. Interesting. A disgusting blot of a soul, but not audacious beyond all reason. Lily watched the woman go, shaking her head in disgust. Just before she reached the archway to the stairs, a wailing sob split the air, echoing as the woman resumed her performance down the staircase until it faded entirely. "Good grief," someone muttered in disgust. Lily turned to find Lev grimacing behind her. "Hey, Lev. Sorry about the delay on the report. Let me just print that out for you." Lily clicked the command on her computer and waited for the ultra-sleek printer built into the rock wall beside the desk to spit out the document. Even if the thing wasn't essentially a tray on the wall that produced papers, she was convinced that its real magic was the fact that it printed every time, without hesitation or fuss or suddenly dying. Sharky had named it Prince Charming and made it a paper crown. "Your outfit looks really good on you, by the way. I like the orange," Lily said, spinning her chair to face him. He really did look good. The charcoal pants, button-down shirt, and vest were precisely tailored, with crisp embroidery in the demonic style, picked out in a burnt orange that matched his eyes and tie. Lev fidgeted, smoothing a hand over his vest and ducking his head in thanks, setting his briefcase. Of course, Leviathan had an actual no-shit briefcase on the help desk.
"Have you been able to formulate a clearly defined set of procedures for determining the best approach to deal with souls that act beyond the ordinary?" he asked.
Good old Lev. "Not really," she said, waiting for his huff of annoyance and smiling when it came. "Sorry, Lev, it's people. They're hard to clearly define and fit into a standard procedure. When it comes to these kind of souls, sorry, one sec. Either fuck off or get fucked up," she threw over her shoulder to a male soul who raged up to the desk. He flipped her off. She held up her first two fingers in a V and licked between them. He huffed away. Lev's olive green skin was several shades lighter when she turned back to him. "Anyway, as I was saying, these kinds of souls are clearly willing to deviate from the norm because they're willing to ignore the perfectly good instructions that they're given. Some of them are going to beg. Some of them are going to barter. Some of them are going to threaten. Some of them genuinely need help or advice. There's a lot of people who just need someone to be there with them and guide them a bit. Mortal souls are fucking complicated. I'm not sure how I do it. I just do. But..." She pulled the freshly printed report out of the tray, stapled it, and handed it to him with a smile. "I tried to explain my process for you. It's double-spaced, with a reference page and citations." Lev took the papers slowly, carefully groomed eyebrows furrowed in thought. He looked over the desk, to where the line formed when there was a rush of souls, over the stream of souls moving from the gate to the arches, then back at her.
"Mortals are complicated," he repeated thoughtfully. "I've never given much thought to them beyond the logistics of their numbers and maintaining the levels appropriately. Would you mind writing another report? Just a simple one on the nuances of mortal souls, please."
"Sorry, Lev, but there's no way to make that particular topic a simple report."
"A detailed one would be fine, then."
"No," Lily laughed. "I don't think it's possible. Like, at all. Do you think that you could write a report on the nuances of all demon kind?" Lev considered it for a moment and sighed.
"I suppose you're right. You're sure that you can't formulate some kind of preparatory material for this help desk?"
"Preparatory material?" He huffed again.
"To give to your replacement after your reincarnation."
Hearing her possible reincarnation mentioned by someone else was completely different from when she mulled it over in her mind. Her own thoughts produced a dull ache in her chest. Lev's words felt like a sucker punch. "How about we cross that bridge when we come to it, Lev?" Did her voice sound raspy? It felt raspy. He stared at her as if she'd suggested he dance naked on top of the desk.
"I'll consider it. Thank you for the initial report. I have something for you as well."
He slipped her report into his briefcase and pulled out a single, crisp sheet of paper. He cleared his throat as he handed it to her, then made sure his perfectly straight tie hadn't deviated from its position.
"I deeply appreciate the changes you have made to Hal. They have been confusing but beneficial. It is also nice to see Belith happy."
Lily skimmed over the brief blurb of text, then realized what she was holding and read it again more carefully. From the office of Prince Leviathan, subject, Workplace Decorum. As a result of recent and ongoing events that have taken place in the workplace, it behooves me to remind everyone involved with all aspects of Hell's management of the importance of not sullying our professional spaces with sex. Office spaces afford occupants privacy so that they may focus on their tasks, not on carnal relations. Despite protestations to the contrary, and numerous attempts by certain members involved in the management of Hell to explain the opportunities for mutual connection afforded by the horizontal surfaces commonly found in an office, i.e., desks, I must insist on the renewed and fully clothed professionalism of all. Lev's angular signature and a round metallic green seal embossed with what must have been his personal crest and motto took up the bottom third of the page. Holy fuck. The memo. Lily slowly raised her head to stare at him, bemusement and vague annoyance melting away when she realized how deeply green his cheeks were. His tail twitched nervously behind him, despite his obvious attempts to still it. Oh. He was welcoming her. In his odd Lev way, he was welcoming her to the team, recognizing her contribution. Several pieces of Lev's character clicked into place. Sure, he was exacting and fussy and so damned fastidious that he'd probably refuse to eat his M&Ms until he found a way to organize them alphabetically. But it was all because he cared. Lev obviously cared so much about Hell and the proper management of it, and his coworkers too, even if he didn't seem to know how to show it with what most considered to be normal affection. Lily set the memo down on the desk, stepped forward, and wrapped Lev's lean body in a hug. He made a sound like the air being slowly let out of a balloon for a few seconds, but just as she was about to let go, he brought his arms awkwardly around her.
Yes, he said, flustered. Well, this kind of affection is fine.
Lily stifled her smile and gave him a little squeeze. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He was quiet for a few moments, then patted her back.
I understand that you and Belith had a very important personal moment in his office that day, and I'm sure you somehow had a lovely time. But really, Asmodeus and Soraya are bad enough. It all seems very fluid, and there's only so much trauma I want to subject the janitorial staff to. So if you wouldn't mind heeding the memo, please?
Lily was still snickering several hours later when she rode the elevators down to the first level of training fields for lunch with Belle. He hadn't responded to the picture she'd sent him of Lev's memo, but he'd told her that morning that it was going to be a heavy training day, so she wasn't surprised he hadn't gotten to it yet. She couldn't wait to hear his reaction. The elevator doors slid open, and she stepped out. But something felt off. She sobered, walking down the short hallway on quiet feet, hand creeping toward the sword at her waist, trying to place what was wrong. Silence. All she heard was the faint whiffle of a breeze over the accoutrement of the massive training field. No clanging weaponry, no grunts of exertion, no calls of orders or advice. She stuck her head out of the tunnel. It was eerie for such a massive place to be completely empty. Eerie, but nothing felt malicious, at least. Where were they? She headed back to the elevator just as her phone buzzed in her pocket. She waited until the doors were closed securely, the elevator remaining stationary, to look at her phone. Big guy.
Hey, Princess. The big thing I've been worried about happening just happened. We're mustering on TL3. I don't know if we can have lunch together, but I'd love to see you.
Big guy.
And your butt.
Princess. Not my tits? On my way. Big guy.
Bring them too.
Lily shook her head, even as her stomach twisted into knots. Pressing the button for the largest and lowest training level, she took a moment to draw on her composure. The big thing happened. An invasion had begun. Mustering. Belle was going to war. The sound of commotion filled the air even before the doors slid open, a cacophonous, dull roar that she felt in her bones. The doors parted, revealing Belle leaning with his shoulder propped against the wall, clad in the matte black armor that made him look impossibly taller and broader. He clearly hadn't had time to braid his hair, as he'd pulled it back in a loose knot at the base of his skull, and he gazed intensely into nothing. He looked rugged and dangerous and like every morally gray fantasy love interest she'd ever crushed on. "Someday I'm going to love the sight of you in that armor," she said ruefully, breaking him out of his reverie. Some of the intensity faded from his eyes, replaced with that gleam that was so quintessentially Belle.
Well, we did both express an interest in roleplay, and I seem to recall more than a few scenes in your books that involve tasteful stripping of armor.
Lily rested her hand on the odd metal covering his chest, hating that he couldn't feel her, and stretched up to press her lips to his. He sighed into the kiss, hands coming up to cradle her face. He rested his forehead against hers when they parted.
This is it. They widened the rift and sent an entire army through. The Fae and Valhallans are holding them for the moment, but barely. We sounded full muster. We're all marching out. Lucifer's opened up the troop tunnels, he murmured against her cheek.
All. Lily swallowed hard, sliding her hand up to the nape of his neck, wondering how many of them would return, how many Fae and Valhalla warriors had already been lost.
I don't know when we'll be back.
His voice grew impossibly deep.
I hope it will be short and decisive, in our favor, but I don't know.
Lily pulled back to study him, to memorize his features. He seemed to be doing the same to her. Neither of them noticed the elevator arriving. "Belle!" Sharky cried. They both turned in time for Sharky to launch herself at him. Thankfully, he caught her before she connected painfully with the metal armor, hoisting her up so that she could hug his neck. Lucifer was slower to make his way to them, his steps purposeful and eyes grim. He caught and held her gaze.
Lily.
Lucy. She itched being so close to his roiling, unchecked power, but concern kept her voice soft. "Are you all right?" Lucifer had been tense for the last several weeks, and lately, even Sharky had commented on it. Lily had noticed some terse expressions on the warrior-like people groups of the afterlife as she'd moved through the universal hallway, but Lucifer had been the most stormy. He blinked at her once, twice. Some of the tension eased out of his face, replaced with weary resignation. The itch of his power faded.
As much as I can be. I don't march with them. I stay behind as a last line of defense.
Something that clearly bothered him.
I am sorry,
he said quietly, his electric blue gaze sliding to study Belle and Sharky as Belle murmured something to her. "I know what and who he is. I'd never ask him to be anything less," Lily said with equal quietness. "If he was anything other than himself, I wouldn't love him so much."
I always hoped you two would get along. You seemed like you would be good for each other, and I was right.
Belle told me about the little errand you had him run to orchestrate our meeting. She arched an eyebrow. Not exactly subtle.
Worked, though.
Lucifer's smile had a bit more life to it.
Belle, go have lunch with your family. I'll make sure your legions don't need hand-holding for a bit.
They ended up going one level up, to a mostly empty training field dotted with other clusters of demons taking a few quiet moments to say goodbye. Sharky was quiet, but had expressed utter confidence that all would be well, and Belle was badass enough to deal with whatever needed dealt with. Her biggest concern was how long he would be gone. The little bit of food that Lily managed to choke down sat like a rock in her stomach, but she tried to maintain the appearance of calm. She had faith in Belle's abilities, and the armies of hell, not to mention the other afterlife forces, but still. Belle ate with methodical ease, the underlying tension in his eyes belying the lightness of his tone as he answered Sharky's questions about what it was like to wear armor.
Heavy, but not too bad. Like clothes made out of your weighted blanket, you know?
He brushed a wayward piece of hair out of his face. Do you have a special way you like to do your hair so it sits under your helmet and stays out of your face? Lily asked, wiping her hand on her leggings. The corner of Belle's mouth quirked upwards.
Not particularly. As long as it's out of my face, I don't really care. Feeling decorative, princess?
Can't have you going into battle with a shitty hairdo. Sit still and let me braid you like one of my French girls. What? Sharky asked, at the same time Belle barked out a laugh that lit up his whole face.
It's from a movie, Sharkadoodle-doo. But the actual line is, draw me like one of your French girls,
Belle explained as Lily circled behind the low rock he sat on. Draw like makeup? Lily stepped between Belle's wings and loosened the tie in his hair. Remember that documentary on art we watched? And how sometimes they draw people naked to practice different skills? It was like that. An art thing, not a sex thing. Well, in that scene, anyway. Those characters in the movie we're talking about definitely had sex later, in a car, while it was on a boat. That just sounds like a lot of work, Sharky mumbled into her sandwich. Lily tugged lightly on Belle's hair when he opened his mouth. He shut it again, tail coiling around her ankle and warming her from the inside out. She focused on finger-brushing his hair until it was smooth, then sectioned it and began to work, more conscious of what it needed to do than how it needed to look. Sharky leaned against Belle's side, and after a few prompting questions, he got her talking about the growth spurt race happening at school between all the preteens. He asked Lily about her day, and they laughed about Lev's memo, her fingers working quickly despite the fact that she felt like they should be shaking. A braid down the middle between his horns, then a pair of braids on each side, all joining together into a single tight braid that she finished off, leaving it up to him what to do with it from there. Mindful of his horns, she leaned forward to press a kiss between them. Then their time was up. The orderly chaos on the third training level hadn't abated, so they lingered in the hallway near the elevators. Belle crouched down to give Sharky one last long hug, murmuring his goodbye and promising to get home as soon as he could. When he stood and stepped close to Lily, his massive hands coming up to cradle her face, she leaned into him, covering his hands with her own, as it was the only skin of his she could easily touch. His silver eyes were intense, but she basked in it.
Can I ask you a favor?
Anything, she said. He pulled a little pouch out of a nook in his armor.
Will you wear my bracelets from the girls for me?
Every day. Lily tipped the glittery bracelets out of the pouch and slid them onto her left wrist, where they hung loosely.
I love you,
he said, kissing her long and slow. I love you, she told him, only retreating enough to meet his eyes. She stroked along his cheek and ran her thumb over his little chin spikes. Be safe. Come home to us. She gripped his jaw firmly. Come home to me. He smiled at the order and nodded, kissing her again before he wrapped her in a hug, murmuring his love one more time. She buried her face in his neck, inhaling his warm, musky scent, embedding it in her memory. His lips ghosted over her forehead before he stepped away. Then he squeezed her hand and turned to leave, only to be blocked by Sharky. She held up her pinky finger. Belle looped it with his and gave a little squeeze. "Okay," Sharky said solemnly. "Go do general stuff."
Belle. Belle marched in silence, as did most of the tens of thousands of warriors who walked through long, unused tunnels to war and an uncertain future. Memories of Lily and Sharky flickered through his mind, blurring his surroundings. He would see them again. Even if it was as part of the fabric of the universe, he would watch over them. Lily, Sharky, his mother, his siblings, his nieces and nephews, his friends. They made his life worth living. And he would give his life if it meant protecting them. His fingers ran over the smooth bumps of his new braids. Tucking the thoughts of home and family away in his heart, he turned his mind to the job ahead. "Time to do general stuff," he murmured.
Chapter 45. Margarita Complex. Lily. Sharky plopped herself on the floor behind the help desk with a huff.
"I know Bella's doing his job, but how long is that going to take? My teacher said she didn't know, and I miss him."
Lily leaned back in her chair with her feet propped up on the desk, laid her book in her lap, and lolled her head to give Sharky a weary smile. 2 weeks had ground by with agonizing slowness since Belle and the Legions had left. 2 weeks since hell had gone eerily quiet. Oh, demons still worked and talked and went about their days, but there were noticeably fewer of them around, and all the conversations seemed to have a hushed quality to them. Lily had gone to Seven Deadly with a few of the gate demons the first week. There had been no boisterous laughter, no rowdy music or dancing, just the dull hum of conversation. Krun's wife, Nama, had joined them, apparently with the sole mission of adopting Lily and fussing over her like a mother hen. A nearly 7-foot-tall, magenta-skinned mother hen whose solution for what she called the missing your man blues involved a large margarita, a brand new vibrator in a pretty box, and a chocolate sheet cake decorated with fudge frosting and an enthusiastic application of rainbow sprinkles, courtesy of their daughter. The cake had come with instructions to not cut it into pieces, but take a fork directly to it, as needed. "Now drink your margarita, dear," Nama had said in her warm, motherly voice. All the partners of soldiers have regular get-togethers, mostly by Legion, but frankly, support is support, and in times like these, we need all the support we can get. I remember. Drink your margarita like you mean it. Here's tissues for when you want or need to cry. They're the kind that won't chafe. Lily had dutifully inhaled the fishbowl-sized margarita and, once the tequila horniness kicked in, headed home with the intention of using the new vibrator. She'd ended up crying on the bed as soon as she'd opened it, because it made her think of Belle's utter delight when he'd found her personal arsenal. The tissues had come in handy then. He'd been gone for stretches of time before and since they'd gotten together, but this time felt different, bigger. "I don't know either, Bug. Wish I did. How are you doing with all this?" Lily said finally, fiddling with the beads of the bracelets. Sharky had been slower to laugh since Belle left. A semi-permanent wrinkle of worry had taken up residence on her forehead. When she curled up next to Lily at the table or on the couch, she always glanced at Belle's empty spot with a little sigh before snuggling closer. When she and Lily sparred and trained with the demons, her glee wasn't quite as effusive. She still laughed, still got excited about new facts, still managed the aquarium on her computer with the intensity of a conservationist. She seemed more cautious, though. a bit less certain that good things were still good. Sharky shrugged and fiddled with her backpack.
I miss Belle a lot. I'm worried about him. Lucy seems stressed and sad. You miss Belle, but, you're okay. As long as you're okay, I'm okay.
Lily only had a moment to be awed by the trust in that statement before Sharky squinted at her.
You are okay, right? Be honest.
Lily laughed, warmth spreading through her chest. I miss Belle, and I'm worried about him too, but yeah, I'm okay. Here's why. I know that he's a badass warrior and general who knows what he's doing. He has all of his legions to help him, plus the other armies and legions too. So I hope that, all things considered, he'll be okay. Okay enough. He can come back missing parts, as long as he just comes back.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what if he isn't okay?
Lily fought back a surge of nausea at the thought of a universe without Belle in it. Then I'll be devastated, she said quietly. It will hurt like nothing I've ever felt before. But I also know that I will find a way to deal with it. I might want to fall apart, but I'll keep going. I love Belle so much, but he's not the only person I love. I've got you, and you are more than worth sticking around for. Sharky's concern melted into a soft smile.
I love you too. No matter what, we'll deal with it, right?
Right. You bitch! A woman shrieked at the demon who had checked her in, all while stomping her way towards the help desk and waggling her finger like she was trying to generate a breeze. Lily exchanged a grimace with Sharky before fixing her glare on the soul. Can't we have a single uninterrupted special moment for fuck's sake? Other than her mottled red face and the fact that she was quite literally spitting mad, the woman looked like a perfectly coiffed socialite. Do you have any idea who I am? An awful, guttural shrieking noise cut through her tirade, bringing her up short. It took Lily a beat too long to realize that the noise was coming from the floor beside her. Sharky slowly rose from the floor like an adorable Halloween decoration, eyes completely blank, mouth wide open, emitting the most god-awful noise that Lily had ever heard come out of a person. Lily bit her tongue and fixed her gaze indolently on the woman, as if this were a normal occurrence and she wasn't a blink away from crying with laughter. Several of the demons turned to watch, and more than a few of them, plus a few souls actually, seemed to be masking giggles. Excuse me! Sharky's wail increased in pitch and volume, her arms raising to the side in a T pose. Lily sucked her lips into her mouth and exhaled slowly through her nose, trying to maintain her composure. Sharky shifted to a noise that sounded like some hybrid of Cthulhu and a husky throwing a tantrum, remaining completely blank-eyed the entire time. She abruptly honked like a goose, sucked in a dramatic lungful of air, and launched back into her croaky howl. Half the demons lost it, and Lily had to shut her eyes to keep from following suit. Be serious. Help sell this. You're a professional. Pull yourself together. Lily opened her eyes. Yes? The one word was all she could manage, clenching her jaw to keep in the laughter. The woman looked at her, looked at Sharky, then hurried away, throwing disturbed glances over her shoulder as she went. Lily caved, covering her face with her hands and laughing so hard tears streamed down her face, only to cackle even harder when Sharky stopped shrieking as quickly as she'd started. Sharky cleared her throat and smacked her lips, her bland expression sending Lily into another round of hysterics.
That was fun.
Lily wiped at her eyes, still chuckling, and held her fist out for Sharky to bump. Nicely done. Couldn't have said it better myself.
It felt like what needed to be said. Does this mean I can intern with you when I'm older?
Sharky asked eagerly. Since hitting the milestone of being 11-ish, she'd learned that, starting at 16, demons began having short internships to help them decide what they wanted to do as adults. She'd immediately started asking Lily about the help desk. Of course, if you want to, but don't be afraid to try other stuff you might like doing. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to.
I like hanging out with you and being sassy and funny and having fun. I like the gate demons. I like being helpful. I like the help desk. It's really cool. It has a procedure, but also it's not the same all the time, so it's not boring. I like your baseball bat. I really, really like your baseball bat. I want it. Someday.
Tell you what, Lily said with a smile. That will be your internship present. Sharky pumped a fist in the air.
Yes! I'm gonna bedazzle it!
A month went by, and for Lily everything seemed to blur together slightly. Souls still came down to hell, still came up to the help desk to complain or threaten or rage or ask legitimate questions and seek actual help and advice. Lily got coffee in the mornings and chatted with the baristas and her friends. She and Persephone had a girls' night in the underworld that involved drunken flower crowns. She had lunch with Aphrodite. She finally got that coffee with Angel. She parked herself in the Universal Library on one of her days off and didn't move from her couch the entire day. She sparred with Kron or Mura or one of the others. She brought pastries to the front desk and swapped stories about dealing with souls, good and bad. She went with Sharky to visit Cthulhu in his realm, and while the initial sight of a building-sized creature with a tentacled, unearthly face had been a bit of a shock, she'd quickly gotten over it when she saw how gentle he was with Sharky. He was odd, but funny. Fist-bumping a hand the size of an SUV had been a new experience. What wasn't a new experience was staring at her phone, twitching every time it rang or buzzed, and quelling the flash of disappointment when it wasn't Belle. She still sent him messages, sent him a picture every day, told him that she loved him, that she was proud of him, that she touched the bracelets on her wrist 12 times a day. The universal hallway grew a little tense as time and battles dragged on. The offshoot hall where the invaded realm lay had been cordoned off. Not that anyone ventured that way much anymore. Lily found it one day, a prickle of danger itching through every fiber of her being as she stared grimly down the empty hallway. She didn't know how long she stood there, but her reverie was broken by a cluster of soldiers carrying stretchers of the wounded towards their respective realms. Demons, fae, Valkyrie, other warriors. She stepped out of their way and went back to the help desk, mechanically going about her work. She hugged Sharky a little tighter when she picked her up from school. A few days later, a gangly young demon with orange skin bashfully approached the help desk.
"Excuse me, Ms. Lily?"
"Hey, what's up?" Lily asked, all too happy to have an excuse to look away from the logistics report for Lev on her computer. The young demon fidgeted a little, then held out a single black sock. Lily's world narrowed down to that stupid sock, a cool sensation trickling over her skin.
"Prince Belith asked me to give this to you. I made sure to get one of the ones in the dryer, so that it was clean and didn't, smell."
Lily's breaths sounded loud in her head. "Belle asked you? Is he here?" If he was back and hadn't said anything, she'd kill him. Kiss the sense out of him. Maybe fuck the attitude and audacity out of him. How dare he come back and not say anything? But then she would very much kill him. Then bring him back.
"Oh, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Lily. He set this up with a bunch of us before he, left."
"Ah," Lily said, her own voice sounding far away. Sweet man. Sweet, thoughtful, beloved man. Making sure she kept her promise. Even while he was gone. She could practically hear her brother Ryan's exasperation as he dug through the laundry looking for his missing sock. One of his running socks, it looked like. It had to be Ryan's, because Tommy refused to wear ankle socks.
Ms. Lily?
The concern in the young demon's voice snapped her out of her haze. I'm so sorry, I just got a little overwhelmed by this. Thank you. She smiled, taking the sock with fingers that trembled. It felt different than anything else in the afterlife. Somehow it felt mortal. This really means a lot to me. Did you have a good trip to the mortal world? The young demon ducked their head with a grin, slender tail twitching behind them.
Yeah. We pushed shopping carts around the parking lot when there was no wind. A bunch of people filmed it, but they couldn't see us. It was really fun. Then we got milkshakes. They taste different there.
Lily read between the lines of got milkshakes and interpreted that they must have stolen milkshakes, probably making them disappear right off the counter and confusing the shit out of some poor fast food worker. I'm glad you had a good time. Thank you for this, she said, holding up the sock. The young demon grinned and walked away, curiously looking at the line of mortal souls as they went. Lily ran her fingers over the knitted fabric of the sock. The elastic was starting to loosen just a bit around the ankle. There were thin spots on the heel and the ball of the foot. This had probably been one of her brother's favorite socks. He always wore them until they were trashed, even when he complained constantly about how they didn't stay on his foot right anymore or had holes in the toes. Fuck. She wanted to cry. She wanted to break down and let it all wash over her in a tide, sweeping her away. Belle's absence was like a hole punched through her chest. She knew she'd see her brothers again, one way or another. But Belle, she'd seen the increasing number of wounded demons that had been brought back to hell, and seen the mourning processions for those who hadn't made it back alive. The glittery, too large bracelets weighed 1,000 pounds on her wrist.
Lily?
Crosell's voice was soft with worry, his hand warm on her arm. She hadn't even seen him approach the desk. It's all good, see. But I need to take the rest of the day off. His eyes were knowing.
Do whatever you need to do. We've got your back.
A short time later, Lily knocked on the door of the house whose address she'd been sent. A female demon opened it wide, ushering her into a house full of voices. Children could be heard upstairs playing some kind of game and laughing. Thank you for having me, Lily said to the woman, Berta, whose husband was a colonel in Belle's 17th Legion, one of the aerial legions, if she remembered right. Of course, Berta said. You are more than welcome. It's a pleasure and an honor to get to meet you. The large open-concept house was filled with demons. They sat on couches and chairs. A few sat on the rug in a circle, their chubby babies, most of whom had tiny, delicate, gossamer wings, playing and having tummy time in the center. Everyone looked up, their greetings merging into a collective swell of sound. Their obvious welcome wasn't what lifted Lily's spirits, though. It was the understanding in their eyes. A female demon with shimmering charcoal gray skin and wings rose from her chair and set her glass down. Oh, darling, I see those eyes. We've all been there. We need a margarita stat, she called.
On it,
a male voice responded from the kitchen. Actually, Lily started, voice trailing off as her throat grew tight. Everyone zeroed in on it, and embarrassment burned over her face. The gray-skinned woman looked concerned. I'm so sorry. I should have asked if you drink. We have non-alcoholic options, too. No, a drink sounds great, especially an alcoholic one. Lily forced a rough laugh. Fuck it. Just fuck it. It's just that tequila makes me horny, and normally that's fine, but right now, it just makes me miss him even more because he's not here to help with that. Her voice and vision were suspiciously watery by the end. The collective knowing hum that followed had her laughing through her tears. The bastards! Fucking hate it when that happens. I'm the same way with rum, the gray-skinned woman assured her warmly. I had a bunch of daiquiris on their last long deployment, and I burned out my vibe. The good one. Didn't take the edge off, but it's a good story now, yeah? She guided Lily to one of the chairs, yelling to the kitchen, "Forget the marg. This calls for a wine slushie." "Thank you," Lily chuckled, wiping her eyes with one of the ultra-soft tissues someone handed her. Then a large wine slushie was pressed into her hand, along with a decadently fudgy cupcake, and everything seemed a little bit more possible. She'd be okay, she realized as the partners started chatting with her and each other, some with their own watery eyes. There was strength found in the simple and complicated act of understanding. First, she'd found it with Belle, in their honest conversations and their willingness to learn, understand, and accept each other, even the rough or ugly parts. Then, with other beings and souls of the afterlife, Lucifer, Persephone, Sida, Aphrodite, the gate demons, a dozen other deities and beings. Sometimes the strength found in understanding was in acceptance, of and for herself, of and for others. Sometimes it was of a more brutal, combative nature, such as the way she wielded her understanding of souls to guide them to justice or accountability, or the way that Bell used his understanding of his enemies and soldiers to strengthen his tactics for battle. Strength through understanding. That would make a good motto for Belle. She sipped her wine slushie. She'd tell him about it when he got home. When?
Bell. Since the initial attack, it had been damn near non-stop action, in one way or another, for more than 6 weeks. Thanks to the sheer number of soldiers and legions at their disposal, they could keep themselves from complete physical fatigue. But the mental and emotional toll was steep. The enemy universe was throwing everything at them. Wave after wave of their brutal, vicious soldiers, Gagoni, and other monsters crashed against their lines with savage force. The death toll mounted high, too high. And still they held, and would hold, for as long as they needed to.